I stand back and I watch you explore in perfect visions like I've been here before. Falling faster, I try to ignore. I see you, I see you. I'll let you drag me to hell if you hold my hand.
Get the speaker box loud. We coming straight to your stereo. Get the speaker box loud. We coming straight to your stereo.
Ladies and gentlemen, the World Championship has arrived here in Fort Worth, Texas. We're about to get underway with 16 teams, over $1 million in prize pool, and of course, one champion raising that trophy by Sunday. We have a lot to get through. I'm Leaf, and I'm hanging out here in an actual Swiss abyss. Let me walk you around right now because it is just a center hub for activity. You can already see behind me players swapping around, getting ready. I don't know who's sitting where right now, so I can't point it out. I do see the gladiators over here. Give a wave. Hello, Marky. Hello, guys. What's going on? And then over here, the casters in with the players as well. They're going to feel the energy. And then behind you, we have the rest of the team. So you can point to them right now. We have Falcons, I think. So, hey, guys, what's going on? And on the other side, I think, guys, G2 maybe waving over there. That's right. What's going on? Who's this? We have brains in the studio as well. The analysts are here. Rock, paper, scissors off the bat. Base is like, no, I don't want to lose this early. Anyways, the world champion is here. I'll be hanging out, talking to players, talking to everybody else. Let's get the road on the roll here. It's time for your world championship.
This is the biggest event of the year.
It's the most prestigious tournament. It's the one everybody wants to win.
The caliber of competition is just the best.
I would say our year has gone very good so far. We built the team expecting to win a lot. We're feeling pretty good.
We're very confident. Out of the 4 previous tournaments, we won a few of them. We think we can win.
Second split went interestingly. We missed the regional. That's why we're so motivated going into Worlds.
Everybody knows Falcons can win. They're one of the best teams in the world.
البطولة هذه الوورد بصراحة قوية مرة والتنافس صار صعب مرة. التيمات كل مالها تتطور.
EU is pretty much the best region. I think Carmine is like going to be a big underdog.
Gentlemates, Falcons, and KC. I think all of those teams are very good.
It's probably the strongest the Rocket League's ever been. Like, the top of the game is like very, very good.
The fact that we get to walk out on stage in front of the biggest crowd in Rocket League, I really can't wait.
When you score, you can hear like the stage rumbling and then the crowd just yelling.
The crowd is always amazing.
I'm excited to finally play in front of an NA crowd and hear everyone get loud for us.
I hope that we are one of the crowd favorites. Everyone wants to do well at Worlds and win Worlds. That's the goal for every player.
You know, it solidifies your place in Rocket League history.
Moi, je suis personne sans les avoir joués. Je préfère attendre sur le terrain et je m'adapte.
Everyone who plays Rocket League remembers all of the world champions.
Your name is like engraved in history if you win Worlds. Every team's here to win.
I've won a regional, I've won a major, and all I have to do to accomplish everything is winning a Worlds.
It would mean everything.
It's us against the world.
Don't underestimate us. We are coming to win it all.
I want to say good luck, but we're winning this year.
Rocket League fans around the world, welcome to the World Championships, the 11th time we will crown a world champion of our great game. You heard the players say it. This is the strongest Rocket League has ever been. We're excited to see which team gets to hold that trophy during the most competitive era of the game here. I'm Wavepunk. I got Bates. I got Gibbs. I got Cole. Cole, how many world champions are in the building right now?
Ooh, I would go with between coaches, players, the ones that are already here.
Let's just say players. That makes it
players.
Yeah.
Do you know the number? Do you know the answer?
I don't know the number off the top of my head. We've got Zen,
Redosa,
Alpha, and Redosa.
Yep, the three are
the
there.
remaining three.
You got
we just saw Marky Duda. Marky's over there.
Yep.
So that's 4.
We got
Seiko.
Oh, so now we're
Monkey
counting
Moon. Monkey.
You said players only, but
yeah, no, Marky was a player in season 2 when he won the world championship.
I thought you meant. I also thought you meant that as well.
Oh,
okay. I'd say 13.
Torment is here.
13, 14.
13, 14?
Let's go 13, 14.
Let me show. Let's look at our statistician on this.
Yeah, we'll get in the building. Yeah, we need to have a look at the
including the coaches.
Including the coaches who were players when they played.
I think
when
this is
really confusing. Yeah, that's lost me a little high.
That number's a little up there. But,
How you feeling, Bates?
I'm feeling absolutely great. It's an honor to be here once again. The 3rd World Championship I'm a part of, back in Dickey's Arena. And this time I called the run back for a reason. I feel like we're in a simulation. I think it's going to be an absolutely great time here in Fort Worth this time around.
It's going to be a wonderful time, folks. We have had a crazy season of Rocket League up until this point. Back in the beginning of the season, this graphic had a whole bunch of like TBDs and like, oh, what's going to happen? What's going to fill in that gold bar at the bottom up in there when we were at the blue bar part of the season? But now, here we are. the gold bar all filled in. The RLCS 2024 World Championship is right now, September 10th through 15th. The next 6 days, we'll have some of the best Rocket League action you have ever seen. All of it coming to you live from Fort Worth, Texas, in Dickies Arena. Second time we've played in this venue.
And we've had 2 full-year World Championships. Both times Europe has won it. Europe's always been the king of Rocket League, but that London Major, the first time Europe was not in the grand final, so we might be in a new era. We might be changing things up. Maybe Mina, maybe Sam, maybe NA take a world championship here. It's going to be exciting.
Speaking of changing things up, though, we do have reigning world champions that are still here as the same trio, which excites me. And I think we'll get on to talk about Vitality at some point, but they're a little bit under the radar themselves. So because there are so many storylines coming into all this.
Folks, if you want to be at this event, you can get your tickets. You probably saw the link on the screen just a little bit ago, rl.gg/Texas, RLCS Texas, folks. Go get some tickets. There's a few left. You could be in the building if you're in the area. Let's talk about all the teams that have qualified for our event, a world championship in the most literal sense of the word. Teams from all over the globe have come to Fort Worth here to play.
Yes, normally we would have 2 MENA teams, but Team Anything, they couldn't make it. Then none of the other MENA teams could make it either from the entire top 8. So what we did instead was look at what region was the best on LAN. That was Europe over Copenhagen and London. Of course, Copenhagen, Europe had all 4 teams in the top 8. So Oxygen, the 5th team in points in Europe, they got the invite about 2 weeks ago. So they're here, and they're just playing with house money.
What I love as well is the fact that after EU didn't make the grand finals in London, we've massively upped our odds by giving us another team who might be in the same side of the bracket. So if we don't make a finals this time, the region's done. We can fold it.
They are still holding the crown as the kings of Rocket League. All the other regions, though, are going to try and take down all 5 of those teams, see if they can take that title back from their folks. And a lot of money on the line for our players as well. The prize pool continues to be substantial at the World Championship. $300,000 Bates for the #1 team.
$300,000. Wow, that's $100,000 each. Take out a little bit for the Orange, you get about $80,000 maybe. Woo, that's a lot of money. I could use that money right now personally, but I'm not playing. So
I'd take the 12 Bates.
You take
I'd take my third of the 12.
Yeah,
that's the sort of competitor I am. I've made it. I'm happy.
Some bills. I mean, we're good like that. That's a lot of money, boy.
Absolutely. Well, let's talk through how this whole thing's going to work. We had 6 days of competition. We're going to start out with a Swiss bracket and then play a double elimination hybrid type bracket. I'll let Gibbs explain to you guys there when we get there. The Swiss, if you've seen this graphic before, it looks very familiar. You got to win 3 matches before you lose 3 matches to continue on here at the World Championship. But if you qualify through in the 2-1 round there, that round 4, you're going to have to play a tiebreaker against the other 2-1 teams to determine where you sit in our hybrid bracket, Gibbs.
Yes, because the top 4 seeds basically have 2 lives until the top 4. The bottom 4 seeds, they only have 1 life. We've always done Swiss into just a knockout bracket, and we've seen how that falters versus 3-0 teams. Usually one of those 3-0 teams loses in that first round. Felt like maybe that's not the most fair, so now we're going to give them 2 lives in the initial part of that bracket, as we can see here.
Okay.
So they'll have 2 lives until top 4. Then we're back to just normal knockout. So a team that is a top 4 seed, if they lose their first match, they will play a winner from either that 5 and 8, like tiebreaker 5 and 8, to determine who makes it into the top 4. So basically, if you're a top 4 seed, you have 2 matches. You have to win 1 to make top 4. If you're a bottom 4 seed, you have to win both matches to make it to the top 4. And then we're just normal knockout from then on.
And just to be clear, Gibbs, that is just a double elimination bracket. Yeah?
Yes, we kind of like formulated it a little different.
More efficiently.
Sure, yeah, but basically there's an upper bracket and a lower bracket. Again, though, until the top 4. Then everyone has 1 life at that point.
Okay. So, well, if you didn't catch all that, don't worry. We will talk about it in great detail as the tournament moves forward, and especially once we get to that part of the bracket. Now, this is the 3rd major of the season. It means so much for the teams to make it to this point. We pay attention to every competition that happens. These are the pinnacles of Rocket League, are the majors. So let's take a trip down memory lane, take a look at some of the best plays that have happened over the course of this season. This is the top 5 from Copenhagen, Cole.
Yeah, the top 5 from Copenhagen. I mean, I thought Bates was going to talk about this one, but you know what? I'm going to take it right now. We've swapped it all over, and we will start right here with the Atal pinch. No, we won't. That's the
rainbow. That's the rainbow slap.
This is rainbow, slotting it right in. Okay, from here on, I know where we're going. We're going to go over here to Itachi. What's he going to do? He's going to head up. It's not quite a psycho, but it's as good as. Nalpo had no idea. Ahmad was there. Look at Itachi go. It's perfect. Pixel perfect precision. Look at this one. That beautiful ball as well. We'll be seeing plenty of that one here at number 3. it's going to be Daniel. We'll see a lot of this man between this one and the Landon one as well. It's a fake burst. Atomic goes for it. In comes Daniel. He gets the double. Like, how does he
What is that, a micro angle?
And that was such an important goal as well. This one completely changed this series, if I recall. And we're going down there. Perfect timing. Adjusting himself all the way. And now we have First Killer, a man who's really been coming into form recently. Played fantastically at the Esports World Cup. Hopefully, we'll see him performing as highly here at the World Championship, because he is capable of stuff like this. He goes to the ceiling, right? And he already knows what he wants to do. Bounce off the ceiling, flip into the ball, get the flip reset, into the top corner in one movement, getting it past Vatira. See you later, Carmine Corp. And then finally, this was the overtime winner that everyone wants to see again. Carmine Corp at the top of their game. TLK is trying to save it. Ruas can't save it. 2 defenders to get past. And then those are the 2 defenders. Shows how much pace he got on this pinch. See you later.
An incredible, incredible performance, an incredible tournament. That, yeah, congratulations. Good job on yes-anding that, just letting me throw you.
Yeah, I was there, man.
To be clear, in rehearsal, Bates did that part, and then and Cole did the next part. That's
I did mess up number 5, though, because I read it from the top down. Rather. Well, Bates, he gave me his notes, so thank you, Bates, as well. Teamwork all over the
Your
place.
brain was loading up in play number 5. I was supposed to be behind. Well, okay, well, do you want to do London, or do you want to do London? Do you want to try and swap here?
Go on, Bates. You have it, man.
Sure, I'll have London.
People want to hear Bates on the pre-show.
I'm remembering why we didn't have Bates do this one. You'll figure out why quickly here, chat.
Yep. Yeah, we'll figure out quickly as well. Listen, who's going to start us off? LJ, look at the ball presented by Progressive. That's your top 5 musty in the top right corner. LJ had an absolutely phenomenal London Major. We're going to see if he can replicate that performance at the World Championship, just like he did last year in Dusseldorf. He starts us off with the top 5 plays in London right here. And after this, it's going to be all G2 the rest of the way. Daniel pops it out. Who's in the middle? Somebody beast mode pre-jump it for me, please. This is what G2 does to you. They're not playing scrubs. They're playing Furia. And Furia can't stop them. G2 in your net right there. But wait, there's more G2, because you already know it's a G2 top 5, baby. Beast mode. TRK, don't keep it up on 0, because Beast mode, he's got a show. He's got a plan. The NA MVP throws it up to his boy, Lanyo. Lanyo. That's what you're going to be hearing at Dickies Arena soon. Crowd, you better be ready come Friday. Give me number 2, please. Oh, wait, we're not done. More G2, more action. Who is it now? Oh, wait, it's Daniel. Backed out to the corner. Hold on. Give me a second. Let me reset. Oh, wait, let me get another reset. Oh, hold on. Atomic, you got me? You got me? I'm here, baby. In your net every single time. Once again, playing Fever, playing Power. They don't see that OC that often. Don't worry. They better have a good taste of it right there. Daniel to Atomic Fever. You had no chance. Hand down, man down. You know the rules. And number 1 play presented by Progressive. We're going to actually switch it up. We're going to move away from G2. We're going to go to the BDS, the EWC champions, Drawley. Big save, and hold on now. Let me just get a redirect as well. By the way, it doesn't touch the ground. That's a freestyle shot if you don't want to tell me. That's a 10 out of 10. Put it on the board. Drawley, decent shot by Rawaz. I'll take it all the way across, and if BDS can do that, they can end up being the RLCS World Champions. That's what you want to see out of them. That's your top 5 in London, presented by Progressive.
BDS, the reigning major champions as well, coming into the tournament right now, not from RLCS Major, but for contributing all Rocket League tournaments here. Huge contender as we're looking forward to the Dickies Arena Cup.
It's going to be a battle. There's so many teams. We have probably 10 teams, I think, that can win this World Championship, and it's going to come down to top plays like that from G2. The teamwork that we saw in London was phenomenal. That's why they took that, but watch out for teams like BDS, K-Corp that we haven't seen in a while.
Yeah.
We're going to see top plays out of them for sure.
There can be no excuse as well. Everyone gets a chance to play in front of the crowd, so you can't say, oh, they knocked this team out, but it wasn't the real competition, wasn't the crowd there baying over them. Everyone is going to have to deal with it.
Absolutely. Crowd's not in the building just yet. We're going to get through a few rounds of the Swiss here before we invite the crowd here into Dickies. So let's talk about what we're doing today and show you some of the matches that are coming up here. The first round of the Swiss will be played in its entirety here on day 1. These are the matches we will see go down the list. Starting things off there with Limitless and G2. These teams are getting ready on the sidelines right now. End the day, Carmine Corp versus Space Station here, Bates.
And today, Carmine Corp versus Space Station, that's a matchup that I really want to see. I was talking to K-Corp a little bit yesterday. They're feeling good. They're feeling confident. They didn't want to tell me how the scrims are going. They're keeping that in-house. And the SSG on the other side, I think they've had a couple good lands. They're trying to improve right here.
Yeah, but I'm kind of looking at Mates versus an OCE 2 seed. Didn't go too well at EWC. Obviously, different players then.
Where's Jarius?
Yeah, there's no Jarius here, but Gentle Mates are going to be mad. They did not like that result.
What I'd say as well, though, is that as far as day 1s go, this one to me is fairly even. There's a lot of series that I'm looking at that I can see both teams getting a game. often in day ones, you have 3-0s all over the place.
Yep.
I can't see that being the case here. There's some that I'd say will be 3-1, 1 or 2, 3-2. I mean, yeah, you're pointing at Power, Genji. I can see Power getting a game win.
Genji's always a little bit slow to start.
Yep.
Swiss, you know, Power's got something to prove here. You could see an upset there. OG versus Furia as well. That one could go to game 5. We could have a lot of good matches here, Gibbs.
And it's going to be Oxygen as well. It's like Honeymoon Phase 2, right? Because they get to recombine for a team, and they're like, all right, we're just playing with house money. We're just going to come out and have fun. While BDS, they just won EWC. Everyone expects them to be in the grand finals here. But Oxygen is just going to play carefree, so you never know.
Which match are you looking forward to the most?
It's got to be K-Corp Space Station. K-Corp is the big question mark. We haven't seen them forever. I still have them as a top 5 team.
100%.
So, but Space Station with LJ. Like, if LJ pops off again, he can beat anyone. So, it's going to be fun.
It's going to be a great tournament. I'm so excited for the matches we have here today, folks. Let's talk about how good are all these teams, okay? So, yes, if you're your first time watching, you're like, there's 16 teams. I've seen some logos. I understand where some of them are from, but which ones are actually good? Well, we asked some of the most intelligent and analytical brains in the world to power rank all of the teams. Talking about the talent team here you can decide whether you think they're smart.
I thought you were going to say they didn't answer, so then you asked the talent team.
That's true. That's fair. That was a better
That'd be the
joke.
classic joke.
I should have gone with that. Here's the power rankings. The biggest question mark for me on this one, Gibbs, was where are people going to put Carmine Core?
Yes.
Coming here at number 7.
So I want to know where you guys rank them. I had them as 5th. I had them better than Vitality, better than Gen G. I had that same top 4, but I think K-Corp, they're a team that we know can beat anyone. We saw it throughout the first split, but can they put it all together after all that practice time, basically 90 days for them or a plus? I think they can. I think they have a real shot to win this whole tournament.
I was 6th, basically similar, top 7 for me, apart from swapping Gen G and Carmine Corp. I just think that Carmine Corp have got a much higher ceiling than Gen G. Odds are Gen G will perform better, but it's a world championship. This is the occasion where these teams will play their best Rocket League, but they are certainly the biggest question.
I don't know, man. I had them at 8th. At this point, I'm like, they were one of my favorites to win the whole thing at the beginning of the season.
They'll be all right.
They are here, but like it's at the same time, like it's the losing in the last split. It just can't count for nothing at this point. Where'd you have them, Bates?
I had them at about 5th, 6th, somewhere in that range. I just think they're a really talented team. I honestly think they're probably the second, third most talented team at the tournament. They just got to perform when it matters.
But my question is, I think we all had G2 number 1.
Yeah, number 1.
But they weren't ranked 1. It was 1.6.
They were 1.6?
So I get to see all the results, and one caster had them 5th. Not even like 2nd or 3rd. 5th. And you know who that was?
Who?
Leaf.
Oh.
Leaf.
You know, I could have just guessed.
Oh, boy. This is not going to be fun for me, is it?
Why is it always you, Leaf?
Leaf, why? Leaf, what's... Explain yourself.
This isn't going to be a long segment, I'm sure. I genuinely, I think I had Falcons number 1.
Okay.
I still believe in them.
Sure.
And honestly, when I saw Falcons Gentlemates play at the London Major, I thought they just looked like better teams. And I honestly think that playstyle wins. And the Falcons,
I'll bet you
I think,
won.
I'm not looking him in the eyes yet for a reason.
When you saw, let me get this right. When you saw Falcons lose to G2 in the London Major.
Okay. So to be fair, I feel like Bates has made an argument like this before for a losing team, but I think their play style is a better play style, and I think that wins here if their mental gets better.
I just woke up. Is he done yet? Is he done yet? Did he say anything? Did he say anything of substance?
Just go do player interviews.
No, nothing of substance.
I really think it's I think that mental's on. Falcons
we
are
move on. You're done.
through the whole way through.
Bye,
G2's not.
Bye, buddy.
We appreciate it, Leaf. An absolutely infernal take from Leaf X
To be
on
fair,
that
we brought
one.
him on here to mock him, and he did well there. So well done.
He did a good
but
job.
We should have mocked him up.
He did an excellent. Well, we'll see. And hey, maybe he'll prove us right there. Falcons clearly at number 2 there. Did any of us not have Falcons at number 2?
I had him at 2.
I had 2 as well.
Well, you had 3
I had
teams.
3 teams at number 2, I think, though.
That's not how it works.
That's just downright cheating. That doesn't work. All right. Well, folks, we talked about it a little bit earlier. There have been other very important tournaments going down across the Rocket League space. We've got Leaf and Mr. Stumpy standing by. How you guys doing?
We're doing wonderful. Stumpy, how are you doing?
Very well. I'm having a great day. Yeah.
You didn't have to get reamed out by them.
I know. Yeah, I saw you walk over there and just get told off like a naughty kid.
They didn't even give me a
I got to stand
chance.
over here and just chill. It was lovely.
Honestly, it's fair. There are so many teams that can win, to be honest here, but we're to talk about some of those storylines coming into this because there were some gameplay coming up. EWC happened just before this.
Yep.
And we saw some incredible storylines. First off, I want to touch on, of course, was one of the teams I mentioned. Gentlemates having, honestly, a bit of trouble, which might go against my argument earlier.
Yeah, Gentlemates, I think it was partially them having a lot of trouble losing to an OCE team, but also, like, Jorias, my word, like, put in the performance of a lifetime, managed to elevate Hunter and Kaka up to that same level as well. You cannot go through Gentlemates twice, by the way, without having two solid teammates next to
Right.
you.
I think that was the big important thing is they did it twice. It wasn't just a fluke, as some might call it. They did this twice. Gentlemates had a bit of a problem here facing off, not just against Jorius, as you said, Hunter and Kaka.
MVP Jorius.
Phenomenal. Yeah, he got the MVP at the end, and again, you can argue against that because the other two were playing so well.
Yeah.
But Falcons, I was mentioning them just a moment before here, up against BDS, again, they fall short.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Falcons, they have now, or rather, Mina has made 4 grand finals across all of our competitions, and they have lost all of them. They've not yet taken home a first international trophy. Is Worlds going to be the one for them? I don't know. Competition's harder. G2, which, by the way, they are not 5th power ranked. They are number 1 power ranked, Leaf. Thank you very much. They've now got Beast Mode back. Can they go through that team? I don't know. But BDS, a huge contender.
Well, that's the thing is, and that's why I kind of like didn't really think too much about it, that I had them as 5th.
Yeah.
Because I genuinely think there's like 5 to 6 teams here that could take the title, especially after what we've seen here.
They won the major. Beast Mode's the best player in the world.
Sure, but it's been how long since then?
It has. I do think
And they had the sub mix-up in there at EWC with Naz.
They did, but they still did a very good job. I think when you look at the teams, I put BDS as one of the favorites. Falcons as a favorite, at least for second, minimum. Give them that silver medal
Again,
trophy.
they're mental. They're taking this.
Yeah, they're mental. I think you've also got to have, Vitality with a potential shout. Oxygen, can they do a weird run through? I
That
hope
would
so.
be incredible.
I hope so.
Anyways, enough of us yapping. Let's get to the others on the other side.
In Leaf's defense as well, power rankings aren't about results. They're about feelings. And Leaf feels like there's 4 teams better than G2. And we can't tell him he's wrong for feeling that.
I can say he has weird feelings.
I can say he's wrong for
I'm sure chat is as well. I can't see chat. I'm sure they're also telling him.
I'm sure Chad agrees with me. They're like, he's our favorite. This desk is crazy. Folks, we've got a full schedule of matches coming down the pipe for you guys, and we're going to speed things up here a little bit. If you're used to watching our show, you're always in chat saying, just get into game. Well, we're going to do that a little bit for you here. We're going to do basically 2 matches back-to-back all day. So you're going to hear from us. We're going to talk about Falcons and Gladiators and Limitless versus G2. And then you're going to watch Limitless play G2, and then you're going to watch Falcons, and then you're going to hear from us again. So let's talk about these 2 matches quickly here. Let's talk about the Falcons and Gladiators. Thoughts on that match here, Gibbs?
I feel like Falcons are the number 1 offense in this entire tournament. I'm putting the over-under 13 goals. Are you going over or under in that match? I'm going over.
Match? Over.
I'm going over.
I'm going under.
All right. I mean,
over in 3 games is a lot.
It's very likely
I'd go under as well.
I think one of those games they're putting up a crooked number, like 7 or 8.
Yes.
So I think
chill out.
Falcons, they should win that. It should be pretty comfortable. Same with G2 Limitless, but we'll talk about that.
Yeah, but for the first time ever, there's no alternate stream for me to send you to. Just stay right here, folks. You'll get to watch that match in very quick succession. Don't worry about it. So let's get into today's first match here that we're going to be talking about and covering to kick off the RLCS World Championship for 2024. Limitless from Sub-Saharan Africa taking on the number 1 team in the tournament, the favorites from North America, G2.
It's going to have to be a huge performance here for Limitless if they are to get anything on the board against G2. I mean, G2 are overall the favorite team here, but Limitless have been improving. We saw in Riyadh, we saw that they are getting goals against their opponents, which doesn't sound like much of an achievement, but this is a team that, they can only play international tournaments a couple of times a year.
Yeah.
First option, get your first goal. They've long since done that. Next is getting that game. Are they capable, Gibbs? They're probably not here realistically, but in general, are they good enough to get a game at a World Championship?
It's 3 words: to die for. That's all it comes down to. The 3-time SSA MVP. If he pops off and you take G2 in 1 5-minute game, why not 3, right?
Yeah.
That's how they have to look at it. Take G2 down once, they're vulnerable. Then you worry about game 2, then you worry about game 3. Take it 1 game at a time.
And Bates, if there's ever a team that G2 might sleep on, I feel like it's this one.
Yeah, they might sleep on them. They might just be overlooking them. They might be looking towards round number 2. Who are you playing round number 2? Is it going to be Carmine, SSG? Who's going to go 3-2? Which go 3-0? G2 might be doing that, but... And if they end up doing it, it might come back to bite them. It might not. But I'll tell you this Limitless squad, this is the time where you can't say they came from SSA and didn't play anybody. You had a couple European teams, European players come over and play in SSA. They've been getting that work in Limitless. They haven't just dominated the region this time around. Yeah. They were losing to Mobula. They were having to contest and have a scrappy series. They should be ready to play against the best.
I talked to Die For a little bit earlier, and they've gotten wins against SSA, they've gotten wins against APAC. in majors before. He still feels like they still had that first win for Sub-Saharan Africa still on the table. They're still looking for that, and this match would mean so much to them, I think.
Well, the win against the APAC was, of course, with a sub as well, and they will be more aware of that than anyone else.
Yes.
They want a win without an asterisk.
Without an asterisk at all.
Anyone, and they're working towards it.
Well, there's no team with less of an asterisk than the team across the pitch from them here. G2, they have yet to miss a grand finals this season, an unprecedented run in Rocket League history. They're looking to continue it here at the World Championship.
They are the #1 defense of all North American online regionals, and their defense was even better across the 2 majors. They are the best defense in the world. They hold team scoreless more than anyone in this entire tournament. So Limitless, again, we talk about they have to score goals, or they have been scoring goals. It's going to be very difficult against this G2 squad.
This is the first time that this G2 squad, as this current iteration, is going to be able to play in front of NA crowd as well. This first time they played at NA LAN all together. You heard Daniel talk about it in the intro video when we got into it, and just seeing Daniel's confidence, and one, he's doing way more interviews. You see him in that little, he's popping his boys, and let's go. They've been getting more confident. They know who they are. They know what they were built to do, and it starts right here against the Limitless squad.
And not only that, it was over a year since Boston when we were there. None of these players were there. None of them qualified for Boston. So it's been a very long time for them to play in front of a North American crowd. That is what they are waiting for on Friday, but they have to get the job done today.
And Beast Mode, their best player, I would say, has obviously had a little bit of time away from the scene. Of G2 went to Saudi Arabia without him there, and they performed very well considering their star man wasn't there. Shows how strong the other 2 G2 players are, in case anyone needed confirmation. But I think that Atomic here, I mean, he is back in Fort Worth. He'll have some memories that he'll want to exhume here, Bates.
He sure will. Like I said, it's the run back. Massimo, he wants to make it all the way to the grand finals, and this time lift the trophy and not watch another team win it. G2, they have 2 of the 3 NA MVPs over the past 3 seasons. Atomic back 21-22. Beast Mode this season right here. They're looking very, very good, and I know there's Coach Safju Popovich in the background. They're going to be ready to play. I'm very excited to watch them get.
I mean, and G2 is they are one of the most legacy teams in the history of Rocket League, but they also have this weird, unfortunate curse of being, I believe, the only organization to play for the World Championship twice without having won it one of those times. So this is the beginning of a very important mountain that they're going to start climbing.
But they are reigning major champions. That doesn't happen often for North American teams. Obviously, G2 back in the winter 2 years ago, but now's the time. They have the target on their back. Everyone is trying to beat them. They have all the pressure. They are going to be the team that's going to be on the offensive side more than anyone else. They play so good on the offensive side of the ball. Watch for Daniel playing that midfield defender. When he is not doing that, he's the one who will get space and go for one of those top 5 plays and get the goal. So G2, as long as Daniel's a good closer throughout this tournament, they should win this whole thing.
I mean, we saw in the top 5s earlier on, we saw plenty of G2, all 3 of their players involved. And I've got a feeling that in this series, I'm not going to say it's going to be a huge blowout every single game, but I've got a feeling that 1 or 2 of the goals we see will be more than worthy of top 5s going forward. These potentially could be goals that we will remember of, wow, G2 did this. They made their stamp. They will be wanting to make a statement in a series that everyone's expecting them to win, but to completely dominate and just be completely free here at Worlds is something different.
And this will be the first series where we're going to see the new demo camera change actually in action. Yes, that might make a little bit of a difference here. We'll see how comfortable.
Comma's been nerfed.
We get to talk about patch notes on an RLCS analyst desk for the first time ever. Yeah, there's a new mechanic.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how these teams have adapted. They've only had about a week to scrim with it, and I do think that for Limitless to have a chance against a G2 squad that probably beats them mechanically, speed-wise, experience, etc., is to really muck up the game, make it awkward for G2, take their boosts, hit them, make Daniel have to think about what he wants to do in defense just a little bit to give yourself a chance. And maybe the demo camera and just the demo changes in general might just mess up G2's flow.
We can talk about G2 all day long, though. I mean, because this is a series that we fully expect these guys to win comfortably. What to you guys would be a win for Limitless? What's par for them that they're trying to achieve?
I think they have to get a game, right? Because it's going to matter going into Swiss round 2. Well, they need to, just because that's all that matters. Okay, we score 3 or 4 goals against G2, but if we get 3-0'd, we're still the bottom seed going into round 2. And they're really looking at that round 3. They want to get a good round 3 matchup in that 0-2 round probably, so then they can try and catapult off that win and move through round 4 and maybe even a round 5 miracle run.
And this is the 3rd World Championship for SSA. At this point, you heard, we were talking about earlier that they want the win without an asterisk. They're not thinking, about what is a win that's not actually a W. Oh, if we get one game, what if we take them to overtime 3 games in a row? Would that be a win? Like, I think at this point they're tired of the asterisks. They just want to win. Sure, G2 is going to be they're going to have at least 2 more chances against teams that are not G2, and that's great. But they don't want it. They would love to get it here.
Okay, it makes sense to me. I would love to see Limitless come out and just try and match G2.
I want to compete, man.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to just compete. I want to compete the best of their abilities. Like you said, Wave, it's year number 3 for you now. You've had a couple lands underneath your belt now. You've had the opportunity to play against the best. You have to be able to compete. You might not be able to get the NAQs and QNA rank, the EU rank without having bad ping, but you have the experience. You can go in the training. You can work on your speed. You know what it takes to compete at the highest level. Compete. Give it your all and make it a series. Make your region proud.
I think it's a really good point that doesn't get brought up enough, that like just how much more these guys, the boys on Limitless, are playing on hard mode. Just how much more difficult it is for them to get to this stage. They have so many fewer resources
and how long they had to
available.
wait for, you look at someone like Snowy as well, who
had to wait a while.
was part of Rocket League from, I don't know if it was 2015, 2016, but many years before SSA were even talked about being included in the RLCS. And he traveled over. I remember him being at the NEC in Birmingham for an Insomnia event. He traveled over just to try and sort of bring his region up as much as he could. It's a massive story, and now he's here, and they are here. And you're right. Perhaps it's time to truly go toe-to-toe, not necessarily with G2, but against other teams going forward in this event.
But they've had the most practice they might have ever had. They showed up for EWC, then they flew out here right after. So about a month of great competition to get them better and better throughout this month. They've probably doubled in skill from this month alone. Now they just got to show it on the field, and they're going to have that practice. They know what they want to do. But again, it's G2. We're talking about the #1 team in the world, so it's very, very tall.
This is one of those series where, I mean, if you want to get the win, the game 1 is just so important. Like, if you let G2 get at all comfortable, there's no one, the best teams in the world can't beat a comfortable G2. So Limitless they have to come out strong right out the gates.
It's just the underdog story, right? Of you take it one game at a time, but you take it one goal at a time. You got to figure out if G2's vulnerable. If you get that 1-0 lead, all right, guys, we just have to replicate this. We just have to keep doing the same thing over and over. And again, that is very tough to do versus a G2, but that's how you have to think of it. When you're such a big underdog, you got to take the small wins. And they just have to pile up over time, and that's really your only chance.
I believe as well that they have to go into this one and say, look, there's every chance in game 1 we will be outclassed, outpaced. That, to me, should be not part of the plan to do so, but have an acceptance that may well happen. And then you go into game 2 fresh. Like, oh, we knew that would happen. We've learned this. Game 2, let's go again. And if the same thing happens in game 2, game 3, let's go again. If they go into game 3, they've lost 5-0 the first couple of games, and they think, oh, just get us out of here, then they're wasting their opportunity to learn, and they've got no chance in game 3. It just gets worse.
And there's no tactical timeouts, though, either, because we're doing best of 5s here, not best of 7 like old World Championships. So they'll have to adapt very, very quickly.
Okay, well, the players are getting ready. Chad, if you haven't already gotten your vote in, hashtag G2, hashtag LMT if you want to go for Limitless there in the progressive fan vote. We will make our predictions up here on the desk as well to kick off the World Championship, kick off the predictions. Cole, the first prediction of RLCS 2024.
I think it'll be a correct one. I will go with G2. Let's see if I can get 100%,
Okay.
1 out of 1.
Bold.
A very bold prediction from me.
G2, they're the #1 defense. I think they will give up more goals than you expect, because I feel like that's where they've been trending. They're trying to figure out more on the offensive side of the ball than the defensive side. So their defensive numbers, while great, they have been dwindling a little bit. So I'm going to give Limitless at least 3 goals here. I think they are going to put up some offense versus G2, but G2 should win this comfortably. They should win 3-0 as well.
I mean, it's G2 3-0. It's G2 3-0, but I will say that this Limitless squad, all the way back in Copenhagen, it felt like 2 years ago, they went up against LG and OG, some NA teams, and they kept it kind of close against them. Went overtime against OG, had a 3-1 game, 2-1 game, but they against LG. They can compete, and that was a long time ago, pre-EWC, pre all the lands they've been at.
Pre-Mobular as well coming over. And
exactly, and really trying to get that grind going with them. So I think Limitless can compete. I'm expecting to compete, but the best team in the world wins this time around.
You have to predict G2 if you're putting your money on the line here, folks, but I'm going to go with G2 as well. The coin has 0 money on the line. How does it go?
It is money. It's a coin.
On one side. It's right. It literally is the money. Let's see how it goes. Does it go with the underdog? It does not. Even the coin goes with G2 on this one, folks.
Chat might.
So chat might. We'll see. We know there's an SSA watch party at home.
Might.
They're rooting for him here. We've talked a lot about what this match means for Limitless, for G2 in this situation. It's the start of your tournament. Is there anything extra to be gained? Is there like, what is the value of winning here?
So I talked to them on the bus, and I was like, do you like the early game? They're like, no, but because we're playing Limitless, that's okay. Then we'll get an early day. I think they just want to get through today, 3-0. They get to go home early, figure out tomorrow, hope for a late game because they don't like waking up early, so we'll see how that goes. But G2, just get the job done. That's really all it is.
Okay, well, we'll see if they're able to get it done here, chat, as the players are still getting ready out there. I do think it is we've been talking about the story of G2 and how crazy their run is at this point. I mean, it is unprecedented to see a team not miss a grand finals they were eligible for in an RLCS season. It's even more incredible that the two major grand finals they made were in the alternate region, were across the pond. They had to do this with jet lag, and now they're here playing on home soil. This will genuinely be if they can just make it to grand finals again. This will be a crazy story, especially if they win that grand finals.
Feels like season 9 all over again. That got cut short because of COVID. Everyone's like, G2 would have won that tournament. They would have won Worlds, and that didn't happen. So here's the chance. This is the one. They're the #1 team.
That's what we
here.
said.
They need to win it.
That's what we said. Whatever that was, 21-22. Said it got cut out, and then they're gonna come here and win, and then it lost.
Then they lost.
G2 has had a chance to win the World Championship twice. They would love a third chance and to finally close out the deal here. 84% believe in G2. 16% still have faith that Limitless can find a way to create a crazy upset to kick off the World Championship for 2024. Let's get into it, folks. It is time for 6 days of intense Rocket League action. A trophy awaits at the end, and we got to kick it off with a battle in the blue. Limitless on one side, G2 on the other. Get up and get loud. It's game day.
The wait is over. Johnny boy, we are ready to go for game number 1 of the RLCS World Championship.
This is it, and the tournament favorites G2 looking to start off strong against the massive underdogs Limitless.
Here we go. Game number 1, Manfield Night, brought to you by Progressive. What can Limitless bring to the table? Are our G2 going to rock and roll and try and set the pace for what they hope to be a third run at a World Championship?
Oh, I'll tell you what, not bad start from Limitless, looking mechanical with the flip resets. G2 do have plenty of defenders back. That's something we always expect to see from G2. Follow-up challenges, something they're extremely good at. Like Gibbs mentioned, they're the #1 defense in the world. Limitless are starting off on the offensive end. They're going to test that.
The question for me when it comes to Limitless is how brave are they willing to be? That first player going, yes, they can go and be mechanical. He can do whatever he wants. That next player up, that is where the decisions will have to be made in this series. We already see Snowy. He's got 0 boost, so this shouldn't trouble Beast Mode. It's not all too much. Atomic locks it back down. Beast Mode takes over. Beast Mode in field to Atomic, and to die for keeps it out. Beast Mode will go for a second, and he has turned it in. 1-0.
That looked like a great save to force one extra shot from G2, but so often there is one extra shot. Sweaty looks like he thought that was going to bounce up and maybe stay closer to the back wall. He committed to the back wall there to try and defend. It didn't do that. It kicked back out towards Beast Mode, and G2 do slot those.
Limitless will have to pull out something very special indeed if they are going to get past this defense. 2 players committed. Sweaty can't afford to make any mistakes. He does not. Demo as well. Lovely cut of rotation, though, from Atomic. Recognized the danger, covered it incredibly. Daniel clears long, and Sweaty just has to cut across.
Oh, that's a tough touch. He's actually lost control there, Sweaty, but it didn't go too badly for Limitless. You've got to be so careful trying to bring the ball down like that. It can go immediately wrong if you don't get it right. I'm sure all of you watching know how that feels. I do. I definitely do. I'm thinking, I'll just control this. Oh, no, I've lost it. I've lost control, haven't I? It's gone.
Probably not too much of that later on this week, Johnny boy. A lot of people are looking forward to seeing what exactly you can do on the field.
Don't even worry about it, Shogun. I'm not going to attempt anything as tricky as that. It's going to be simple.
The place is well known.
Just going to be simple as you like. Beast Mode, not enough time there to get the shot on target. That's a nice touch middle by Daniel. Limitless are holding their own quite well, though, here. The 1 goal G2 did score. Limitless put up some resistance, and Limitless have been looking a little bit threatening. Beautiful ceiling challenge there by Snowy. But G2 are playing this one extremely disciplined. They're not just sending the house on every attack. They're keeping the rotation nice and tight. you know, showing the respect to Limitless and making sure that they get the job done with as many clean sheets as possible. Gibbs did mention he thinks Limitless will score 3 or more goals. I mean, we've had half a game, so we're kind of cheating here, but what do you think the real number is going to be, Shogun?
I'll say 2.
Okay.
I'm going to be somewhat harsh.
I kind of agree with you, honestly. I think, yeah, 2 is a good shot. I'm going to say G2 clean sheet this game. I think they're going to just close it out.
Yeah, I think they both come in the 3rd game. That's where
that's
I'm
a good shout.
thinking it's going to happen. If they are going to do it, though, I think Limitless are going to find a little bit more success. They are using the first man to sort of go for a bit of a play and then immediately send them for demos. Just haven't found success yet with the physical gameplay. Ooh. But if they can, might force G2 to panic. That first touch, though, from Sweaty, that's really let him down.
Yeah, he got back to it really well, though. This is good for Limitless. Snowy now with a chance to get something started. That's a dangerous bounce off the back corner. Demo as well, but G2 always have that extra player back, and it's a counter-attack from G2. 2-0. Limitless overstepped the mark.
G2 just looking so fluid at the moment. Beast Mode already waiting for it, knew exactly where the pass was going to be, and there is the stat padding. Didn't exactly need to be secured, but Daniel will take it.
Well, Limitless have looked competitive so far, but, you know, that's not what they want to be hearing from us. They want to hear, you know, how impressive their goals were and how impressive it is that they're leading, not trailing by a respectable margin. You know, these guys do take it extremely seriously, boot camping before events, just like all of the best teams in the world do. The one thing I have been impressed from Limitless so far is their boost management. They've not been boost starved. They've really been keeping their boost in healthy totals. That's extremely difficult against G2. We see G2 regionally very often boost starving some of the best teams in North America, just swarming them and just making them play on 12 to 0 boost, even 20-ish as a max for a long time. Haven't really seen that problem for Limitless in this game.
No, my only issue I got right now with Limitless is every single play is an air dribble. It can work, but it can't be every single thing, because G2 are going to be perfectly fine with that, and you would often say second man up will be the better positioned.
Yeah, it's what you do after that. That's really where Limitless have to be first to that next ball, because you're going to assume that most of your air dribbles are getting challenged successfully by G2, so you need a follow-up.
Surely somebody, there you go.
On here. Yeah, G2, demo, goal for 3-0. And game 1 is going exactly according to plan for them. We've mentioned a few times, game differential does, of course, matter in the Swiss format. So they're trying to win 3-0 here. 3-1 and 3-2 could give G2 more difficult matches further on in the tournament. Limitless looking to pick up as many games as possible here. It doesn't really, you know, it's not only the main objective, of course, to win the series, but secondary objective, get some game.
Especially for people joining us for their first ever RLCS event, maybe have not seen how Swiss works before. Limitless are not out, they're not even close to out if they do lose this series. Same for G2, not even that close to getting through to top 8. There is a long process to get through.
Oh, shot.
This is feeling longer and longer for Limitless. But for Limitless, as you mentioned, getting a game is the big priority here, because I do believe they are coming into this as the lowest seed since they are playing against G2. If they can take at least one win, they would then go above any team in this first round that loses 0-3.
Yeah, so Limitless, if they get swept in this round against G2, will face the best performing team who also lost in round 1. And most of us are expecting that to be one of the teams from the Space Station KC match. That's probably the match of this round. At least the most up in the air. Nobody really knows who's going to win that, with KC being out of the LAN scene for a while now. Space Station looking impressive. We've also got matchups like Oxygen versus BDS. Oxygen might be coming in here carefree, no pressure this time around. Looks like G2 are going to farm a little bit more statistics, so Daniel making it 5-0. For the early part of this series, though, early part of this game, I should say, it was quite an impressive stand by Limitless, who are causing G2 a couple of problems with their air dribbles. But once G2 realized that that's all that's coming their way, they were able to comfortably win game 1, stifling a lot of attacks, getting counter-attacks started. Now Limitless got to bounce back.
Once Limitless didn't really find much success with those air dribbles in the opening 2 minutes, they did need to change things up. I'm hoping that we will see some of that heading into game number 2. But for G2, I mean, Saf, you'll be more than happy. That is exactly how we'd dreamt this tournament started.
CJ's going to be happy as well. Daniel's got a lot of goals there, so that's going to be good for his.
Have you got any players in this one?
For his fantasy team. I don't have any. No, I don't have any players in this matchup. I've got Joyo, Archie, and Kalir personally. How about you?
Wow. I've got Zen, Juicy, and Super Lucky. So okay, I'm pretty happy with what I got.
We'll have to keep a close eye on that.
Operation Not Last. Going yet again.
Yeah, I mean that's really the ultimate goal. Limitless looking good early there. Will they be able to keep their mental though? Because it is still devastating to lose 5-0. That, it doesn't matter how good you look at the start of the game. You look at the end game scoreboard. Oh, we lost 5-0.
Yeah.
So pretty tough on the mental.
Do want to see just something new in this next game. You've got part of it looking great, but you need another 3 or 4 different ways to score if you are going to try and put G2 into any sort of pressure.
I'll tell you what I want to see. So right now, what Limitless are doing, they're air dribbling the ball. Like I said, they, anytime they get a chance to on a bouncing ball, air dribble. And then they mainly get a mid-air 50-50 or one outplay followed by G2 getting the ball with their second challenge for free. I just want to see Limitless drive into the ball and low 50 it. Just complete ground game. Let's just switch it up. We've gone aerial game last game. Let's just go ground game. G2 might even pre-jump nothing. And just low 50. Try and low 50 it back to your teammate. Try and go for a low 50 over a high challenge. I think that could be a really efficient way to get the same thing. Oh, what save? Hold on a second. Where did tedyfar come from? That looked like it's going to be another G2 1-0. It might still be. It will. Daniel again on the scorecard. But these saves from tedyfar are impressive.
It seems to have been part of the identity of every single G2 squad that we've ever seen, just how free-flowing they are. Once they get offensive pressure, the next player up, the next player up, the next player up. They have never struggled to maintain that possession.
In a matchup like this, I think G2, they can game plan to just give each other space on the pitch. They know that they are not going to need to race into the ball against a team like, let's say, Falcons, who play very closely together on the pitch, and you need your second challenge to come in immediately. Otherwise, it maybe won't arrive in time. Versus Limitless, who are not quite as quick. You don't need to do that. You could just spread out, cover more areas of the pitch, and that's much easier to play with. It's a good thing to try if you and your teammates online are struggling. Just spread out more. It's much easier to play with each other if you're spreading out more. The only problem is it's also easier to play against. So G2 are not too worried about that. I think they're just trying to make it easy for themselves, not really concerned about how Limitless are feeling on the pitch.
Good infield pass, but G2, their rotation at the moment is just leave somebody on the opposite side of the field, let everyone else just cover it. Now Atomic pops the ball up, goes over. Snowy's got him covered. Snowy's taking a bit of time here, and this is where Limitless need to have a little bit more to them because that third man had to stop in the middle of the field, and that just makes the demo so easy.
Oh, nice back pass by Atomic, beast mode. Bringing it down. I'm going to talk about Limitless maybe being the team who want to use the ground game a bit more. Beast mode there opted for it on a play that he could have taken into the air. That just shows, as a third man in the position, Beast Mode's just taking no risks. They don't have to take risks. They are by far the stronger team in this matchup. They're, the power rank #1 team in the tournament.
I'm very curious. It was 1.6 for G2. Yeah, and it wasn't either of us that didn't put them first.
Good point. Who did that? We need to find out. We need to investigate who didn't power rank G2 #1.
Punk, I know you're listening back there. You know who that was. You can check up on it as G2 make it 2-0. Looking comfortable.
That's a good finish. I mean, Snowy knocked that into the back corner, making it difficult for Daniel to just get it on target with one touch, but no problem. Daniel just pops it in front of the net to himself. Little center ball to himself, gets yet another goal. Daniel is absolutely farming for CJ's fantasy team.
Did CJ win last time? Who won last time?
No, I don't think so. Did he?
CJ just seems to always win these things.
I don't think he won the fantasy though. Surely not.
Hope not. So you come back out. Gibson's saying that they could probably get free. Right now, it's looking quite far away. Atomic zero boost just couldn't quite find the wave dash to get him close enough. Limitless are very often being caught with nobody back, but you're 2-0 down. 3-0, it makes very little difference at this point. You've got to go.
I think that if this keeps going the way it could, 2 goals is a decent guess because G2 might let loose a little bit, concede a couple and win something like 5-2, 6-2 in Game 3 to sweep this. That is the way this looks like it's heading. I know a lot of you are thinking, wait, you guys are the commentators. Aren't you supposed to tell us both teams have a chance? Well, maybe that's a matter of opinion, but I'm going to be honest. I don't think Limitless, with the way that this series is going, are going to win a game.
It did peak like very early. The opening 2 minutes looked very good. They looked very well structured.
Yeah, there were definitely some good aspects.
They're trying to match G2's pace. It seems like that's the decision that they've made for the adjustment. I don't think it was the right decision. They can't match G2's pace. They've just got to sort of soak up the pressure and find the counter-attacking opportunity, as difficult as that is, and as much as you don't want to.
I would have loved to see a low 50 there from Sweaty. He's trying to flick it over one, but think about it. What's going to happen? Well, okay, maybe you flick it past the first player, but now the second G2 player is going to have it. They're all back. I just want to see a low 50 in that position, keep the ball, in a position that your follow-up players can actually drive onto. Because if you flick it past, I mean, now your teammates are playing catch-up, and the opponents are the players who are actually closer to them.
Oh, Atomic, can he do it? Oh my! Well, Sweaty will not allow us to see the answer to that question. But G2 playing some phenomenal Rocket League.
Just clean. I mean, this is just textbook. They're keeping everybody back. They're helping each other out in defense. They're following up on each other's challenges. And they are never overextending with zero boost. You'll notice that anytime G2 are committing heavily, well, you know, at least rarely, they are going to try to keep a little bit of boost in the tank to recover quickly. Look at Daniel there, landed on the back wall with about 20. That's going to help him rotate right back into defense and help out his team. He actually did just get demoed, so he's not going to help her. Not going to help anyone in that play. But yeah, G2 just not taking any risks. This is exactly how they should play this matchup. And it's what you come to expect from a team who have been so effective online or on LAN this season.
I certainly know where they want to be trying to block. Limitless.
Low 50.
Get one by the end of this. No, again, trying for the outplay.
I just want to see that low 50.
It would like
mid,
see what?
Little pinch mid pass. Oh, Snowy off the crossbars. Nearly a follow-up out of nowhere. Well, you know, credit to them. I didn't think it was going to amount to anything, but it almost did. If they had got a goal there, that would have been a relevant goal as well, but it looks like G2 are on the road to another clean sheet.
I'm just saying, we do have the Falcons just out the corner of my eye warming up. Oh, they have got it! Well, there's one!
G2 in shambles. What a pass by Sweaty to die for pre-jump.
That is disgusting.
He just slotted it past you with a pre-jump. What a goal by Limitless. Now they need a kickoff strat to go their way. Only 2 seconds means they probably have to hit it. Fakes are not going to be effective in this scenario. Yeah, they've tried a point-blank range fake with a close streak behind it. It's worked. They're into the air. This is a real chance. Another pre-jump. Will it work? No. Limitless trying their best. That's a great effort, honestly, to get a chance with only 2 seconds remaining on the clock. But G2, hold on.
That got very exciting towards the end, didn't it?
That came out of nowhere. It looked like we're headed towards another clean sheet. Sweaty.
I thought they had it covered.
Mid-pass to die for a pre-jump. Who had that on their bingo card?
Well, they found something that works. So I'm expecting more pre-jumps in the next one. Just a bit of a warning here. We are going to be a little bit of a second before we head into game number 3, just so you're not shocked by that one.
I'm shocked.
I mean, you can hear at the same producer I can hear.
Still
Johnny.
shocked.
Okay.
Shocked at you, Shogun. Daniel, top scorer.
How dare I?
He's scored twice. Yeah, like we keep saying, CJ is having a great day at the Fantasy League.
Are you happy for him?
Yeah, why not? Oh, what a save.
You're only saying that until Saturday.
A real save by Tedifer. He had a great save in game 1 as well. I mean, that was nearly a save as well by Sweaty. I think he got outplayed by the crossbar, in fact. Might have flipped with his wheels halfway off. But honestly, so far, this level that Limitless are showing looks like it will be enough to give some of the other teams in this tournament a real challenge. You know, if they run into to Apex Gladiators, I would expect that to be a real series. Pioneers as well. That's a very interesting series looking at how they're playing right now. And even some of the, if anyone else is underperforming, we've seen it a couple of times. OG haven't been the strongest LAN performers. You know, if they have a bad day, Limitless play like they did at the start of game 1, end of game 2, then that's going overtime. That's maybe a game for Limitless. And now, how are OG going to respond to someone else in that situation? I think G2 are just a little bit out of reach though. They're just a bit too clean, a bit too synergistic on the pitch, and yeah, they just know that, don't they? They're also supremely confident right now.
But it is all about either this series or the next one. Get at least a win. The reason why I say that is because we have sort of grouped up 3 teams that we're kind of expecting to be there. You know, you're looking towards Pioneers, Gladiators, and of course Limitless.
Yeah.
But here's the problem. There's always one team that we don't expect.
Yeah.
So you need a win somewhere.
Yeah, if Limitless go to that 0-2 round without winning a game, they will be the lowest seed in that 0-2 round, meaning that they would play against the best performing team in the 0-2 round, which could be, like you said, just one of the teams expected to be contending for top 8, who just randomly ends up in there with a bad round 2 Swiss draw. So one game is massive. It might sound like we're just trying to make try and invent a reason for you to care about this match that's obviously G2 favored, but it really is huge. If they can get one game, suddenly they're putting the pressure on Gladiators, Pioneers, all those other teams who are expecting to get an easier 0-2 match if that's the road they go down. I'm liking what I'm seeing from them in person, by the way. I'm not like a body language expert or anything, but this is good vibes from Limitless. They did finish off game 2.
That's maybe shouldn't really be chewing your nails. That's a bad habit.
Is he nervous, you reckon? Just a little just a little nibble. It looks like he had most of the nail there. You know, some people are trimming the nails like all the way down at the end, like in tatters. But yeah, it looked like he had a full nail there in place.
Yeah, that's at least a good start.
We've got Darth Daniel today.
He's been learning from Cooks there, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's looking very serious. Honestly, like if you didn't know anything about Rocket League, if you just showed the face cams right now, the players, you say, ask somebody who's winning, they'd probably guess Limitless. They're all smiles, which is good to see because they've got to be honest with themselves. They're expected to lose this match with a 3-0. So if they could put up any resistance at all, that's already great. That's good for their tournament trajectory.
And that's obviously G2 have been the better squad. We are expecting them to be the better squad going into game 3. But anyone that knows their Rocket League history knows for a fact that game 3 can sometimes go a little bit wild, especially when one team is very, very comfortable. All we have to do is look back all the way to Boston. Vitality are the ones that got stung and lost. I believe one of the OT. How are they playing in that one? Or is memory going to elude both of us?
It was probably, well, the only loss Vitality had at Boston was BDS.
I mean, one game. Sorry.
One game loss. Could have been a complexity. They gave them a good series. But yeah, Vitality, after getting going, were unstoppable. That's kind of what we expect to see from teams like G2, who actually historically have not been the fastest starters in this season. I mean, they did go 3-0 in Swiss last time, but not the same story in Copenhagen. A real struggle before hitting bracket, and then they got into just a better and better rhythm with every passing round. But yeah, Limitless, I mean, they scored the last goal and they created a chance in 0 seconds with a really creative kickoff strat, fake kickoff, point blank range cheat without flipping. Just driving the ball, get it up in the air. I mean, that's a super smart way to just create some volatility. And you've only got 2 seconds. It's a big difference from having 4 or 5, where you could just play a standard strat, take it from there. So there really are coming up with some cool ideas here to confuse G2, which is exactly what you need to do if you're against a superior team.
So we have reached the stage where I want to start asking you about today overall. Everyone's obviously watching this, wondering like what we're expecting from later on. We already know what we're expecting to be match of the day. KC
SSG.
What's next?
I mean, Oxygen. That's
Oxygen BDS. I think everyone with a bit of chaos in their heart. It's just looking at Oxygen just going, please.
I've got Joyo Archie in my fantasy team, so I'm biased on that one. Sorry, BDS, but I'm hoping that you take a slow start.
I would be very upset. He was not happy with Joyo in the last fantasy.
Yeah, the thing for Oxygen is very interesting. They started off in London, obviously, with a ton of pressure on them. They need to make the final of the entire tournament in order to go to Worlds by direct qualification. They're obviously here because Mina 2 couldn't be here. There was one extra spot for Oxygen to fill in. But yeah, horrendous start, losing the power. And then from then, they just could not play with the confidence that they showed online throughout most of Split 2. But now there's no pressure. They're probably just happy to be here. They didn't expect to be here. Then suddenly they get the last minute invite with there being 15 out of 16 teams and 1 extra space. So if they can come in with no pressure, maybe they can do something. I'm like I said, a bit biased here, as you might be able to hear. I'm trying to think of ways that Oxygen show up and
I think you get blamed for that anyway. Bias or not, I think
bias for Oxygen. Say it. Probably. I mean, that should be you guys, surely. They are the full English team.
Yeah, but we just turn on the English players whenever something happens. It's always been the case of us from our country.
If they're doing
I did put down BDS to win the whole event, so...
Okay. No, if Oxygen are doing well, they're British. If they're doing poorly, they're English. Sorry, Shogun. That's just according to Johnny Boy, not according to any other organization.
Who did you have for the overall tournament?
I went with Gentlemates for the tournament. I'm back
switched
in the
away.
Bounce back.
I actually had you switch me away.
Yeah, you wanted me to switch it for you. You went Monkey Man. We've got similar ideas, In London, 2022, Seiko went 0-6 of the tournament, lost to OCE South America, got eliminated. Then the next tournament, Worlds, he wins it. So why not happen again is what I'm thinking. The Seiko regain.
Same arena. And that is the wild bit to me. There is so many parallels to 2 years ago. One of the teams that we have got down right here will at least hope that the parallels stop at a certain point on Sunday at that grand finals.
I'll tell you, I just realized, by the way, remember G2 were the team who they were trying to get this over and done with. They don't like waking up early. They're gamers. They usually wake up at 5 p.m. They had to get in here at 9 o'clock in the morning. They're probably considering yesterday, do we just stay up all night? Do we just pull an all-nighter? No, bad idea. Would probably mess with your sleep schedule the rest of the tournament. Don't do that, folks. But if G2 wanted an early day, just a quick 3-0 back to the hotel, nap time, they're not getting it.
Yeah.
Tech issues helping out Limitless.
And if you really at home want to troll somebody, you could say that. Well, G2 and Limitless started about 30 minutes ago, and it's still going on. Let them try and put it in their mind like, wait, where are they at?
Going deep in the tournament, there is a little bit of coach synergy. Both coaches have decided to just
find them a chair, surely.
A little bit. Somebody get these guys a chair. I mean,
a stool,
seriously.
anything.
Can we get some stools in here for the coaches, please? They didn't expect to have to be standing around all this time. At some point, he's probably going to ask, hey, guys, listen. Sathy's going to be saying, I'm a little bit older than you, young guns. You've got to respect your elders. It's like when, you're on public transport. You always get up when a granny comes on the train.
Yeah.
I'll give her your seat. Who is going to get up and give Sathi the seat? His legs are falling.
There's no way Daniel's doing it.
Joints, useless.
Which player on G2 do you think would be most likely to give up the seat?
Oh,
not Daniel.
I'm going to say Atomic. I think Atomic.
If
he got any inkling that Sathi
he's the company man
struggling, he'd be like, oh, please save me a seat. Atomic is a lovely guy. Absolute demon on the pitch. Sweetheart off the pitch.
It's just wild, though, to me. You see all of these players regarding all these ex-players that are now coaches, and you can genuinely make like some incredible teams.
Oh, they really would, yeah.
And I am almost getting to the stage where I kind of want to try and think about what team we would put together out of the coaches.
I mean, they just want to get some... Dude, we just need a little bit of trash talk. I'd love to see an NA versus EU coach show.
Oh, put that on the list.
So we put that on the to-do list. One in chat if you guys want to see NA coaches against EU coaches.
So we have to have it only from...
Who do you think would win? We've got, Farah.
We do obviously have Farah.
Farah used to be quite good. No, I don't think he doesn't play enough. His hours are like worse than mine. There's no way. I don't think he makes the team. Is Eversax
it only
still
from
SSL?
Who's here? Or
I think Eversax is still SSL.
All right, if we did from the coaches that are here with their teams, who wins?
Okay, so you've got Chrome for Gen G.
I think EU loses this.
You don't back Chrome. Rob G. I'm actually pulling up the team list right now. Let's take a look. Let's really theorycraft this because this has to happen. We need to make this happen. Oh, I've clicked on the wrong button. Hold on.
I did forget about Cassio.
BDS coach Cassio.
We do have an extra team here for Europe.
We do. It's a little bit,
but it is Oxygen. I don't know if they bring people with them.
Oh, Fairy Peak is still really good. Fairy Peak is still like top 10 in 2v2 on occasion. I think he's going to be, Fairy Peak's going to be very strong.
About Fairy Peak?
I think Eversax is still SSL, and then surely one of Cassio and Farah can drive in a straight line into the ball still.
Okay, so North America.
Yeah, we'll pass on Oxygen. It's a little bit unfair to have them. Okay, Sathu, Sad Jr., Torment, Chrome. Who's making the team there?
Oh.
The good thing is, whichever one doesn't play can just coach. They can just coach the other coaches.
Can we lock what we have done is we have turned technical issues into genius.
Oh yeah, there's a game happening, isn't there? Wait, I'm just so locked in right now thinking about the EU coach versus NA coach. Okay, so this is what you guys need to.
What about rest of the world coaching?
Oh, we don't. Yeah, rest of world coach team. I honestly don't know.
I just want to throw Marky in. I just want to put Marky in.
You want to put Marky on the pitch?
Of course.
Yeah, we got Bruno Visky from Sam, former RLCS level player. Dahum from Falcons, also former RLCS level player. Yeah,
I don't think it's quite the same standard, but it's not far off.
Mock, the coach for Pioneers, literally played in the last split. They subbed him in. He actually played, and they think they came second to Power. So that might be an easy win. But okay, question chat for all of you who want to see the EU coach versus NA coach battle. Who wins? Eversax, Fairy Peak, Cassio, or Sathu, Chrome, Torment?
And to any of the other talent, actually, because I know you can hear us. Hopefully you can hear us. I'll be very interested in some of your opinions as well. But I do have good news in my ears, and I can see good news on my screen.
I want to talk about the coaches.
We'll get to it very soon, Johnny. We do have a second cast today, so maybe there is time. We did get into game number 3. Limitless against G2. And Limitless have 1 goal to their name. But Gibbs was saying he was expecting 3.
Yeah.
I was saying 2.
I like your prediction so far.
Are you changing away from 2 or sticking with me?
Oh, hold on. Let me update you in that second. I'm not sticking with you, Shogun. I'm going Gibbs. Limitless with another early goal. He scored 2 in a row. What a pass middle by to die for. G2 actually panic And then Sway slots it underneath the bouncing Atomic.
I'm so happy for Limitless. I'm so upset for Johnny that he had to leave that.
Yeah, I'm going with Gibbs.
Oh, now,
Three or
am I now
more.
the bad guy that I'm
3 or more.
almost hoping Limitless don't score again?
I think that makes you the bad.
I think I am the baddie.
I love the ceiling challenges from Limitless. They're playing with confidence that, you know, the fact they got counter-attacked earlier in the series, but in both games 1 and 2, doesn't seem to be causing them to go a little bit too defensive. Oh, what a drop-down pass, but excellently challenged by Sweaty. Follow-up is there for Limitless. Mid-covered by Snowy. This is what Limitless wanted. This is what SSA wanted. I mean, really, if you ask most of the SSA fans, where's the game win going to come? They probably wouldn't have picked this match. I think they'd say, hey, fair enough, you know, a little warm-up game, real loss. But they are competitive with G2. Beast Mode forced to make another save that was headed towards the top left. Daniel's actually dumped it middle for Atomic, who's there. And now here comes Atomic down the middle. Challenged brilliantly by To Die For. Daniel's there for the follow-up shot. Oh, backflip by Sweaty, but it's not in.
Now Beast Mode off the wall. Takes the challenge. Sweaty gets there in time. Snowy decides to take the boost. Will they end up regretting that? They are still stuck in the defensive side of the field. And To Die For just puts that straight back over to Atomic. Again, ever since you have mentioned this low challenge, I keep looking at just going, yeah, this situation would have benefited. Oh, would have benefited without a miss. Would have benefited without being demoed, but they have still got away with it. Limitless, 1-0, 90 seconds played.
Well, maybe G2 coming off that tech timeout a little bit cold. Maybe they really just don't like mornings. It's starting to become more and more of a question. It's a huge, like too high, but not too high for Atomic. Too high for the goal, too high for the goalkeeper. Atomic gets to the end of it and ties the game.
It's just one of those things for Limitless. They just don't seem prepared for just how well G2 can hit the ball sometimes.
I mean, that's tough to read. Daniel ripped
You're
that.
not.
I don't think when Daniel like this probably just said, whoa, sorry, that's too high. Oh, it's fine. Good play by me. Limitless still looking a lot better than most of the G2 fans, I'm sure, expected them to in this matchup. To Die For has been phenomenal for me. I think I love what I'm seeing from him in particular. Here he is with a chance to make something happen. Tough first touch, he makes it work. That'll do, you know. Getting an air dribble past one and forcing an awkward first touch from the next, that's a good trade.
G2, however, always happy to kind of lose out with that first player. Because it makes it easier for the second. Atomic now moves in. The wall, gonna take it, try and find the second touch, and not quite what he was expecting. But it has been all G2 ever since the kickoff was completed. Snowy, low 50. Here's the time, here's the time, here's
yes!
the time.
Low 50 again. Excellent. That's exactly what we want. It almost worked. I promise it almost worked. Never mind. I promise you that was a good idea. Hey, listen, you can't be too results-based with your analysis in Rocket League. Just because they got scored on doesn't mean it was a bad idea, ladies and gentlemen. He nearly, almost, got the ball to a teammate. Off the double low 50. Unfortunately, G2 are too good.
That is all Johnny Boy's fault.
Now do it again. Keep doing it. They'll never expect it.
I thought, it's up to Snowy. Actually might be danger for him, but Snowy's going to try and go the whole way by himself. Reset gained. That's kind of time, actually. They had a player in position that maybe could have pre-jumped that. How far are Limitless willing to go? That was quite a dive in.
Oh,
and yeah, this is where it goes wrong for you, because Daniel will turn on the style. 3-1.
Oh, Daniel has just played that so perfectly. Chip into the middle, off the wall, and then a pre-flip to shoot it into the open net. That's just too good, too fast from G2. And it has been Daniel today who really has been the standout player. Getting the goals, getting the outplays. We saw him do a little bit more heavy lifting at the Esports World Cup in the absence of Beast Mode. Now that Beast Mode's returned, Daniel continuing to play with that same level.
Beast Mode does leave it for Daniel and then gets demoed for his troubles. Over to the wall again. It's just, you don't need to hit it that time. There is an occasion where you can just let the ball roll a little bit further. Take that challenge. Good half volley. Does hit the ceiling, so it makes life easier for Atomic. Reset. Doesn't need it because he's now going to try and follow up that challenge. Here comes Daniel. Tries to add one more. It was directly at To Die For. Limitless. Need 2 goals in the next minute. They will drop to the lowest seed heading into the next round. Snowy, oh, that could have pitched anywhere.
Limitless are still pressing, of course. Looking to cause G2 some problems. The Dipar wanted the little chip double tap there, but Atomic was well positioned to react to it. Didn't go as high as Dipar wanted. Still, overall, are we impressed with what we've seen from Limitless? I think this is a step in the right direction, a big step in the right direction. G2 are just a different level. Oh, hold on a second here. Oh, what a jump by Sweaty!
What a hit!
Oh, Gibbs is right, they got at least 3 goals, but look at the power Sweaty just generated. That is such a technical, awkward aerial shot off the wall. Top bins! And they're back within 1.
You can see it from Atomic's car. Just absolutely shocked that he's able to get it that far. Thought he had the near post covered. He did. Unfortunately for you, it's not over there. 20 seconds. Can Limitless send this to OT?
That was an insane kickoff again. The close, that fake into the point blank range cheat. And they've got G2 in a bit of a scramble off the back of it. Sweaty looking to keep this in the danger area. Snowy can pop this middle. No, he can't. Beast mode too quick for him. Final chance for Limitless. Or they are going to be sent to the 0-1 round.
And that will drop too far away from Limitless. G2 have got the job done. They will be top seed heading into the next round of Swiss. And they can now go and relax for the rest of the day and let everybody else worry about the stress of going into the Swiss Abyss.
You know, top seed in 1-0 round doesn't, I think, matter as much as lowest seed in the 0-1 round, because, I mean, that just projects you to play the winner of SSG Carmine Park. You know, it's going to be a tough match. It doesn't matter who you're playing in the 1-0 round. G2 are going to have to step it up a bit tomorrow. I think, you know, Beast Mode is a little bit quiet, maybe coming back to the tournament scene after one tournament off. Didn't really see as much from him as we're used to seeing from him, but we didn't have to. You know, Atomic did Atomic things, and Daniel was MVP for me of that match. To die for on the other side, I'm very impressed with him in particular. Great goal by Sweaty at the end there. The passing in the final third from Limitless. The grit to keep going when they're down 2-0 with 10 seconds left. 3-1 with 30 seconds left. They just kept going, and that's exactly what we want to see from them. Looking good. Very good start for Limitless, and I think V2 will be happy with the win. He'll be even more happy to hear. I can see Leafback standing by with Daniel. That's going to be interesting to hear what he's got to say when we head over to him.
Well, let's have a look through the highlights before we get over to that. As we did see, Limitless, they did their absolute best. They really brought the fight after what was a bit of an extended pause. There is G2, starting as they mean to go on. They consider themselves championship protagonists. Struggle to find anyone that can say no. Leaf is up with Daniel.
That's right. First interview of the World Championship here. We've got Daniel. How are you doing? I heard you guys aren't really morning gamers. Are you awake yet?
Kinda. I'm still very tired.
Hey, it's good to be able to get one out of the way, though. Do you feel like a match like this was a good chance to kind of get you in the rhythm? Because it has been some time since, you know, the London Major and that. You were playing between that, but it's been some time since RLCS.
Yeah, it's definitely good to have like an easier match to start off, just get ready, just to like get ready for like on the stage. So yeah.
Can you talk to me about SSA then? Because, you know, between EWC and now, I feel like we're definitely see these teams have a good drive and getting better. Obviously, some ways to go to hit the top dogs here. Talk to me about the region and team like Limitless.
I mean, they're definitely a solid team, and they get better every event. So, I mean, they just got to keep grinding, and when they get here, just scrim good teams, and they'll keep getting better over time.
Now, obviously, you're going to have yourselves ranked a lot higher than I did on the power rankings. So, spoiler, I just kind of put everyone in a mix there and had you guys at number 5th there. So disagree if you'd like. But talk to me about those other top teams. You feel like it is actually a close competition?
I mean, yeah, it's definitely close. I think there's probably like 5 or 6 teams that can win. I would say us, Falcon, Gentlemates. I think KC can win. And then maybe like Genji, maybe if they're peeking or something. Oh yeah, and BDS. But yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of competition in there. Yeah. Anyways, I'm not going to keep you too much longer here, but just tell me now, because I feel like overall, I've seen you having more fun with these events. Do you feel like you're growing into this a lot better and being able to open up a lot more now at these events?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, every LAN event I definitely get more comfortable and it just becomes easier.
Hey, well, I'm going to let you go, maybe take a nap or something, but congratulations on the first win.
Thank you.
now return to our interview with the insurance whistleblower.
I just think everyone should know there's an insurance company out there exposing other companies' rates so you can compare them and save.
Sounds like trouble.
It's great, actually. It's called Auto Quote Explorer from Progressive. Here, look. See, we show you our direct rates and their rates, even if we're not the lowest.
So, whistleblower usually means you're exposing something bad.
I thought it meant calling attention to something helpful. You know, like, toot toot, check it out. This thing's the best. No?
This is the
Europe treated us to a signature up and down season. With a surprise or two sprinkled along the way, we were kept guessing till pretty much the final day who would end up making Worlds. After reaching the semis at the first major in Copenhagen, Carmine Corp sat pretty in blue atop the EU tree. What followed was the online story of the season. Back in EU, KC finished outside the top 16 in Open Qualifier 5, although they were knocked the lower bracket by the mighty SUR, no shame in that, before Top Cougars came along and finished the job. The brutal points drop let Oxygen into the London Major in their place, where a silver medal would take Joyo & Co to Worlds at KC's expense.
Furia! Eliminate the all-English super team!
Thankfully for the Blue Wall, Rise & Co.'s so-called hate watch proved fruitful, and now they have a chance to seek retribution in Fort Worth. Only one team fields the same roster at this World Championship as the last one, barring an enforced change behind the scenes, of course. To be fair, why fix what ain't broke? 2024 hasn't been quite as fruitful as last season's conveyor belt of silverware, as while in Copenhagen they were a golden goal away from the grand final.
G2 are here! It's open! G2! We're gonna take it!
London was trickier, losing to the team they put to the sword in Copenhagen to bow out in the quarterfinals. Vitality have, at times, reached their peaks from last season, but can they do it all again in Fort Worth when they finally get to defend their World Championship crown? Team BDS have been a strange one. With the GOOE leading Exotic and Jolly to the final two online event wins of the season and plenty of hype going into both majors. Sadly, the lands haven't been quite as abundant for the 2022 World Champ and his Foreverall, going out to the team they beat in the 2022 finals in Copenhagen.
This is Daniel! It's in!
Before things got real ugly against EU's #1 world seed, spoilers, in London.
Seiko to the backboard! Double tap!
BDS are never scared of a fight, and they're going to be gagging to lift the most prestigious trophy in the game for a second time. Don't say we didn't warn you. Introducing Europe's best of the best.
No 50s to be found. Instead, it's juicy air dribble, butt play, and in. He's just such a pillar to this defense. And then Monty, the offense.
After scrapping through to Major 1 as EU's 4th seed, they went ballistic from that point onward, winning it all in Copenhagen and then in London, falling only a single overtime goal away from back-to-back grand finals.
Can they get the chance? TFK take it away!
Relatively speaking, they're actually not that great at home without an online event to their name. But on stage, the mates become demons. Don't be too surprised if Seiko reclaims his 2022 World Championship title with his fellow green suits. And introducing Oxygen Esports. Wait, what are you guys doing here? Due to MENA number 2 seed Anything being unable to attend, Europe's 5th seed Oxygen will be taking their place as EU earned the most points in majors this season.
Archie, a clean touch. He goes to the ceiling, wants the flip reset, gets the flip reset, but yes, he does!
While initially they couldn't quite beat Carmine Corp into 5th place in London, underestimate Joyo, Archie, and Oski at your peril, Beryl, if that is your real name.
Well, one match down, and now we're on to match 2 in our very first day of the World Championship. And Team Falcons will take flight up against Apex Gladiators. Another matchup, James, that seems to be one-sided, but you play the games for a reason.
Oh, certainly. Gladiators, I don't think you want to count them out. They are very talented players in their own right, but we're talking about the Falcons. Stacks, I don't know about you, but I think the Falcons have looked like the best team outside of the actual finals, playing in the grand final. Right. They have looked like the most threatening, unstoppable team in the RLCS.
And I think the story here definitely would be TRK, who, has been so close several times to winning a LAN, not just in the RLCS, but in his homeland as well. Getting to finals, getting close to finals, yet to take that next step. But he's right on the verge of it, and this is his best shot with the Twins by his side.
And the MENA MVP as well. I think rightfully recognized as that. TRK, like you said, Stacks, getting 2 finals under the Falcons banner, but with different teammates along the way. TRK, he is so good, but really for me, the Falcons, the question is, will they be able to get to a final and perform at the level that we've seen them in the past? This has been the quickest team out on the field. You just watch the pace of play that they have. Also, their defense is insane. If you remember the Twins playing under Rule 1 in Boston, one of the craziest defensive performances that we have ever seen. This team is so stacked. They not only have the defensive chops, but offensively, they are so good. But the Gladiators, they're going to have their hands full, Stacks. It's going to be a long journey they've got ahead of them.
Well, over on the other side, Apex Gladiators, who, again, narrowly earned their spot. They just edged out Elevate to get to London, and by virtue of that, get to the World Championship. And they're led by Apex statistical leaders, especially Vert on the offensive and defensive side. He's got an all-star cast alongside him as well. And APAC, another region, when we talk about SSA and APAC, looking to make that next step on the international stage.
Yeah, though, formerly on side, we've seen him even team with world champions like Scrub Killa before. Moving over to the APAC region to supplement this Gladiators roster. It's helped put them over the top, secure this world championship spot. But you mentioned the statistical leader, Virtuoso. You even saw his, media day fist pound into his. I think to me that represented his demos. He loves to demo. He's been known for it all the way back on Endpoint when he really set the meta with how many demos he was able to effectively utilize. But then also, you can't count out. That's not Marky Duda. That's Maxu. Marky Duda is the coach, world championship winner as well back in season 2. Marky Duda standing in the back, but that was Maxu gonna be rounding out that Gladiators roster. And I think many people looking at this matchup thinking that, oh yeah, this is going to be a heavy favorite, just like the Limitless G2 game, a lot of people expecting Team Falcons to take this series, but I don't think you can really count them out. Gladiators, they have good players that can be competitive even against the Falcons. So if the Falcons are caught sleeping or they don't bring their A game, Gladiators could catch them sleeping.
Well, this is a Gladiators team that you especially have some personal experience with, James, because you hosted them as part of their preparation for this event. You've seen them. What are the prospects here against the mighty Team Falcons? Of course, you can vote in the chat as well. Use the hashtag FLCN if you back Team Falcons and hashtag GG if you believe in the Gladiators.
So I did get to see them scrim. I did get to see them play in ranked against all of the top talent that's over here in North America, preparing for this World Championship. And they can play. They can hang. This is a series that is winnable for Gladiators. But I think the challenge is Team Falcons, when they are playing up to their potential, even at 90% of their potential, it feels like they're untouchable. They're so fast. They are, you just can't catch them. The only time we've seen people catch the Falcons really is, we saw some crazy kickoffs from K-Corp in Copenhagen. And then, just the unbelievable level of gameplay you have to bring to knock them out. And then even in Riyadh, we saw them make it to the finals where they kind of crumbled a little bit. But Falcons, once they get to that finals, they do seem to lose a bit of their edge. But outside of the grand finals, Stags, oh my goodness. This is probably the last team I would want to play if I was competing out here in the World Championship.
You got a Falcons team where everybody averages over a goal a game. That's a rare feat throughout the season. Of course, you think about the competition that they get to face throughout their regular season. There aren't a lot of teams in their region that can stop them, but they've also proven on the international stage not many teams can slow them down very effectively. But the big question isn't, can they do it here in the Swiss stage? Can they do it early on? In our progressive fan vote, 84% backing Team Falcons, and for good reason. The question's going to be, can they do it as the event goes on? They're pretty much a shoo-in to get out of Swiss. Will they get out of the bracket early, or can they make a run on the stage here at Dickies Arena? You got to get out of the Swiss abyss first. Falcons, Gladiators, our second match of the day, about to get underway. Game 1 on Manfield, brought to you by Progressive, and our World Championship rolls on.
All right, we'll see what the Gladiators bring to the table here against Team Falcons. For the heavy favorite we even saw in that Progressive fan vote. Lots of people recognizing, and already it starts early. You can see, though, did not expect this second touch. Killers fakes high, goes low. That time he keeps going. Maxu tried to take the touch. Killers, no respect, keeps going, tries to add an element of chaos into the equation, and Tho had zero idea that was coming. One, he was probably expecting Maxu to get more of a touch on it, or at least get a 50. Never in a million years was expecting that follow-up shot from Killers.
Did not take long at all to get one on the board for Team Falcons, and now another headed towards that net as well. Pinched all the way downfield. TRK gets credit. 2-0, and the ball just keeps rolling.
You saw Vert was trying to control the ball down to the ground, but thanks to this lovely update, being able to see the boost meters on people's name tags, you saw he had nothing to get back to the ball. And both of these goals coming from the result of Team Falcons giving no space, no respect, and just smothering Gladiators.
Another headed towards the Gladiators net. Just narrowly missed, but the follow-up is going to be blocked back, and that forces Killers all the way back. So a rare defensive stand needed for Team Falcons as Virtuoso sent packing back towards his net. And for Gladiators now, already facing a massive uphill climb here, just a minute gone by. And I don't want to say things are looking hopeless, but things are going about according to plan for the Falcons.
And what we're seeing from Falcons as well, Stacked, is they are not shying away from having somebody jump early and trust they're going to go get the hit. They're not worried about overextending. They're saying, listen, we can send that first man in, and we trust whoever's back will be able to stop an odd man rush.
Of course, one of the benefits of being the top seed in a region like MENA, you do get a favorable matchup in the opening round. TRK looking for a pass that, well, ultimately, never going to be there. And now Tho's shot blocked away. Slow follow-up coming from Bert, but he's got a full tank, and reWatch is all over it. Bert thought he had all day, and I think he kind of realized after reWatch jumped up, well, that one's cooked.
Okay. And demo as well on the way out. Falcons all over Gladiators, giving him no space whatsoever. reWatch stealing the boost, testing the shot. You can even see TRK getting in there for a 50. All Tho can do is launch this out of his own half. Did pick up the mid boost and gets the stop down, looking for a pass, but his teammate's out of boost, and this leaves TRK in the air. Solo play goes for the 50. And now a double commit from Team Falcons, but again, it doesn't seem like it really affects them. They're sending people in left and right. And even when they overcommit, they still keep the pressure on.
Oh, Killers picked his spot, and it's blocked away again. That time by Maxu. But they can't reach the center line. It just keeps coming right back in. Virtuoso will try. And he's across midfield, if only for a moment. Out of the corner, Maxu took that away. Tho, a little slow to the challenge. He also didn't have any boost to work with anyways. And he's still kind of struggling, as was Maxu, to get any boost at all. Finally has some, and he can catch this ball. Hoping that some would spawn for him in the corner. It did not. And once again, Falcons dump it right back in and play the possession game.
It was a good idea from Virtuoso, trying to get that deflection at the midfield, prevent Team Falcons from keeping it in, but just cannot get there every time. It seems like Team Falcons is a step ahead, just one car length in front of them. And even here, though, low boost, doing everything to keep this out of a dangerous spot. Virtuoso catches on low boost, but that pass was a little telegraphed. And TRK, it was a slow shot. TRK had to dodge the demo. He collects the ball, and that was an all-in play from Gladiators.
Yeah, they went all in. Bert trying to chase down TRK, and he just could not catch up. And as a result, wide open net behind them. They had to make a play. They had to kind of throw caution to the wind. Playing traditional rotations was just not going to work. You have to chase the game at some point, and maybe a little bit earlier than usual against a team like Falcons when Gladiators are in this position. And now it would certainly seem like the finishing touches have been put on game one here for Team Falcons.
Go on the backboard. Does get help from Max, but you see Maxu on low boost. That shot. Killers threatens the double. So many times we've seen this ball roll out. There's a double commit as well from Gladiators. Low boost, stretching to it. You can see everyone low on boost for Gladiators. Maxu dives in, can't even get the touch. There's the fake. Oh, I mean, they're already down. But Team Falcons make sure they're out as well. My goodness, this fake, brutal. Look at that from Killers.
Ooh. I mean, that's just impossible. I mean, Max can't do anything anyways. He's sitting on the ground with no boost. Tho comes across.
That was fantastic recognition from Killers. They're already up by 3. There's less than a minute to go. They don't even really need to score that. But Killers, he sees that, all right, I'm up, they're on the ground, they're probably 0 boost. I can just take the space and leave it for my teammate to have the easiest shot of the game.
So final 30 seconds here will burn away mercifully for Gladiators, and they'll get to lick their wounds and try again for game 2. Just trying to break the shutout at this point and get any kind of positive momentum going into game 2. It has been all Team Falcons in the opening game of this second series, and another one threatening to find the back of the Gladiators net. 3 seconds, and nothing else brewing for presumably either side. This will eventually get to the ground. Killers wants one more. TRK already in the air, but the pass too strong, and it seems like it will end 4-0. We'll see if Gladiators can just add one more to the pile. They cannot. So Team Falcons dominant in game 1. Give TRK a hat trick and an assist for Killers as well. It all adds up to a 4-0 beating in game 1.
And that performance from Team Falcons, that was ruthless. Ruthless. That final fake, that was, I mean, you know, kicking Gladiators when they're down on that play. But I think that has really been the tone set by Team Falcons, even from the very beginning. TRK as well, got to call him out for getting the hat trick. The Mina MVP having a fantastic game 1. But Gladiators were always playing catch up. You can see they're stretched to the limit on time. Maxu not being able to break up that low altitude double there from Killers. You saw him, Gladiators, try to dive in, and TRK dodged the bump attempt and then brought the ball all the way down for a goal on the other end. This was pure domination from Team Falcon Stacks. It was such a good game for them.
And you would have liked to see something as that game wrapped up where you thought, okay, maybe there's something that Gladiators can kind of use to turn around and kind of hold on to, like, okay, we built on this. There was no building at all. The Jenga blocks did not pile up.
I mean, I think they got
one
thrown in the
iota.
trash. Hopefully someone could go pull them out because they need to figure something out. And the big thing is, when you have Team Falcons who did send some players in a divey aspect, when you do have a team that's diving against you, you need to be close enough to those plays, to those 50s, to where you can possess the ball, take it low, and let them dive by you. But, when we've seen the challenge, hold on a second, we might see another early goal. But Gladiators, they've been so slow to those challenges that Team Falcons are just winning them outright. You can't even fake the challenge because Team Falcons is there first, hitting the ball uncontested.
Oh, here's Killers. Got the infield pass to reWatch. It's blocked away. Maxu got a hand on it. Now TRK bounce one in. The shot's going to ricochet high off the crossbar. Follow up. It's just like a layup line. Keep hitting the backboard. Eventually one's going to go through. Maxu saved that one away, but Boost becoming a very big concern for Gladiators early in game 2 as they just barely touch the other half of the field. And here it comes again. Backboard play. It's Killers on target and saved away.
Oh, Maxu hustling back. He went and got Boost and got back just in the nick of time. Now is mixing things up. See if the Gladiators can do much with this little bit of pressure. Infield pass. reWatch, the give and go to TRK. Textbook give and go. That was a thing of beauty.
TRK opens the scoring again. He had a hat trick in game 1. Player coming up on having almost 200 games played on LAN. He'll get that at some point during the Swiss stage here. He's now 5 games away with this one, as this will be sent downfield. TRK all day to play it. I mean, Gladiators have got to have a lot more possession. Easier said than done.
You see a demo coming out from Virtuoso, and maybe that is the mix-up that we'll need to see. But this is though 0, a little bit of boost. 4 now in the tank. Doesn't have much to work with. See Virtuoso still connecting on those demo attempts. Does get a little more space for Gladiators. You can see another demo. Clearly, Gladiators trying to utilize those demos to their advantage, and a huge save. Maxu watching up there. Now this results in potentially an attack for Gladiators, one that we haven't seen too many times in this series so far.
Oh, Killers, big win, and that just keeps them hemmed in. And that's, I mean, one of the many problems with Gladiators is this is one of their better looks at getting across midfield and keeping possession, trying to work as a team greater than the sum of their parts and working together to get out of the zone. But again, it just develops too slowly. Falcons are just faster. They're quicker in the air. They have been better with boost management. The shots have been all deadly. TRK that time denied. Now Tho has at least a look, but reWatch has spawned in at the back. Killers is there. reWatch to follow up.
Hold on.
And that pass does not connect. And right when it looked like Gladiators might have had something brewing, it has been taken off the coffee pot. And yet again, Falcons back in the zone.
So even though that attack didn't pan out for Gladiators, this is a much better game. They've been much more capable defensively. But there's the passing. The passing continues to pick Gladiators apart. And it's TRK there to take the shot again. reWatch diming TRK up, puts that hood, or the ball right on TRK's hood. And Team Falcons passing, I mean, it's been pristine.
As someone who had Killers in the fantasy in London, whoever's picked TRK is going to be feasting at the end of round 1. reWatch has added another off the kickoff, just picked that one right off of Virtuoso. Let the ball, the first touch, get way too far away from him. And yet again, Falcons pour it on. 7 unanswered goals to start this series.
And with how the Falcons are playing, so quick to challenge, and with no respect whatsoever, those first touches that are too heavy will get punished. We've seen it already before. That First touch immediately punished as well following that kickoff. So the Gladiators, they could start to the game defensively, but an overwhelming stress that Team Falcons puts teams under, eventually getting the better of Gladiators in game 2.
Coming up on the final 90. TRK was up for that already, but they do not connect. So, oh, what a shame. They only have to settle on 3 goals for now until their next trip into the Gladiators zone. Maxu's lost out of the corner. Though, up to meet TRK, who stays with it. A little slow play, changing speeds, and finally gets that through, but Maxu there to slow it down. Will Killers be after this? No, it's a shot coming on, and a save required? No, blocked away anyways by TRK.
TRK did get the save there. Though is locked in, ready to double that. See the reset. reWatch, technically capable. But TRK gets the goals, gets the saves. Team Falcons squad so dynamic, so good on every side of the ball. Right now, Gladiators do not have a single goal to show this series.
And very few shots. Very few that have even come close to maybe registering one. That one technically did, as TRK credited with a save. One of the easier ones he'll make. 30 seconds remain. The perfect sweep still very much intact, as that's just dropped out to the corner, and that, again, for Gladiators, they didn't have anybody moving towards the center anyways. Now they do, and that's still blocked away by TRK. So the opportunities now at least presenting themselves late for Gladiators, but nothing really threatening. And it looks like Falcons might have taken their foot off the gas here for the final countdown of Game 2. When the ball settles, it will be Gladiators 0 and Falcons at least 7. As we go to Game 3 and a must-win for Gladiators to keep this opening series alive and prevent the Falcons from a clean sweep in the opening round. Maybe one on the scoreboard. Blocked out? No, Maxu's going to lose that, and now Falcons will just decide how much they want to toy with the opposition. Shot on, blocked away. And how about Team Falcons, James? At least 7 to the good. That's where it will stay. Perfect sweep, very much on the cards.
You know, I said it after game 1. I'll say it again in game 2, Stacks. Team Falcons are ruthless. They are. I mean, they're not giving up. Even when that game was already over, they're still saying, nope, we're gonna try to score again. We're gonna try to put one in. We have no mercy. We don't care that you're not having fun. We don't care that we have held you to 0 goals and we are destroying you. We want even more. And they're getting it right now, Stacks. It's crazy.
Well, the Mobile One High Performance Replay is yet another Team Falcons highlight reel. Great infield pass that set up TRK for 2 of his 5 goals now in the series. He finished just short of a hat trick in Game 2 because reWatch decided he had to score a goal in this one-sided affair. But it is just a Team Falcons scrim session at the moment.
It's looking like it right now. And the Gladiators, I mean, there was a few moments that looked promising for them. I think Max started out that game wonderfully, had a really big save, was able to get boost, come back, get the save, kickstart a counterattack. We saw Tho threaten that double tap. It was an insane save by TRK that even kept that shot out. But the Team Falcons, they're playing so quick. It's tough for Gladiators to really make any adjustments, because I even saw there was one play where Maxu tried to fake it. He tried to fake it around, but reWatch said, no, I'm just going to continue to play as fast as I can, go straight at the ball, and, you know, we'll win it. We'll win it that way. We'll just be first with the ball every single time, make contact, and then play off of that. And it's working for Falcons.
Well, can Gladiators find something to hold on to here in Game 3? reWatch is up, played it off the backboard, right for his brother Killers, and here we go again.
Now this started off hot. Killers lob up to the middle, even though reWatch doesn't get the shot on target. He just drops the ball down in front of net. That is the danger zone. You do not, if you're playing defense, it is a nightmare to have that ball floating out in front of your box. That is right where reWatch put it, on top of getting that demo. And the infield passing from Team Falcons has been yielding results. The passing is there, the individual plays are there. You can even see reWatch forcing people to come up and waste boost on that challenge. And when Team Falcons do give up the ball, Stacks, they just hit it to open space. Hold on a second. Oh, that one is a crazy save. Gladiators, if they somehow manage to pull this game back, that save right there is one we'll have to break down. Can't believe that one didn't go in.
Yeah, just catching the bottom of the crossbar, and that forced reWatch to make an adjustment. This one headed right back, though. reWatch has another, as yet again, Gladiators, there's not much they did wrong here. It's just, Tho had his pocket picked.
It's every time. I think Gladiators, they're playing like like they can win that space off of their positioning and the threat of what they can do, whereas Team Falcons, they are saying, we're just going to chase the ball. We really don't care. We're not going to fall for any fakes because we're just going to win. We're faster. And you can try to fake it, but then I'll just blast it downfield and score. And you know, this is Team Falcons now just walking all over Gladiators. This is a beatdown, Stacks.
Yeah, to say the least. 3 goals now for Killers in the series, 2 from reWatch, still the 5 from TRK. And that's about the only drama left here in this series. Which Falcon will lead the tournament in scoring when this match is over, at least for part of the rest of the day. Tho will bring this across as Gladiators down to 3.5 minutes to try to solve this puzzle. And it may just be that they pack it in and try not to lose by 7. As TRK will sky it up. There's reWatch there, but Max meets him right at the center line. Now Gladiators might have an opportunity here to at least get a shot on net. Though out of gas, and that's popped away where Virtuoso can't reach it.
You could tell right as soon as Tho hit that, was not going to have enough boost to get back there, and he's actually a little slow. That ball, self-pass from Killers, will fake it through to reWatch, who fakes it, wraps around, slight touch, and the power through. Killers gets credit for this goal. This, I mean, it looks like Gladiators is a plate of spaghetti. And Team Falcons are playing with their food.
There will be quite the highlight reel coming out of this series. And it's all for Team Falcons now. They've outscored Gladiators 11-zip in the series. Perfect sweep. Still intact. Not threatened this time. That drops down to TRK. There just happens to be a Falcon everywhere the ball happens to be. Killers no boost. Not that the other team knows that. As Tho met by TRK. I mean, you can almost count on one hand the number of challenges that Falcons have lost in this series. Forget game. As that goes out to the corner, Tho able to grab that corner boost, try to dance out of the zone, held his ground, but then there's Killers to follow it up, and a late save made by Vert.
Out of boost here. Tries to 50 that. Does give up the ball, though, TRK. Round 1. Fakes. Over to Killers. Killers trying to pinch that one in. Virtuoso comes in to sweep that off the line. But Team Falcons looking so comfortable, so fluid on attack. Mechanically, all of them seem like they're on point and they're comfortable individually. Every aspect of Team Falcons' game right now is just looking so good. Gladiators, on the other hand, they are still looking for that first goal of the series. They're just trying to get out of this without being perfect sweat, Stacks.
Well, Falcons right now making short work of EU 4.5. It's about what you could call these guys, maybe 4 2/3. TRK will roll it up. Killers is already there. Had to slow it down, and he'll just gently guide that ball home, and Falcons add a 5th.
TRK up there. And we've seen Team Falcons do this so much, is they will have a player, even if they're on 0 boost like TRK was, let them just stay in the play, take the space, zone out the defense, and then buy time for their teammate to come in and make that play. Team Falcons already in the series, we've seen them with some very bold fakes. The infield passing is there. It's a highlight reel, and also just looking at the fantasy numbers on this one. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you're not getting much in the way of saves on either side, unfortunately, for Gladiators, because they have not stopped much. It's a sieve that has a crack in it already. 6 goals now for Team Falcons here in the 3rd game. TRK still hasn't scored in this game. It's been all the Twins on the scoring front. TRK just has an assist on one of these multitude of goals. Final minute now of game number 3. I don't have any of the Falcons players this time around. I went with Monkey Moon with my first pick.
I came down to the wire. I was hoping Gibbs would leave reWatch for me, but he didn't. So.
I was going to take beast mode, and Wavefunk sniped him. Wave was actually the first one to take a tier 1 player out of the fantasy as reWatch adds yet another to the tally. His 4th goal of the series.
My goodness, Stacks.
7-zip.
They're just running up the numbers. And the thing is, I bet even in this game, Team Falcons are going to try to score another one in 0 seconds. They just don't care. They are heartless.
30 seconds. Brazil setup? What would you rather have? Would you rather give up the goal for the Brazil or keep the perfect sweep?
I do not want to get perfect.
Okay, well, you're not gonna get a Brazil anymore anyways. TRK finally, does something in this game.
And I mean,
8th goal for Falcons.
That is how hard they're trying. There's only 20 seconds left, 21 seconds in the game, and Killer's just, okay, I am going to get the perfect first touch to launch this straight up in the air and then get an air dribble bump. Why? You don't need to. That's savage. Now the pre-jump passing plays. Team Falcons, they're playing with a chip on their shoulder. They are taking no prisoners.
Narrowly gave up the perfect sweep. When this ball touches down, unless it somehow ends up in the Falcons' net, it is a perfect sweep at the World Championship for Team Falcons. 4, 3, and then 8.
What do you say about that series, Stacks? That was very one-sided. I think, Team Falcons, they look good. They look really good. Now the question is, what is going on in the minds of the Gladiators? I mean, if you're Gladiators, one of the things that you can always tell yourself is this is probably the best team in the world. Just player for player, I think Team Falcons, they are the best team out there. They fumble it in the grand finals. But when they are playing in the Swiss stage, running up to the grand finals, they are just mind-blowingly good. The amount of infield passes that we saw that were on a dime, how quickly they were able to communicate and execute on those fakes, how many perfect challenges they had. The speed was just all around unbelievable.
Well, Team Falcons, we look back at what it has been. In the end, they only outscored Gladiators 15-0 as part of a perfect sweep. G2 didn't end up with a perfect sweep, but Team Falcons do in our second match of the day. We've got plenty more to come, but Leaf is standing by right now with a victorious Falcons.
I've got reWatch down here after a devastating first match here. Congratulations, first off. Very good match. I first off want to go back just a little bit before this event and look at the multiple grand finals you guys have had. And obviously there's been some difficulty in getting the wins there. Has there been a mental block for the squad, and how have you guys been working on that going forward coming into Worlds?
اول شيء الف مبروك على الانتصار في مباراتكم الاولى امام فريق جلاديترز، وحاب اسالك بخصوص تواجدكم مرتين في نهائيات بطولات، ان كان الميجر الثاني في الار سي اس او ان كان في بطوله كاس العالم بالرياض. فهل بتحس انه وصولكم للمركز الثاني وعدم فوزكم بالنهائيات، هل هذا سبب عائق لعقليه الفريق ولا هل عم تشتغلوا عليها بهاي المرحله؟
اول شيء الله يبارك فيك، بخصوص الوصول الى النهائيات في اكثر من بطوله، بالعكس يعطينا حافز ان نجيب البطوله اللي بعدها وان شاء الله نقدم اللي علينا.
First of all, thank you very much. It's been quite a game, and when it comes to reaching top 2 multiple times, like in the second major in the Esports World Cup, it motivates us to do better and better, and it motivates us to get the next tournament. And hopefully this time things will change.
So I guess my next question would be then coming off of the London Major and EWC into this. How much work did you guys take? A little bit of a break, or has it just been go between every single one of these events for you guys? And what were you working on?
هلا بعد ما خلصتوا الار سي اس ميجر 2 بلندن وبعد ما خلصتوا بطوله كاس العالم، هل يعني اخذتوا راحه ولا ضليتكم مركزين وضليتكم تتدربوا وجهزوا حالكم للبطولات الجايه؟ وايش يمكن تحكي لنا عن الشغلات اللي اشتغلتوا عليها بهاي الفتره؟
اخذنا راحه بس تقريبا يومين، وبعدها على طول بدينا سكريمات بحكم ان البطوله على طول بعدها بفتره قصيره، وللحين قاعدين نتجهز.
So we literally just took 2 days off. That's it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, 2 days off, and then we got right back into it because there's not much of a break between the EWC and between the RLCS World Championships, so we had to get right back into it.
I mean, a perfect sweep is a good indicator of how much work you guys have been putting in. Tell me about your teammates then, working with TRK and your brother. You guys must have some good synergy there. How much do you enjoy playing with them, and why do you enjoy playing with them?
يعني بداية كانت مش طبيعية. ما دخل عليكم ولا جول في أول سيريز أمام فريق جلاديترز، فأكيد حيكون يعني حافز لكم في هالبطولة. وغيرك تقدر تحكي لنا عن اللعب مع فريقك، اللعب مع كيلرز، اللعب مع ترك، وكيف بتلاقي الأجواء والتناسق بينكم وبين بعض في البطولة؟
التناغم اللي بيني وبين ترك وكيلرز اخوي ما جاء بالصدفه، احنا تعبنا واشتغلنا على نفسنا، هذه نتائجنا اللي قاعدين نطلعها حاليا.
So the synergy between me and my brother Killers and of course TRK, it wasn't by chance. We were working on ourselves day and night, and as you can see, the results speak for themselves.
Now I got to ask, give me a number here. How many more perfect sweeps are we going to get?
حابب اسالك انه هل حنشوف كمان بيرفكت سويبس منكم، انه ما يفوت عليكم ولا جول، وبتقدر تحكي لنا كم وحده ناويين عليها في البطوله؟
والله ما اقدر اقول لك كم بالضبط، بس ان شاء الله بتشوف ثاني.
He says, I can't tell you for sure, but hopefully you'll see a few more.
Hopefully. Hey, you guys have been killing it, looking really good. Congratulations on the first win there, and we'll hopefully see lots more of that in the going forward. Anyways, we have a lot more Rocket League to get through. This is just day 1 of 6. So let's carry on. The desk will be up in just a little bit. KCP versus Gentlemates will be your next match.
At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
Get back to work.
The first perfect sweep in the history of the Rocket League World Championship. The Falcons came and annihilated in their first match, starting off very, very strong. 15 goals, Gibbs?
Yes, 15 goals.
You said,
I said over 13.
You put the over under 13. That was a good place.
That was not bad. Falcons look fantastic. All three members getting involved on the offensive side is what you expect.
Yeah.
But the Gladiators, they got to find a way to get some offense going.
Well, I mean, it's really I feel like we have to wait and see more matches take place to understand, okay, well, how good is Falcons right now versus how badly is the Gladiators struggling? Because, I mean, Gladiators, they were trying to do something where they slow it down, try to take a first touch, try to make a fake. Every single time they tried to do that, Team Falcons, someone was already there. There was zero respect given by Team Falcons, and how fast they were playing, it was just, they were just walking over them from the very beginning to the very end.
And then they even tried bumps, too, and it's like, oh, we missed the bump, now it's a wide open net for TRK or something like that.
Virtue also actually landed some demos.
He did get a few, but
then it did nothing, and so they're like, all right, well, I guess we just have to try something else.
I do feel like you put them over under 13. My thought was, they'll relax a little bit after they get like clean wins in games 1 and 2. And no, they ramped up. It became more brutal into game 3, and I feel like they're playing with a chip on their shoulder, man, after losing EWC.
I mean, listen, they playing on a chip on their shoulder. They lost in London as well, but they start off hot. We know what they can do in round 1, round 2, round 3. We know what they bring to the table. It's about what they bring on Championship Sunday. That's when we're really going to see what Falcons are made of at the World Championship.
Before we move on, any quick thoughts about what you saw from G2? It seemed like it was just the same as old.
G2 seemed really good, but I will say Limitless had some moments there. A little pre-jump in game number 2. That off-the-wall shot that went top left corner, caught him by surprise. Limitless, that's what I wanted to see. I wanted to see a little bit of flash.
They specifically had 3 moments. They scored 3 goals. Wave, what did I say they scored? I said 3 goals. I'm just saying.
About the know-it-all.
Just saying.
He's a know-it-all.
I'm on fire today. I'm on fire.
If we reminded Gibbs every time he was wrong, it
never.
That segment's go a really long time. We'll let you remind us when you're right. That's okay.
Limitless looks pretty. Look, they had a good showing against the number 1 seed in the tournament. We'll get to see them play again a little bit later on tomorrow. We're going to see them play tomorrow. Many more matches still coming down the pipe for you guys. We're going to see Karmine Corps back on an RLCS land stage at the end of the day, taking on Space Station. We'll also see Oxygen take on BDS down there at the end. But let's move on to our next 2 matches. This pair, we'll see Team Secret playing against Team Vitality. We'll also see the Gentlemates of Alpine, a major champion this season, taking on the Quick Trip Pioneers here. Secret versus Vitality. Where are you rating on this one?
A Team Secret, we talk about the SAM number 2 teams. They've always gone 2 and 3. They've always been so close to a top 8 finish. They don't get that respect, though. A lot of people talk about Power, the OC number 1, or even maybe a North America team trying to make that run. But North America 4 seed, 1 and 3 both times. Sam number 2, 2 and 3 both times. They are competitive. That should be a close game.
Yeah, and we've seen Team Secret. They got that top 4 in Rotterdam, and KV1 was a part of that. And for me, KV1 is that one player that really makes Team Secret for me. Throughout all the roster changes, he has been that rock for that squad. And I've seen him on LAN in these events, international competitions, step up and shine head and shoulders above everyone else. So that is going to be a big player for me to watch in that series.
Yeah, we'll see them go down there, but Vitality also reigning, defending Rocket League champions of the world here. Their story will start against the Pioneers. After our next match, though, we got the Gentlemates, the great surprise of the season. No one expected them to be the number 1 seed coming out of Europe at the beginning of the season, yet here they are.
Is the number 1 seed a good thing?
I'm not sure. 0 regional wins in Europe, but when they show up at LAN, we thought they are almost unbeatable. One of the best teams in the world, but EWC, James, you were there. They played a Chiefs roster with a sub in Jorius, who had literally 0 practice time together, and they lost to him twice, 3-2 and a 3-0.
Yeah, it was a shock. It was shock. And no one could believe it. When we saw it happen, nobody could believe it. And so now that has put a lot of question marks on this Gentlemates team who, we kind of accepted the narrative. Okay, they're not the best online team in Europe, but on LAN, it's a different team. But then they go to LAN at the Esports World Cup and falter. So now I think that has opened up a lot of questions.
All right, it might have opened up some questions. Let's pump the brakes a little bit. That's EWC. It's a good tournament, but we're talking about the RLCS, the creme de la creme. This is where you bring everything you have, everything you work for to the table. You got the European MVP in Itachi right here. There's a reason they've been so great, and it's because he has elevated his game. He's so consistent in midfield, getting the 50, setting up Juicy to be a sniper, and then making it so easy for Seiko to just hold down the back line. We can't just overlook him over here, James. The last time he was here, he won the World Championship.
I asked Cole quickly on the pre-show, like, how many world champions do you think are in the building? We guessed like 13. There are 7 former world champions or current reigning world champions.
It was a little high.
Seiko's
It
one
was
of
a
them.
little high. And it was his rookie season as well.
8. It's 8. I got it wrong.
Okay,
Just before anyone roasted me there, it is 8. So on the other side, though, opponents coming from down under here. We'll see how the Pioneers are able to handle the Frenchmen.
The Pioneers squeaked in here. You know, we saw the Chiefs. They were at London. They didn't get the job done, so Pioneers are here. But it's one of those underdog stories. OC2 has not done very well, but maybe they drew some inspiration from that EWC Chiefs team that did take the win over Gentlemates, knowing that they are vulnerable right now. They have to come out swinging early because Gentlemates, a lot of doubt in their mind. They're going to be angry going into this match, but if they lose game 1, that doubt can creep up.
And I mean, doubt for Gentlemates, but also hope for the Pioneers. They saw another team from their region take them down. That did have Jorius, who is, you know, a phenomenal player, transplant, or at least was in that event from the Netherlands, joining up with Chiefs. But, you know, if anything, it shows that OCE talent can beat the best.
Talk to them.
They can do it. And it is going to be so important to come out in game 1 to set the tone. If you can come out, if you're the Pioneers, and punch Gentlemates in the mouth, that is when the doubt starts to creep in for them.
That's when the doubt should start to creep in a little bit. And I'll tell you this team, the Pioneers, they're not going to be outpaced. They're not just going to be out mechanic. All 3 players, Fiverr, Ampus, Super Locket, they all have what it takes to be really solid 2200 level 2 players in the world. And you know what that means? That means they can do basically anything. You need resets, you need consistent shots, you need precision. They can bring that to the table. The question for OCE at the moment, I think, in Rocket League is how much can you battle the Europeans and North Americans in the mental aspects of the game? How much can you stay composed in order to make sure that you can bust on the mechanics when you need to and then be precise when you need to as well?
And we see it a lot in Swiss. OC normally gets one upset somewhere, at the very least. Then they usually falter in the later rounds. Could this be that upset? Could they catapult them to a top 8 finish? It's possible.
Hashtag M8 if you want the Gentlemates in chat. Hashtag QTPG. That is a confusing series of letters. I don't know if I've ever seen those 4 letters right next to each other before, but get it in the chat. You think the Quick Trip Pioneers have a chance of taking it down here? Pioneers, their last time they were at a LAN was Copenhagen, or last time they were in RLCS LAN here. They went 1-3.
Yeah.
Their only victory was over Elevate there. Didn't get a win in the other 3 matches, so they are looking to bounce back on this one here. James, you're thinking about predictions on this one. Who you got?
I mean, you have to predict Gentlemates. I think, you know, or teammates said it. This is RLCS. And in RLCS on LAN, the Gentlemates have been looking really, really good. And I have to go with them.
I got to say, quality losses. Gentlemates, they got that loss where, like, we are not the best LAN team. We need to figure this out. They're going to play angry. They're going to win this 3-0, and they're going to try and run up the score. I'm going mates.
Fiverr's been over here winking at me the whole entire time, but I can't pick him. I'm going to have to go with the Gentlemates right here. I think it's actually going to be a good series, though. Give me 3-1. Pioneers play pretty well.
I want to go with that bright gold on their jersey. Looks so popping there, but no, this is clearly the Gentlemates match to lose. We'll see if the Pioneers can create the upset here. Whoever's listening to me, don't. Someone's booing it. People at home can't hear that. Anyways, let's see how the coin feels about it. We got Gentlemates, we got Pioneers on one side and the other. It's through the air, and they're going to go Gentlemates here. Coin 3 for 3 on predicting favorites so far today. They also went for the Falcons off stream. So we'll see if the Pioneers are able to make it, though. This is clearly an uphill battle.
Oh, absolutely. But they're playing with house money again. No one expects them to win at all here. And a 3-1, I mean, again, game 1. That's where you want that doubt. No, I'm going 3-0. But I'm saying if it is a 3-1, maybe it's 3-1 Pioneers because they win game 1 and creep that doubt into Gentlemates' mind. It's possible.
Game 1 to be important. Pioneers or Gentlemates here, even a stronger favorite than G2 was against Limitless. We'll see if they're able to live up to the hype here, folks. Match 3 of the Rocket League World Championships underway. Major champions on one side and down under hopefuls on the other. KC Pioneers taking on the Gentlemates. Let's get into it. The
Copenhagen major champions looking to try and become world champions, Johnny Boy. But for the Pioneers, it's all about being the roadblock.
I don't mind that, actually. The Copenhagen is kind of an efficient way to say that. I like that quite a lot. In fact, these guys, I ran into Gentlemates at the hotel yesterday. They do have a little bit of Demons Kill against OCE. They're looking to do it here.
We get into game number 1, brought to you by Progressive. And we bring ourselves a huge result. If the Pioneers can try and add themselves, because it always feels like one of the OCE teams really pops off in the early rounds. Oh my goodness, that required a lot of help. Unfortunately, it's very rarely been the Pioneers.
Well, you know, these guys are looking to bounce back not only from a failed outing, overall a failed outing in Copenhagen, where they were only able to get a win against Elevate and couldn't get a game against anyone else. They're looking to step that up. But also just a regain from online, where they were having to play third best team in OCE for Split 2. This is a return to top 2 OCE. For the season, they were the second best team in the region, but more recently they had to take number 3, and they're having a bit of struggles putting the coach in for Fiber in the final event online, which actually worked. They had their best finish of the split. This is already looking pretty rough for them. Itachi off the backboard, perfect slot with the double tap, and it's 1-0 to the Debates.
Hear them roar just to our left-hand side. Juicy gets it over, and the moment you saw that first touch, you already knew it was over and done with. There was no way Itachi was not scoring.
Yeah, really instructional play there by Itachi. When you are going for your double taps, I know a lot of you, it's one of the plays everybody wants to be better at in Rocket League. Just drilling the ball in as straight of a line as you can at the backboard is the easiest way to set them up, especially when you're getting started. I know that you're going to see plenty of advanced double taps this weekend at crazy angles, but at least, you know, when you're starting off, you want to just be more consistent with them, have a good chance, hit the ball in a straight line, just then it's going to come straight back at you if you can stay in the same place and move in that direction.
Oh, that was a good opportunity there for Pioneers, and struggled to make too much of it. Back pass, a lot to be desired as well, so Gentlemates have got away with it, at least temporarily. Back out, Itachi pops the ball. Seiko has had a lot of arguments with the post. Post has won every single one of those so far. Held this reasonably well. It's not going to be a shootable angle. They've been stuck in this final third for quite some time. Itachi finally gives his team some breathing room.
You know, on RLCS this season, on LAN, that's been a place where Gentlemates are quite comfortable. They look very difficult to break down in their back corner. They're, you know, extremely disciplined. They'll play here for as long as they need to before breaking out. And it's something that other top teams have struggled with. Teams like Vulcan sometimes just overcommitting to that back corner and getting scored on as a result. But you'll see Gentlemates very often against teams like Pioneers just sitting here. They're just going to keep knocking the ball back corner. That's a shot on target, but it's saved again towards that back corner. They're never clearing the ball towards the middle. They know that's a dangerous area where Pioneers are lurking.
Time being, Pioneers look to try and create some chances and didn't quite find the bump midair. Now we finally go to the opposite side of the field. Lucy ran out of boost, couldn't get his challenge. Itachi, next one up. Nobody willing to overcommit. Seiko very disciplined. He now sees his chance. Itachi wants the bump. Incredible defensive play from Fiber, but it's now off the crossbar. So we stay at 1-0. We've just got a great example of what Gentlemates do. Once they get a little bit of offense, they make it count.
It's a massive defensive play by Fiber, like you said, and there's another one as well by Amphis. Just keeping this one competitive. You know, this is the risky part, or it should be the risky part about how Gentlemates play. They're so happy, so comfortable sitting on a 1-goal lead that they are naturally giving their opponents a chance to get back into this. Unlike Vulcans, who just run up the score, they just keep scoring, keep attacking, taking those risks, which, you know, can backfire on occasion, but usually just ends up as a goal glut, the likes of which we just saw before this. Gentlemates doing what Gentlemates do, just winning 1-0 and not taking any unnecessary risks, just playing calm defense. And it's up to Pioneers to force a mistake when Gentlemates are doing this.
Juicy goes for the chain dashes on the wall. Isn't able to control the car too well after the fact. Go back into the blue side of the field, looking for the setup, and that's well blocked. Pioneers have not been lacking for opportunities at the net. They have been lacking is times where Gentlemates weren't ready for them. Seiko powers it straight towards the goal. Amphis pops the ball up. Kind of got each other's way here, so in comes Juicy. Hits the post. They have got away with that.
It's a massive mistake in defense by Pioneers. Like you mentioned, they just get away with it, got away with the murder there. Gentlemates kind of been expecting it, but here they come again. They're still trying to keep the squeeze thoroughly applied. UT Pioneers survive once again. Pinch into the middle by Amphis. Super Lucky's up for this, but couldn't catch up to the ball. Gentlemates away with it. You know, whether or not that fake was intentional by Juicy, it's gone towards Itachi, his teammate, and they'll be quite happy about that. Final 30 seconds. It's Gentlemates still in the lead by 1 goal.
Infield, not going to go anywhere for them. Oh, back up, Fiber. Pioneers still very much in this game, but they have to find a way through very soon. They have to keep this one away from their goal. First mission has been secured. Seiko. Oh, what a dunk that is. Maybe one final opportunity, but they've got a long way to go.
Yeah, they just have to try and get the ball up into the air in the midfield by any means necessary. There's a good chance to do so, actually. Has it gone too far, though? Yes, it has. Itachi just knocks into the ground in the back corner, and it's a classic Gentlemates win by 1 goal. Now, I know, Shogun, you're going to be probably the most annoyed person in the building right now. You've got Juicy and who else? Super Lucky?
Super Lucky,
Super Lucky in your fantasy team. Juicy got 1 assist for you there.
Yeah.
Super Lucky got 2 saves. Actually, 4 saves for Juicy. Could have been worse. But that was not the goal glut you were hoping for your fantasy team.
I feel very conflicted because anyone that has been around for a while knows that a 1-0, oh, I'm all up for a 1-0
You do like
game.
a 1-0.
But if it happens here, I will be livid. I will not be a happy bunny.
Yeah, this is tough. Hey, I'm just enjoying it. I don't have any players in the fantasy team on the pitch right now. We're going to be talking about it a lot because this is just another one of those games. Another way to keep this interesting. Definitely try it out at home if you and your friends want to give yourself a little bit more interest in the games for teams that you are not in supporting. You know, NA fans watching, you don't care about EU versus OCE. Well, here's a way that you can get interested in it. I'm sure a lot of you will be, though. This is a team full of personalities on the OCE side especially, who are they're just hilarious. I love these guys. And as for Gentlemates, I mean, one of the tournament favorites on the bounce back. This is their continued story. Like I mentioned, I talked to them yesterday night. They want revenge against OCE. They want to prove to themselves that that was just a blip in their continued upward trajectory.
Well, it's a bit of a whiplash as well, considering what we saw in our previous series with Falcons running rough shots. When you see results like that one, do you look at it and just go, all right, well, Falcons seem to be the team more informed coming into this tournament, or is a 1-0 match for Gentlemates kind of just part of the course?
I think it's fine for both Gentlemates and as well, I'll mention G2 in that conversation. You know, G2 and Gentlemates are, at least with the way that they play against these lower rated teams, a lot more safe stylistically. And when they go up against the other top tier competition, they start to take the necessary risks, but they just don't deem it necessary to be taking risks in this matchup. They're thinking, you know, we are just simply better, so let's just not risk anything. Let's just, you know, play disciplined defense in the back corner. As for G2, same thing. Let's just get back with everybody and then win 1-0. Hey, why not? It's actually to score again, and it's Juicy again with the assist. It's a brilliant pass into the middle by Juicy, and he was kind of covering it as well. If Amphis is thinking about jumping, he would have to fly past Juicy. 1-0 again in game 2.
Now here's where my conflict comes in. Do I want to see any more goals here?
I think, yeah, this is a tough one for you.
It's a win that I've wanted since, well, the start of today. So it's a win I have wanted for 4 years.
To the uninformed, you've never casted a 1-0, 1-0, 1-0.
I have not.
There's been 1-0, 1-0, 1-0s.
Yes, there has.
The binary series in Rocket League, even in RLCS. So Shogun's never casted one, so he wants to, that's, you know, top of it. I guess it's top or bottom of the bucket list. I'm not sure how that works.
Number 1 on the bucket.
Yeah, number 1 on the bucket list is to cast a 1-0, 1-0, 1-0. But yeah, you're in the bin, mate. You've lost fantasy if this is just a binary series.
I will happily lose fantasy. I will come last in fantasy if that's what it takes to cast a 1-0, 1-0, 1-0.
All right, let's see. Will it happen? This is a good chance to score, actually.
I've never rooted against you more.
Oh, they've done it! Not only is it the end of Shogun's 1-0, 1-0, 1-0 dreams, Super Lucky wasn't involved. Super Lucky didn't do anything, so you didn't even get any fantasy points for that goal. Unlucky, Shogun. Oh dear.
I hate this game.
That's the worst possible outcome.
Well, here comes Itachi. I don't want him to score. I just need to start ramping up now. My
hold on.
Shattered. Go on, Super Lucky. No.
Surely. Oh, no one's there.
I don't want Juicy to save against Super Lucky. You know, you're on the same team, lads. Don't ruin it for us.
You know, this is a key moment, in fact, for Gentlemates, though. Will they be shell-shocked? Another goal in their net at the hands of some Australians. No, it looks like they're just going to keep plowing on forward as Seiko 50s well to the goal line. No panic just yet. for Gentlemates. I think if they lose a game, they might start panicking.
Again, we brought it up earlier on, especially for these teams, especially in our opening 3 matches, getting at least a game is
yes.
The plan is they are by default ahead of both Gladiators and Limitless. We're getting a game win might leap them over other teams as well who might get 3-0'd later on today.
Yeah, it really is a big deal. But as for teams like your Gentlemates, Falcons, G2, a win's a win, 3-0's a 3-0. Nice save there by Amphis. Swatting away another shot. Fiber takes his time. Pre-jump by Super Lucky connects, but Juicy's on the backboard to take it away from him. The real question as well. Oh, good catch by Fiber. Oh, he's not got any help. It's going to be another goal for Gentlemates. Initially, this is actually a very hard touch to make. The control here was impressive to keep it that close, but he panicked. He thought Itachi was closer, flipped into it. Nobody was there to help him out. It's an easy goal, unfortunately, for Gentlemates to score. QT Pioneers taking one away there.
Oh, I like this kickoff, though. Fake it with the first player. Gives it to Lucky. Oh, okay, well, that almost went very, very badly indeed. The idea and the theory was good.
Yeah, I like it.
Half flip off the kickoff, take the ball, got full boost, go and do whatever you want. The bit where you miss the ball after that, I'm not quite as...
Yeah, not the strongest continuation, just give the ball away with your very nice touch. That's one of the weaker ones. Pioneers have seen what Kaka and Hunter, their regional friends, who are not at this tournament but were at the Esports World Cup. They've seen what they can do against this Gentlemates team when they don't have any pressure on themselves. Have the Pioneers been able to instill that same kind of, composure in themselves in the run-up to this tournament? Coming here with the right mentality, because realistically, if they lose 3-0 here, it's still fine for their overall tournament aspirations. They just need to keep on chugging along. They're keeping this close. And this is maybe going to be another one. And then I know what save. Still follow-up shot, another good save, but crucial stops on the goal line there by Pioneers.
Yeah, Juicy's just causing so much havoc at the moment with his passing play. Able to finish that one off. Fiber now back in. That's a wasteful first hit. It's so difficult to control, and Juicy has got that covered. Yeah, Lucky going to go back corner. Hope for that 100 boost. It didn't turn up for him. The Gentlemates now move into the offense.
Yeah, that previous attack wasn't the first touch Fiber wanted. They have been trying to go as quickly as possible to most of their attacking touches. Now Amphis taking his time. Loses it once again. This has been an unfortunate theme for the second half of game 2, where defensive touches initially look pretty good, and then a panic touch comes right afterwards. Gentlemates looking to go up.
Oh, what strike.
Yes, they do. Itachi put it over the shoulder of the goalkeeper. It's all about placement, all about patience for Itachi on that play. Let Fiber overcommit into the net. There's nothing he can do after the shot goes behind him.
Every single goal Itachi has scored, he has managed to strike across from himself and get it to the far corner. Just putting it behind the goalkeeper, can't go backwards. Once you've gone past that position, the shot is there, then they are going to get it. Here comes Juicy. I need to be a little bit more, selfish here, Juicy.
I think he was trying to
You're being too much of a good guy right now.
Yeah, I think initially his plan would probably be to reset and then rebound into the net himself, but went a bit wayward. Pioneers dropping to 0-2 in the series. Gentlemates winning by 1 goal in game 1, winning by 2 goals in game 2. This one was maybe a little bit more of a scary game for them, having Pioneers actually level it halfway through. But unfortunately, Pioneers' defensive touches let them down. They kind of panicked a little bit in defense. Fiber, after making a really impressive catch, panic flipped into the ball, gave it away. It was looking good for about half this game.
There's no way anyone just heard what you said.
Absolutely love the reactions coming out of Pioneers. Here was the crucial play of the game. Fiber brings it down right there. If he just keeps his composure, stays big behind the ball, there's no clear way for... Yeah, he face-bombed that one. No clear way for Gentlemates to score. But he panicked. And unfortunately, nobody was there to help him out.
So for the Pioneers, did well to get themselves into this.
I just love Fiber's reactions.
He's very animated.
You could just watch his face cam. You wouldn't even have to watch the game. You'd know exactly what's happening.
You seem somewhat locked in at this point, realizing that you could really do it trying to grab at least this next game. It was looking good for a little while over in here, but it is the little mistakes. It's occasions where that first touch, I can't even say the first touch. First touch was actually fantastic.
Yeah, the first touches were quite good.
The second touch was abominable.
It was the panic touches in defense. I mean, I've been talking about it a lot today. I'm going to talk about it again. You know, why you're going to just low 50 in those positions. That's all what you got to do. Low 50s in defense, they're safe. It's low 50 towards the back corner. We've seen it from Gentlemates time and time again. We've seen it in this series even from Gentlemates on both sides of the pitch. They've been faking a lot in offense. I'm sure Pioneers have caught on to that. There are going to be plenty just rush challenges, ignoring the Gentlemates players behind the ball.
Seiko can't quite get it past Amphis, who's going to look for Juicy's car. They're just in time. It's the corner. How on earth are they going to be able to get to Seiko? Well, Seiko's already up. He's tried to predict it. Somewhat well to keep this going, but we are just ping-ponging from left to right. Juicy tries to change it. Chris Itachi backboard, Seiko ready and waiting. Will he get his opportunity to move forward? He's going to be called in. Instead, decided to wait for it. Back into the midfield. Juicy fakes the first, but that gave Amphis plenty of time to get into position.
Yet another fake by Gentlemates in offense. Pioneers with some more crucial defensive stops. They have to be so aware of that. That has been Gentlemates' main source of attacking threat a lot of the time in this series. Just sticking behind the ball, wiggling a little bit, try and convince Pioneers that you're going to flip when you're not actually planning to. But they've always got that 50 behind it. It's like a safe fake that they go for. They never play for the risky fake. They're always right behind it. Oh, what a bump. Juicy's just taking points back to bend it away. Seiko will get the goal. Look at Juicy in the front of your screen there. He's just going to pan in, just clipped Amphis. Amphis would have had that overhead if not for Juicy's presence.
That is what Gentlemates are just so good at. They trust each other. And it's incredible for a team that, you know, we don't necessarily know how much time they had to plan out, okay, this is the team we want to go for. We do know that this team was sort of the drops of other teams in the offseason. But the chemistry they have got, we're going to go for the Psycho. Ooh. That was not the worst attempt I've ever seen. Then again, the worst attempt I've ever seen did result in an own goal, so.
Yeah, he probably doesn't want to full risk it there when it's quite safe to just add a little bit more loft onto the ball instead of trying to like literally score it when everybody's back. Then you're just probably giving the ball away in most situations. But this is, you know, back to the drawing board for Gentlemates. It's another 1-0. It's another comfortable position, and it could be 2. No, good read. Overhead by Fiber. That ball hit the backboard behind him. He still managed to stay with it.
Side. Good clear. Amphis can now try and chase. He's in a good position to do so, but in the fake challenges all the time from Gentlemates makes it so difficult to try and get the read on what the actual play is. How are you going to get the ball past them? I think for Gentlemates, the best way to describe the defense is always relevant. All three of them know what the next play needs to be, where they need to be positioned. Backboard Juicy was a little bit, but there's another mistake.
Well, phenomenal cover there. Super Lucky missed his catch. It was a tough catch. That ball was almost, you know, hitting the ceiling as it approached the back wall. But he managed to rotate around, get back to it, cover his own error, which, you know, is how it should be. You know, you take the big boost in defense from your teammate. It's your job to go get the ball as well. Fiber now with the chance. It's going to be covered by Seiko. Post looks like it might have had the save as well. 2 minutes to go. Once again, Pioneers are in it. They have been in every game in the series, in the mid game. That was another huge chance. It looks like Super Lucky just ran out of boost on his redirect attempt. Now he's stolen away the back corner. Great 50 middle, and Amphis drills the crossbar. No follow-up for Pioneers.
Pioneers just got in each other's way. Super Lucky wanted in. And saw his own teammate was right in front of the ball. Couldn't get there in time. 100 seconds left on the clock. Gentlemates have not run away with any of these. Will they regret not putting this one away? What's that is what will it take for Pioneers to get that ball over the line against one of the most stout defenses we have got in this World Championship?
Well, you know, at some point they've just got to up the ante, take a risk that they might get scored on at the counter-attacking end. But is that time now? I don't think so. They're just going to keep playing their game, their standard mode, with a 1-goal deficit and 1 minute remaining. I think if we're into final 20 seconds territory, that's where they're going to send the house.
Juicy dropped down past Seiko, had to stop. Oh, Juicy almost landed on it. Well, that would have been a true highlight. 50 seconds, still 1-0.
I think Seiko looked for him. It looked like he was trying to return past mid-air. Now the other way. Pioneers, they have had plenty of territory to play with in this matchup. That's a good challenge by Fiber. Can't get the ball past Seiko in the back corner. They've got to get the ball away from this back corner. It's not going to go through. Gentlemates are just too safe with the way they play these positions. Now at the other end of the pitch, Pioneers once again survive.
30 seconds. That is straight across the face of goal. Seiko pre-jumps against Fiber. Fiber chooses to try and go for Seiko, who leapfrogs him just to take that ball off his hands. Now Juicy trying to put this one away. Fakes the first, takes the challenge. Nobody following up Gentlemates. They don't need to at the moment. It is all on Pioneers to find something in the next 10 seconds.
Yeah, this has to be it. Ampus looking to get the ball into the backboard. Full sends by the whole team. They're all just trying to create a chance, but there's nobody backing up the third man position. Can Ampus keep it up? No, it's into the ground. Gentlemates 3-0. Every game was a close one, but when Gentlemates are on the pitch, that's kind of what they do. They just win close games. They won so many games by 1 goal in their tournament win during Copenhagen. They're back at it again. Gentlemates, revenge against OCE.
Step 1 completed for Gentlemates. It was not nearly as dominant. I feel like G2 had the better showing. Falcons absolutely had the better showing. But it is not right now where this tournament is decided for both of these squads. For Pioneers, the good news is they came in as a higher seed. So at the very least, they are not going to be last or even second last heading into the next round. The disappointment for them is they didn't get anything, so could still run into a roadblock.
Yeah, they'll hope, they'll wish they just got something a little bit more. I know Fiber's going to be annoyed about that second game where the catch was good, then he just panicked. I mean, there's a couple panicky touches in that second game like we talked about. They've just got to keep their composure in defense. It's not about where the ball is, it's about where the players are as well. You know, okay, the ball's right in front of your goal line, but no one's there to score it. You know, take the time and steer it away from danger. But still plenty to be happy about there for Pioneers. They had some respectable games. It looked like they were able to fight for the midfield a lot more than some of the other
they're
lower
trying to argue over
teams.
who has to do the interview.
Yeah,
they're shoving on each other. Juicy, I think, got asked, and he was like, no, not me.
Yeah, it looks like I can see Itachi walking over there. Relief. Nobody wanted to talk to him. It's a bit of a shame, but yeah, I'm curious to see here. I hope you asked him about the revenge arc that Gentlemates are on right now, losing twice to OCE Jaria's edition in the Esports World Cup, and now they've managed to sweep Pioneers in very, very Gentlemates fashion.
We did see exactly what both these teams could do in our opening stint of the tournament. For this one, it is the Gentlemates, and for now, it is Leaf talking to Itachi.
That's right, I got Itachi down here. Well, still here. We're all here right now. Itachi, congratulations on the win, first off.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
It was a little bit closer, probably, than maybe you guys wanted. You almost had a highlight play at the end there. Walk me through the series, because it did feel close.
Yeah, it was close. Like, we didn't score much goals, but to be honest, we felt confident in the series. Like, we played well. Defensively, we were solid. And yeah, just the first match to enter the tournament the right way, and we're happy how we played.
I want to step it back a little bit because obviously, you know, I'm going to talk about it. There were some troubles against another OC team with Chiefs not too long ago. Can you give me your perspective on that whole situation?
Now, to be honest, that tournament, we weren't prepared well, I would say. Like, we didn't have that confidence on once we entered the stage. And I think it's a tournament we just have to forget. And yeah, it's clearly not our way of playing Rocket League.
Right.
And like, I think this tournament we're going to be a whole different team because we're way more prepared mentally in the game, everything. So yeah, like, that tournament is the past.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is Worlds now. This is what matters. This is all that matters.
Yeah, exactly.
So for you guys, you said it was a confidence thing. You're feeling confident, like, even if the series was close, you're like, no, we're good.
Yeah, not clear. We felt good in the comms. Everything, it was perfect. And even if the series is closed, like, it's pro team against us. So yes, we have to be careful. And yeah, it was good.
Well, I want to ask about KCP then as well, and maybe the region as a whole, because you've got the experience with them. How do you feel outside of Europe and North America? The rest of the world is starting to come together.
Yeah, like we can see with Falcons on the Middle East and Furia as well, we are good. Like this, I think this world is the most like the worlds we have ever seen. Like there's, I think, like 8 teams that are capable of winning.
Right.
So it's going to be good. I think it's good that other teams are starting to be good against EU and NA. So it's nice.
Now, just going forward for yourselves, you guys tend to have a lot closer series like that, the 1-0s and stuff. We saw the Falcons just before there, where they're going 8-0 and stuff. Are you okay as a team just getting the 1-0s? I mean, a win's a win, but would you like to have a little more of a lead on some of these teams?
Yeah, if we can score more, we will. But for example, the first major we won, like we didn't score much goals, even against smaller teams, I would say. We didn't score much goals, but we just have to feel confident on the field, and that's what we aim for. And if we can score 5-6 goals, we do it. If we can't, it's fine. As long as we can win the games,
Hey, it's good. I mean, again, all that matters is right here, right now, and you guys seem locked in. You got your first dub, so congratulations and keep it up.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And there it is. We're going to set it up because we do have more matches on the way. Up next, I believe it's going to be Vitality versus Team Secret. So much good Rocket League. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you on the other side.
Hey, Flo. Cool leg warmers.
Thanks. They're just for the bus ride to work. They're not part of the official uniform.
No tunes today?
No. My apartment was robbed last night. Took my cable-ready TV, VCR, portable cassette player.
Yep, all the latest tech.
If only Progressive had renter's insurance, like their home insurance.
Then we could bundle our cars and get the same 24/7 protection. I think we just invented that. This is the best day ever.
Well, I still got robbed.
It's still a pretty good day.
This is the opportunity, the dream that you
coming at you like monsters in the night, and you feel the danger that makes you wanna hide. When the cards are stacked against you and you're standing on the edge, now's the time, now's the time. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other. 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 When you're falling faster and don't know where you are, you feel the danger closer than your heart. When the
Well, Team Secret gets to take the stage next as our opening matches of the 2024 Rocket League World Championship roll on. And Team Secret has a tough task ahead of them as well. But this team that just barely managed to squeeze out that second spot out of South America, just barely beating Complexity, now they have a chance to prove that they belong. All they have to do, James, is take on Team Vitality.
The reigning world champions. You know, Team Vitality hasn't been as insane this season, but Team Secret, they still know this is going to be a tough opponent. KV1 is that player to watch for me, but you cannot discount his teammates. Brad, such a solid player. Brad, very consistent. To me, he's the type of player that you can rely on to give teammates opportunities to pop off. I've seen KV1 do it before, and also I have to say Mata hit I talk about it all the time. Mata, his ability to hit insane shots. One of the shots he hit on land blew my mind, and this player was one you have to watch out for. You give him open space, he can punish.
A team that does play very defensively, and when we talk so much about play styles and how they may compare and contrast, maybe, just maybe, they can be kind of a frustrating matchup for the boys on the other side. Representing Europe, your reigning world champion, Team Vitality, and a rare case, James, where you have a team that does not change at all from season to season.
This is the team that caused everyone else to, race to pick up the best super teams they possibly could. Vitality did something that no one thought was possible, to have an entire perfect split and then roll that into a world championship victory. Team Vitality, and especially Zen, served as an inspiration for all of the pros out there, showing them what is possible. What they accomplished last year cannot be taken from them, but this year it has been a different story. There has not been the same level of dominance, but there's always that thought lurking in the back of everyone's mind. What if Zen, what if Alpha, what if reDosin hit that level that they did last year?
Of course, yes, there is one change. You saw him come in at the end. Fairy Peak taking over as the coach after Farah led them to the World Championship. But of course, I think all the attention, of course, is going to be on the prodigy that is Zen. A lot of attention is going to be on Alpha. But reDosin, who, again, for a lot of people, and I would say maybe a vocal minority, they're like, when are we going to kick this guy? When are we going to get rid of him? Why is he here? He's costing us everything. Meanwhile, he's the foundation of the team. You take out that, you take out reDosin, and the equation just doesn't add up for Vitality.
Yeah, reDosin, people joke about the job security of reDosin. When he's really afraid, he pops off and has an incredible performance. But the reality is that reDosin is always a huge, huge threat. And then on the other side of the equation, he is such a positive presence to be around. If you spend time with him off the pitch, he's a fun guy.
One of the nicest guys.
And so he brings up the team vibes as well. But this is the stage where everything matters. People value majors. Majors are incredible achievements, but the World Championship is the crown jewel for players. When they look back on their career, they might, trade all the major victories they had for just one World Championship title. That is what a World's title means. So this is what Vitality has been waiting for.
Team Vitality is that team that just kind of peaks at the right moment. You go all the way back to RLCSX, and they were basically playing second fiddle to Team BDS coming out of Rival Series the entire season. And then all of a sudden, right at the end, in the RLCSX European Championship, easy for you to say, they go ahead and beat BDS and win that, and they win the one that matters the most. And then you go back to last year, winning the World Championship in Dusseldorf. 79% back them here in the progressive fan vote to take down Team Secret. We've seen similar numbers throughout the day, but you play the games on the field, not on paper. Team Vitality begins their defense properly of their World Championship. First test, a defensive squad in Team Secret out of South America.
Do not discount Team Secret. They have the weapons. Team Vitality, though, we know what they're capable of. We've seen a lot of one-sided matches so far. Will this be the same as the ones before, Stacks, or will we see an amped-up series?
And Field Night for Game 1, as always, brought to you by Progressive here at the World Championship, and we're underway with Vitality and Secret doing battle. And it's reDosin looking to plant his flag early, but it's Brad with the initial save, and we're off and running. And you can expect a pretty quick matchup, but a pretty defensive matchup between these two squads. Both sides, they really struggle to get through the defense of the other, as reDosin will pop this in.
Really good
and
punch
he's got to help. No, he doesn't.
reDosin had no boost, but still got that pop up and has resulted in this possession for Vitality. Mata trying to slow the play down. Brad upfield to KV1. Some good back and forth from Secret and Vitality to kick things off.
Full boost for KV1 as he watches Brad just clear that away. And that's something that we kind of saw a couple matches ago with Gladiators kind of giving possession back to the opposition. See if Secret can play more of a possession game, manage their boost, manage the ball, and not just kind of throw it back on the other side of the field for yet another attack to come in. Mata can't get past Alpha. That shot on target, no, just a little bit wide.
Would have beat Brad. Brad was near post with no boost. That far pulser was vulnerable. Team Secret live to fight another day. Now KV1 going for a block. reDosin with some help, but this is a nice attack here from Team Secret shaping up.
KV1, the defensive MVP of the Rotterdam Major a couple of years ago, just last season. Brad chasing this one across. He's got KV1 waiting. If you told me a few years ago that a South American player was ever going to be the defensive MVP of any land, I would have told you you're absolutely crazy. For a region that just loves to go, and they love to score, and they run up the score so quickly, and every game tends to be a shootout. But that Team Secret team was just a little bit different. Top 4 at the Rotterdam Major, really made a run and made a lot of teams sweat. KV1 a big part of everything now for Team Secret, as that one's going to be cleared all the way downfield. Brad's got a full tank of boost. He can turn on it, but he's going to be all by his lonesome, as Mata couldn't turn in time.
And we're seeing this shape up to be a much different series than the ones we saw earlier. Stacks. Team Secret is here to play ball. Team Vitality, though the favorite, and even the predictions from chat showing the same. Team Secret showing us that this is much closer out on the pitch.
KV1 going to work, got Brad to his left, got another all the way across, but Brad is met by reDosin. Alpha couldn't get onto that one cleanly, so reDosin's got to make the stop. Zen staying home, and now he'll come out. And Alpha will join him as well. Zen gonna go low, still blocked away.
Another demo on the back line as well. Zen up, beats Brad. The pass back down to Alpha. Alpha maybe wants that ball back. Good ball movement on the offensive end, and that shot will be high. No rebound either. The oncoming attacker was expecting some sort of touch from the defense, but it just bounces through the box. Team Secret lucky to get away with that.
As expected, no score here with a minute and a half plus. KV1 runs out of gas. It's all on Mata. Trying to run interference. Brad was coming up as well. Now KV1's got to retreat. And Zen gave him no quarter, but still gets popped away. Still got a piece of that ball, but it will be Secret ball for the moment. Can they get out of their own zone? Yes, they can. KV1, he's got help to his right. Gonna need to call on it sooner rather than later. It's Brad up high. Still nothing going though for Team Secret as Vitality slammed the door shut going into the final minute. Still no score in game 1.
Oh, reDosin missed the corner boost. Could have stolen that away from Team Secret. And that maybe would have been a better chance for Vitality. There's a demo, the fake. reDosin with a huge isolation save. Team Vitality live to fight another day.
Almost like they got in their own heads there. Just go straight at the man and you probably get him. Now another one, opportunity in front for Vitality, down to 30 seconds. They staved off that dangerous threat out of Team Secret. That's still available in front, saved by Brad, and Alpha has to control it to the side. He's trying to avoid Mata. Down to 20 seconds now. Opportunity for Secret that Alpha snuffed out. Now Zen takes charge. Nobody home, and reDosin scores!
What a game reDosin is having! To get that block and now to punch that goal in. Vitality earned that one, and they had been on the brink of scoring so many times in this game. And they pull it out with just 14 seconds left on the clock.
Mata, nothing in the tank. Got it over to Brad, but KV1 had to dive in as well. Final score should be 2-0, and it will be. reDosin adds another.
reDosin racking up the goals in these final seconds. And this one will be a fun one for the analysts to break down. The game was so close. Team Secret made some good saves themselves. There was a big save by Brad where it was a similar situation that reDosin was in, where it was just him left, had to make the stop, was able to make it. But really, play of the game, in my mind, Stacks, had to be that isolation save from reDosin. You saw the demo come through. There was 2 Team Secret players hunting reDosin down, and somehow he managed to get the save and put that ball in a spot his teammates could clear it out.
reDosin inching ever closer to a milestone of his own. Now 91 LAN goals for Rado, as he adds a couple here, closing in on 100 in his career. Zen not too far behind him, but we ain't talking about Zen in this game. We are talking about reDosin, as Rado leads Vitality on both ends. In our Mobile 1 high performance replay, Vitality shut out Secret in game 1.
Team Secret, even though they got the loss, I think they will still see the silver lining in that game. We saw the play that really the game boiled down to. They needed to land that bump on reDosin. They had done so much work. It was a good fake as well to even give the space on that play. They just weren't able to pull it through. If they're in that situation before or again, they might be able to get the job done. They were within winning or striking distance in that game. They could have won that game. And I think for Team Secret, that's what they're going to have to remember, is that, hey, we played them all the way down to the wire. They scored with 14 seconds left. We easily could have won that game. Let's just shake it off, go out, continue doing what we're doing, and we can win this series.
It was all Vitality in this opener, with just a couple of specks of opportunity for Team Secret. But now they've got to kind of dust all of that off. You got close. You still have to find a way to break through, and you can't let all the frustration from game 1 boil over to 2.
And we have seen a perfect sweep as well. So, I mean, it might be a little early to make that call, but the defenses out here have been pretty good to kick things off here at the World Championship in Dallas-Fort Worth.
Yeah, we had the first ever perfect sweep
in a World Championship. Yeah, in a World Championship.
So now we've had 4 perfect games. Just throw that out there, 4 in a row. I mean, God, you could probably go back to, I think the last one I had at London Major was BDS Gentlemates. That wasn't much of a series. Listen, everybody watching out there, if you got me, you probably know what kind of series you're going to get.
Or if you got Jorby casting Furia. That one as well. Somehow it doesn't work out for him. But, you know, if you're Team Secret, though, you're locking in. None of that is taking up any real estate in your brain. You're thinking, we had that game. reDosin, we should have scored right there. He just made a play, dodged the bump, got the backflip save, but we can do this. We held him close. They weren't dominating. We had chances. Given that Vitality did have most of the initiative, but we see that with Team Secret. They're happy to turtle up at times and then strike on the counter.
Well, while we have a moment here as we sort out some kind of technical issue with the teams, we want to give a big shout out to our good friend and colleague, Subi Smash. He and his family recently affected by one of many families affected by the wildfires out in California. We want to give our best wishes out to Subi and the fam. Hope you all are doing well, and hoping for all the best for all of you out there in California. Stay safe. Just about ready to go here. Look like Vitality have some kind of technical issue that they are sorting out.
Yep. But all the Vitality players currently have their headsets off right now, and I did see Alpha digging underneath his computer, and it sounds like the issue was a controller cable. The old controller cable got him.
Unreal. Come on. You're making how much money? Buy new cables every event. Come on.
I mean, it looks like it's getting resolved pretty quick. But
it is. we do have an admin team that works very quickly too. So we're not going to waste time here with anything that doesn't need to be done. So shout out to the admins as well, or the referees, as you may see them in game, for getting this handled as quickly as we can. And as soon as we can get back into game number 2, we will certainly do so, or get into game 2 for the first time here. If you're just joining us, Vitality take the first game 2-0.
And it was a nail biter. It went all the way down to the final seconds, even though it was 2-0. That last goal, the last 2 goals of the game happening in the last 14 seconds of the game. So it was very close through a majority of that game. Team Secret had an opportunity to take the lead, but reDosin stepped up. And you could see him getting hype as well. In the Mobile One high performance replay, you could hear him popping off, so excited that his team was able to clinch that first game, because they don't underestimate Team Secret. They know that this team is a threat. You have to come ready to play, because if you don't, you know what these players are capable of. South America is no longer a minor region. These are serious players here to compete for the title. Now we kick off game 2. Vitality going to try to win them back-to-back. Team Secret, to see if they have another plan.
Kept it close with Vitality in game 1. They were in it right until the very end. Stay close, you can win a game. And Mata scores 7 seconds in after that lengthy timeout.
And this was so good from KV1. KV1 with the light touch collects the ball, and his whole job was to make that first defender miss in the air. And he did that brilliantly. So credit to KV1 for generating that shooting opportunity, but also to Mata for securing it.
Well, Alpha looking to answer back, but Mata says no. Earning it on both ends here, as Brad is going to have that one fall right into his lap, maybe unexpectedly. And Brad up the ladder, but nothing else brewing, as reDosin going headhunting on the Team Secret half of the field. Alpha stole some boost as well. That could drop down in front for a teammate, and it's reDosin diving in. But all he can do is keep possession. Alpha's there, and he's gone by.
Maybe Alpha was thinking about a fake there, but Zen was too far out of the play. It looked like it would have worked. Now, Team Vitality lose out on that chance. They're going to try to break out of their own half.
Lobbed out. Yeah, that's something that we've seen a lot of teams do against Vitality just because they have to. They have to throw the ball away. Now Vitality is kind of lobbing it down, almost like a hockey dump and chase strategy. And, well, Zen thought he had a lot of time. Instead, he got blown up.
Another demo.
Another demo on the back wall. Shot is on and saved by Brad. Follow up, though. Alpha drop down in front, and Mata swoops it out.
Big play from Brad. Team Secret still fighting. That last stand from Brad, admirable. Preserving this 1-goal lead for Team Secret. After those 2 demos really made it difficult for him, but still getting the job done. Team Secret getting demoed again by Alpha, but Brad has a response. Oh, and this is awkward for Mata, and that shot will go wide. Still tons of pressure pouring out from Vitality.
So still the lead for Secret after that strike 7 seconds in from Mata. Their first goal of the series. Mata's got it again. Got through one. Cleanly off the backboard, but nobody else there. Brad retreating as that ball came off the wall, and Vitality might have got away with one.
It's a good idea from Mata if your teammate is there, but you saw when it cut to Brad's POV that Brad was running on empty, even trying to drive over on that mid boost, hoping it would spawn for him, but just couldn't find it. Now reDosin, the lead blocker, paves the way for the tie.
Who else do you call? Zen getting the last touch. reDosin doing a lot of the work yet again. Boy, reDosin having one heck of a series here for Team Vitality.
Great kickoff.
Eventually he may get his just dues here. Just so valuable to this Vitality squad.
He's been making plays. reDosin involved in every goal so far for Vitality. Might have another one for Mata high. Now another dunk. This is dangerous. Vitality looking for the backboard play, but Mata was there.
Mata going to take his time, and well, you end up in a 1v1 with some of these Vitality players. Good luck. You are automatically an underdog in most cases. Mata, throw one at the side, try to chase it down. Alpha's there, and he just got to the ball ahead of the contact. But look at Vitality, just kind of all packed in.
Maybe one poking that around Zen. Zen's gonna go for a double off the corner, but Brad cuts it off. Shot opportunity now. Mata challenging. Now Team Secret putting on the pressure. Brad preventing that pinch on the wall. reDosin has to dodge a bump attempt, but still gets a 50 on it, but it looked like he might have been team bunked Alpha following that up. Team Secret setting the tempo right now.
Otta quickly onto this, but again, met at midfield. It's the second and third effort to try and get out of the zone for Team Secret. Both these sides have to work so hard just to gain the center line, just to get any kind of opportunity towards the net. And now with only 50 seconds left in regulation, those chances will be few and far between. You have to value each and every one of them. Zen to the skies, needs one more touch and does not have it down towards the goal. So now Alpha takes over, down inside 40 seconds, but still no relent on either side.
reDosin leaves this for Alpha. This is a good pickup for Alpha. 2 go from Team Secret. Alpha trying to get it underneath the defense, but even though it was a double commit, Team Secret stand tall.
Down to 15 before we go to sudden death overtime, and Team Secret back against the wall. Oh, looking for the pass across to Alpha, but that was deflected away. And it puts Vitality in a precarious spot here in the closing seconds, because Brad holds over. He's got the pass off. For double, no follow-up as we go to OT.
Things were getting hairy there at 0 seconds for Team Vitality. Team Secret threatened, but couldn't make it happen. Team Secret looks like they have the edge in game 2.
They scored first, but can they score last? Last goal matters here in game 2 at Forbidden Temple. Will it be a short overtime? Doesn't have the makings of one. The team starting to settle in here after the kickoff.
Brad, big moment there. Loses out on the 50. Now this is going to put Team Secret in an awkward spot. Really nice save from KV1 to be able to set Mata up for that counterattack. There's the demo through the smoke. Alpha, he doesn't have any boost to follow this up. He can't get down to it. And KV1 wins it in overtime for Team Secret.
It turns out to be a short OT after the demo just across midfield, and KV1 hit it where Alpha was not. And we've got a series on our hands here with a grindy overtime affair.
KV1 is the player you want taking the shot in that situation. The game-winning shot, it's on the line in the hands of KV1, and he placed it perfectly. You saw Alpha. Alpha did everything he could to get that ball up above the net, but he was last back and had to buy even more time. Stuck on the backboard with no boost in the tank. That is a nightmare situation to be in because you just can't get down to the ground on those low shots.
Shots were 12-3 in this game that went to overtime, and the team with 3 shots scored 2 of them. And that's the difference. Team Secret finds a way to, I would almost say, steal one here in game 2 after all that pressure. I mean, reDosin did what he could, but in the end, it's this. KV1 passed Alpha. reDosin couldn't back him up. And the pop-off from the South American squad that's brought things level here through 2.
You knew it wouldn't be that easy, especially after that first game. It was down to the wire, and it was only in the last few seconds of the game that Vitality was able to edge ahead. But in this one, Team Secret came out playing right off the bat with that flip reset from KV1 to beat the challenger, and then an easy slot there for Mata. KV1 stepped up for Team Secret. Will he be able to do that again? Well, Team Secret add another score to their tally. Right now, we are tied up 1 game apiece in the series.
Well, for those watching maybe for the first time, let us assure you we have thought about what happens if we have to go to a 4th game. We do have a map rotation set up. It's perfectly fine. We'll see it here in this series for the first time today, as reDosin trying to bring that one in front, and he sent it all the way across. And now Zen bringing it all the way back. Let reDosin take over. Team Vitality now know they've got something on the other side of the field that they have to contend with. They have to respect Team Secret. As reDosin tried to play that one along the backboard, nothing doing, and Team Secret fend them off again.
And reDosin was trying to get some bumps on the backboard, did land a demo on his way out. See if that continues to be a strategy Vitality is going to try to use, amp up the demos. Glad. And there we do see demos back to back. reDosin being a bully. Doesn't have much boost to do anything here. And have to retreat as well. There's a bump on Zen. Fortunately for Vitality, redosin there to boom it downfield. Vitality will be on the attack.
redosin going to take it himself, calls his own number, and plants it through. redosin strikes again.
And then you get, this was automatic. You'll love that, the little alley-oop to yourself off the backboard. It is such a fun shot to take, but to be able to pull it off in a lobby like this is impressive. redosin, so far, the MVP for Vitality.
KV1 threading the needle, and then Brad has forced it well wide. Did not have it lined up proper, and a missed opportunity for Team Secret, and they really could be paying the price for it if they concede another goal here, as that shot stays right on the goal line. And Brad's got to send this one out of harm's way. Team Secret need to reset.
The challenge by Mata. Will he be able to get back? Low boost. Got a piece of it, but it kicked out right to Zen. redosin, player on Vitality you need to be watching out for right now if you're Team Secret. Been doing work. Hesitation there.
So great. Tough to pick out many mistakes in his game so far. You could argue that was one. Didn't get contact. That goes all the way across. redosin's over there. Play this ball out of the corner. No, KV1 beat him. He's got Mata in support. Drop it off to him. Mata going high. Low, he left it for Brad, but once again, Brad just turned away at midfield. Now he's got to make up for it on the defensive end, and he can't. Zen! Oh, what a play!
Zen slows it down so much in the air. KV1's panicking, tries to race to it, but Zen predicted that challenge coming. He positions his car, so if there is a 50, he's going to kill it back down to the ground to himself. Excellent individual effort by Zen.
The Vitality with a 2-goal lead. That was the difference in game one for Team Secret. Answered back very quickly in the second game. Vitality holds a significant advantage now. Can Secret make up a 2-goal deficit? Mata going to control that for himself. See Brad jump in more on the offensive end, as that time he does dive in, but he's beaten out by a couple defenders. That's going to leave Mata all alone at the back. Here goes Zen again. Does he have them downloaded this time? No, he's left it back for Alpha. Now KV1 going to challenge Alpha, and Alpha well up to the task.
Zen getting a bump on Brad, as well as poking that downfield. redosin couldn't do much. Nice challenge from Brad. He went for the bump. You saw the play, but actually got bumped back into that ball, and it cleared it out.
Mata's had his handprints all over the attack for Team Secret, trying to get people in position, trying to put the ball where it needs to be. Just hasn't quite had enough of the support. KV1 coming up, stuffed by redosin. Mata will lob it back in again. KV1 thought about it, looking to steal some boost. He could not. Now Brad will retreat. Now he's back into the play as KV1 brought it back in, but still just not able to get anything towards the Vitality net. You can get towards the back line, but nothing on target out of Secret in the last while.
This could be a play setup. Mata will turn for it. Gets demoed. Alpha on the wall, making sure Mata gets deleted. On the other end, Vitality trying to get an insurance goal. Things slowed down, but precious time melting off the clock. Only 30 seconds left for Team Secret to pick up 2.
Powered away, but only into the waiting arms for Vitality counter. KV1 at least has this one well high and wide. Got a demo there to maybe open things up, but still nothing there for Team Secret. Down towards 10 seconds. Got to score here to give themselves a chance. Lob it netward, and that's saved away, and Vitality are going to salt away game number 3. 1 win away from dispatching Team Secret here in the first round.
And that will officially do it. Team Vitality denying that goal at the buzzer.
Cruel.
And they're looking good. And I think one thing that has not been working for Team Secret is they've been trying to push the backboard, test the backboard. It's not been open for business. And the one time that they were able to sneak a ball through off the backboard. It was the Mata play where he had that space. Mata hits it off the backboard, and what happens? It immediately gets picked up by Vitality. Zen is flying through the air and scoring on you on the other side. So Team Secret gonna have to dig deep in that playbook to figure something else on the offensive end.
But it's not a team that is traditionally very aggressive in Team Secret. So, these low scoring, 2-1, 1-0, maybe a 3-2 if you get really crazy. That's what they have to do against a similarly defensive team, a counterattacking team in Team Vitality. Vitality would just soak all the pressure in the world, and then they'll beat you on one mistake.
Yeah, that one
on the counterattack, and that's where it was.
It was so good. I mean, even on the replay, you appreciate it even more. And you see it a lot more where people go for a reset 50. The reset 50 gives you so many options. One, you're taking that defender out of the equation. On that play from Zen, KV1, see you later. But then you're now in position to go for a meaningful play afterwards, and Zen able to just wave dash over to the ball and score all on his own. So Zen, big impact play from him, but Team Secret gonna have to be careful about when they blast it off the backboard. You cannot give Zen and Vitality space like that.
Well, Team Secret must win here to force Game 5. Be our first of the World Championship if they can secure it. Brad up the ladder. Gonna have to bring this all the way down and needs some help. It was slow developing. KV1 just a little bit wide and nothing there off the rebound. Here comes Vitality. It's redosin, which is the worst case scenario for Team Secret because redosin has had an MVP style performance here in this series.
Yeah, you don't want to give him the ball. If you're Team Secret, don't give him the ball. But at the same time, we just saw Zen burn him as well, and now we see Zen do it again. Vitality, they see the finish line, and they're starting to sprint.
Vitality strike first. Team that scored first in every game so far has won that game in this series. It helped that Secret scored 7 seconds into that second game, but no such luck here in Game 4. Now redosin, do it again. No, it's cleared away, but Alpha patiently waiting. He knew it was getting swept out. What can Alpha do here? Got a piece of Brad, it looked like. Now Mata once again on the attack, but all he can do is lob it at the backboard and everybody else resetting, and Team Secret just not playing with the sense of urgency that you maybe like to see if they want to challenge a team like Vitality.
You're going to wonder what kind of creativity will they have. Will we see someone step up? We saw KV1 make some plays earlier. Will they be able to do it again? Mata trying to be that lead attacker, but hasn't had support. And there's another shot. Brad with a big time save. Keeps the deficit to just 1.
A challenge at least has Secret on the right half of the field, but Zen knocked to the corner. Free ball for Mata, and wow, what a read by Alpha. I realized that ball was going to go up quickly. He was all over it. And it just seems like Vitality are in the comms right now of Team Secret.
And that's exactly what you want to do in situations like that, where you recognize early that, oh no, that might be a free ball for a highly mechanical player. Shut it down as fast as you can. And that's what Alpha did brilliantly. That's what Team Secret needs to be doing as well to Vitality. Now it's a rebound, and redosin had a shot, but Zen took it away from him.
Well, can Zen make up for it? Nope, here we go. KV1 got it on target and saved away. Good opportunities now out of Team Secret, trying to generate some momentum here in a must-win game. Brad, a little too far back as that one slowly rolled out to him, and that's just been a constant theme. The passes have gotten to where they need to go, but the man coming up to receive that pass has been so far back or just non-existent for Team Secret. Meanwhile, Vitality, there's somebody on the end of just about every pass, and, well, see it on the scoreboard. Opportunity here as that's blocked away.
Oof. And Mata has been the tip of the spear for Team Secret. Really does need that support, but now we see the demo come out. Big touch, and KV1 will 50 that to safety.
Zen very cleverly over to Alpha. Doesn't have anybody else up in the skies with him, though. Chance now is KV1 trying to get a piece of Zen, and Zen still clears that out. Good concentration by the youngsters. Hard to call him a youngster when he's got so much time as a veteran now, as KV1 is going to let Mata take over. Kind of ran interference for him. Mata once again involved in the attack. That kicks out favorably for Brad and still deflected out. Even when things go against Vitality, nobody's going to be up for this out of Team Secret, so KV1 back at midfield.
And Mata maybe should have just blasted that towards net. Putting it high like that slows down the attack, and Team Secret really needed to take advantage of the numbers. Team Secret with a surge of energy right there, but looks like Team Vitality was able to quench him, at least for the time being.
Another opportunity kind of in front of the net, but Secret, you need that passing play. You need to get somebody in front of the net and sneak around the defense. And it just hasn't worked out for them. They can't put all the pieces together. What a redirect out of Zen. That Mata up to the task. Oh, another clever play. reDosin, have a field day.
reDosin, the MVP for Vitality this game. Alpha, a cheeky little double off the corner, feeding it into the middle. But reDosin is there, and that's the difference between Vitality and Team Secret, is when those balls have been out in front of the goal, out in the box, where it's dangerous, someone from Vitality has been there. Meanwhile, Team Secret has been playing too far back in those situations. Team Secret are looking to close this one out. Only 20 seconds left. Team Secret still need 2.
Mata blocked out. Coming up on the final countdown. Gotta have one here. Mata couldn't get anybody in the net. This goes all the way downfield. Game 1, 2-0. Game 3, 2-0. Game 4, it's not a repeat, I promise. It's just the same thing over and over again. Vitality, 3 shutouts as they take it 3-1 over Team Secret.
It wasn't a perfect sweep, but the games they won, they were pretty flawless, huh, Stacks?
Yeah. Minimal flaws when your one loss is an overtime winner after all that pressure from Secret and KV1. I think you're doing all right, but that one loss does matter as we go through the rest of our matches here in the first round of Swiss. That loss will drop them down a little bit in their seeding. They won't enjoy the benefits of being 3-0 like a G2, like a Team Falcon. So keep that in mind.
On the flip side, you know, that is something that Team Secret can at least be happy with, is they didn't get swept. They got that game. That's going to improve your matchup in the next round. So Team Secret, they kept it close. I think if anything for Team Secret, they just needed to be a little more aggressive. Like sometimes take a risk. Even if you are on low boost, trust that your teammate's going to get it down to you. And you see that quite a bit. I mean, I saw that all over in the Falcon series, where even if a player is low boost, they're just going to trust that their teammate is going to dime them up a pass. Like you really don't even need boost to take a shot if it's a perfect pass. So Team Secret is going to have a little more faith in each other to be able to capitalize on those moments, because we saw Mata have those. Like we saw Mata break down some of the defenses, so we'll have to see how Team Secret adjusts.
Vitality get 3 shutouts. Leaf standing by with Zen to talk about it.
What up?
That's right, your defending world champs off to a good start here. First off, congratulations on the first win, Zen.
Thank you.
Off the bat, I want to ask here, that was a close series. It felt the games that you guys won, shutouts, but it felt pretty close. Talk to me about that matchup overall and how you're feeling coming into this tournament.
Alors c'est vrai que du coup c'était une série assez serrée, vous avez fini par gagner tout de même 3-1. Est-ce que tu pourrais nous expliquer un peu finalement comment ça s'est passé, comment est-ce que vous avez réussi à gagner au final?
Je pense que tout d'abord les premiers BO de LAN c'est toujours compliqué, il faut se mettre dedans, avoir l'ambiance, etc. Donc je pense que ça a beaucoup joué, et après on a surtout parlé et dit que c'est comme si c'était un scrim et juste go foncer quoi.
You know, the first BOs and in a LAN are always a bit difficult. Right. You have to get in, you have to see how it goes. And then in the middle, we're like, okay, it's just like a scream. Let's get into it. And then that's how we did it, you know.
And it definitely seemed like the fun started to come out for you guys. You were yelling and getting really excited. I want to look back to your previous performances. In Copenhagen, you guys got 4th. And then in London, dropped to a 5th to 8th spot. Was that at the back of your mind coming into this tournament, those previous performances?
Alors, si on revient un peu sur vos derniers tournois, c'est vrai que vous avez fini top 4 à Londres et finalement après vous avez fini par faire top 5 et 8, donc c'est-à-dire un moins bon résultat. Est-ce que c'est quelque chose que vous avez en tête? Est-ce que vous pensez à ça en venant ici finalement au Worlds?
Non, on pense juste au World et match par match et on fonce tous ensemble et on est tous ensemble et on y va.
Okay, so no, we don't really think much about the last results. We don't care about that. It's just about the Worlds right now. So it's just match by match. We are all in it, and we are just gonna go through it. So that's it. Yeah.
Perfect. Well, let's. I told you before, we're going to break down a play here. You had a really great 50-50 that turned into a goal. And I'm just curious, was that you being the sidekick? Was your teammates kicking in? So could you walk me through the play maybe?
Alors juste, on va voir un play. Est-ce que tu pourrais un peu nous expliquer qu'est-ce qui s'est passé sur ce play? Est-ce que c'est toi qui es venu sur cette idée? Est-ce que c'est tes teammates? Comment ça s'est passé? Décris-nous un peu.
Bah, je suis allé en l'air, j'ai essayé de faire un move, que sur les PC je me sens pas très bien. Et juste j'ai voulu prendre un 50 et ça a bien allé. Après j'ai wave dash et j'ai tiré quoi, parce que je savais que j'étais premier.
So yeah, I just went in the air. I was like, okay, I'm just gonna go and get it. And that's pretty much it. I took the 50-50 and I was like, okay, I got it. And then I just have to shoot and that's it. So I was just responsible.
So it was you or you're a sidekick? I don't know how you do it. That's crazy. Now, just before we send you off here, talk to me about the team energy because you said you're just here. This is a scrim. Let's have fun. It seemed like you guys were having a blast.
Alors, est-ce que tu peux finalement juste finir par nous dire un peu, finalement, quelle est l'ambiance, l'atmosphère au sein de votre équipe? Parce que vous avez commencé un peu à crier, à vous sentir plus à l'aise. Juste comment ça se passe en fin de match?
Bah, je pense que la pression a l'air descendue déjà, mais après la fin de match, juste on était heureux, on continue à faire des blagues ensemble et à rigoler. C'était comme d'hab, quoi. C'est très fun.
So the pressure just went away, and we're just like having more fun, just starting to laugh and feeling better. Yep. And that's just how it went at the end of the game. We're just feeling relaxed, and so that's how it went at the end of the game.
Hey, we're all here just playing Rocket League. It's important to have fun, right? Yeah. Also, apparently he is psychic. I totally thought he would have said it was teammates that called it out. He's just the best, and you saw it right there. We have a lot more Rocket League to get to. It's not over yet, so please stay tuned as we continue along in the Swiss Abyss. And coming up next, it's going to be Gen G versus Power. You don't want to miss it.
Return to our interview with the insurance whistleblower.
I just think everyone should know there's an insurance company out there exposing other companies' rates so you can compare them and save.
Sounds like trouble.
It's great, actually. It's called Auto Quote Explorer from Progressive. Here, look. See, we show you our direct rates and their rates, even if we're not the lowest.
So, whistleblower usually means you're exposing something bad.
I thought it meant calling attention to something helpful. Like, toot toot, check it out. This thing's the best. No?
This is the opportunity.
North America ain't just bald eagles and solo wonder girls no more. They are your current major champions. So which 4 teams are the best region in the world sending to Fort Worth, Texas for one final ding-dong this season? We can't discuss Nolly, JNaps and Com without zooming all the way back to their disastrous start. 0-3 in the first online Swiss this season, then 0-2 in the second. Coach Torment must have conjured up an all-time great team talk, as they'd go on to reach both majors in brilliant fashion, most excitingly via a tiebreaker to reach London.
Has Rebellion have to think about it when they lost it? Oh,
Sadly, online perseverance hasn't yet translated into offline brilliance, but in the Fort Worth sun, these guys will sniff out any potential upsets from 10 paces. Once dubbed the world's most unfortunate team after missing out on the Copenhagen Major despite only ever losing to Gen G and G2, post-Copenhagen is where they really turn on the afterburners. Finally dodging the NA super teams in the quarterfinals proved, in Open Qualifier 5, they were the best of the rest, with a Grand Finals appearance on another day they could have won. At their first major of the season, they swung through the Swiss and went into the worldwide quarterfinals safe in the knowledge that odds on, the days of always coming up against G2 would be behind them.
G2 taking on Space Station Gaming.
Alas, old habits die hard. Let's hope Worlds provides them a G2-less path to the semi-finals and beyond. Going into the most recent major in London, we somewhat rudely called Gen G quarterfinal specialists. In our defense though, they didn't exactly do much to dispel those rumors at the Copper Box.
That was the moment Falcons were trying to play the squeeze. Oh my goodness! Falcons continue to swarm.
They'll play the ball down. Jack on wobbly legs!
Another top 8 finish proved that Gen G can consistently be near the top. They've also tasted overall victory this season, winning Open Qualifier 4.
Pass over to one! Jack is in!
Add to that the fact the longtime Gen G duo have done some damage in the past shows that they're here to win it all. But they will need the break to have served them well if they're to do even more damage in Texas. The best region's best team have reached all 8 RLCS Grand Finals this season across online and LANs. They've won 5 of them, including the most recent major. Atomic, Beast Mode, and Daniel are your reigning RLCS champions for a reason, dominating Falcons to claim London's top prize.
Just over 3 minutes in G2 with this 1-goal lead. Bumped it off here from us. That's open at the back. And it's Daniel!
G2 are just unstoppably dominant, and if they claim ultimate glory here, they'll be in the discussion for the most remarkable RLCS season ever, in contention to overtake last season's Spring and Worlds winning Team Vitality, who won everything after Zen joined. Despite all the brilliance making its way to Dickies Arena in Fort Worth, Texas, G2 are the absolute epitome. Beat them, you may very well find yourself lifting the trophy when all is said and done.
We are back. The Rocket League World Championships continue here in Fort Worth, Texas. Europe coming up strong in both their matches. The Gentlemates, the Pioneers tried to make it tough, but it still ended up being a 3-0, Bates.
So it ended up being a 3-0 indeed. Gibbs, they ended up getting that one correct. Don't start bragging.
It's expected. It's expected that I'm going to get them right, obviously. But gentlemen, Team Secret did battle Vitality. Vitality came out slow, but watch out. Radosin, last World Championship, Vitality said that he should have been MVP. He looked like the MVP in this match again. Maybe they're getting ready for that World Championship run.
We'll see if they can keep it going. Good, strong steps for some of the European teams here in round number 1. They've got that first win under their belts. We'll see how they do in round 2. Good energy. You can see how much it means here for the players. Even at the beginning, even in round 1, welcome back to the desk, folks. We've got half of our matches done, half of our matches left to go. Joined by Lemon on the end here. Lemon, how you liking Texas so far?
Good. It's not too hot. But
it's not. It's actually been kind of cool.
Yeah, I haven't got to try the food yet, but we have a whole week to get barbecue going, some good matches going, and it's been a good start.
It has been a good start. We got a lot of action left to take care of here, folks, so we don't want to keep them waiting too long. The players are getting set up. They're getting ready to go, so let's keep things rolling here. Halfway through round 1, 4 more matches left on the day. We're all waiting to see the re-debut of Carmine Corp, I guess, as they'll take on Space Station to close out today's action. But OG versus Furia, they're starting to get set up. We'll see their match here in a little bit. For now, let's focus on Power versus Gen G Mobile 1 Racing. Power coming up from OCE, number 1 seed. And Gibbs, we saw, I don't know, Where are you putting Power right now?
Power is the most dominant OC team we've ever had in the history of Rocket League. So everyone's like, all right, that top 8 curse will finally be lifted by them. Obviously, the Chiefs did it in EWC, but that's not RLCS. We still have not had the OC top 8 for RLCS, so Power would love to do it on the World Championship stage.
Number 1 in OCE versus number 2 in North America here in round 1. Finally getting to some matches a little bit closer in the seedings here. Maybe not a guaranteed 3-0, 3-1 situation. Gen G going to be looking strong, but let's start by talking about the Power Boys here, Bates.
The Power Boys, Gibbs alluded to it. They are the most dominant Oceanic team ever. They just keep winning and winning and winning. Yeah. I've been predicting them all season. They finished 2-3 in both majors. The actual last match. Look at them. Look at Coach. Look at Coach. You got to embrace that Texas energy right there. For their last match in RLCS back in the London Major is where they lost in round 5 to the Gen G squad. So they know them. They're very well acclimated to them, and they want to make amends. They started off the last major in London with a major upset. Beat Oxygen, a team that everybody had going top 4, definitely top 8, and they took them out quick. Gen G has them same expectations. Power looking to play spoiler yet again.
Yes, and there's a lot of hype behind Gen G, especially after EWC. Everyone's talking about the Gen G top 4. Yeah. But are they amazing, or did they just face broken teams? That's the big question. I feel like there's so much doubt behind Gen G, but they, I think, have met those expectations. Yes, the last couple of qualifiers, they weren't consistent in that top 4, but they're still top 2 in my mind. I think they look united more than ever, especially Abjack on that front line.
So, but is Power a broken team?
Power's not a broken team. They know what they need to do. They know that they can compete. It's just they get the one upset, and then they just can't get another one. They need to get into the top 8. They absolutely do. So round 1, yes, it'd be great here, but really it comes down to that round 5 matchup. But we saw it last time. Gen G dominated Power.
So we'll see if they can do it. Gen G, on the other side of things, they do hold the last win, the head-to-head against Power there, but a team that has struggled to start things off in Swiss. Will we see that here in Fort Worth, Bates?
I don't know. It remains to be seen. This Gen G squad, there's a lot of questions going into the season. Even when G2 formed, people had Gen G. They added First Killer. People like Gibbs, probably.
I had him number 1.
You had him number 1, and a lot of people had number 1 as well, especially coming off that last season with Noli, how good they were, how great they were even, and that they haven't necessarily ever reached that potential. They want to reach an or 2, maybe only 1, but they've been playing good. They want to make sure this World Championship run is a great one.
And we want to see consistency out of Gen G. I think Daz and a lot of Gen G fans would love to stop getting messages about what happened to Gen G. And I think everyone's taking Worlds extremely seriously, and this is a team that shows up on those days. I remember in Copenhagen, they didn't really get enough respect. They went to Game 7 against Gentleman's in the playoffs, and those are the champions. And they get beat by really good teams, and we always discount what Gen G can do, but EWC showed me that they fixed a lot of their synergy issues and their consistency issues.
And this is the first year that First Killer wasn't really considered as the North American MVP, or at least a top 2. He did not have a great year. He still had some good years number-wise, but overshadowed by G2, this entire squad. But finally, at EWC, they 4-0'd Vitality in the quarterfinals. Then they played BDS, who won the whole thing. They kept it close. It was 4-2. So Gen G, their best result was just 2.5 weeks ago. So they need to build on that momentum and come in here really strong.
You feel like this for Gen G and the World Championship, the only thing they will accept as success is a trophy? Or is there another win for them here? Is making the grand finals, is that a win?
I think making grand finals would be good enough for them, or even the top 4. But like everyone here, they want to win
that trophy.
They want to win it. But I think top 4, they'll be happy with it a few months down the line.
I think they have a lot of the pieces that you need to be a top team. They have that flashy player in First Killer who's got the insane mechs. You got a great second man who's been amazing of apparently Jack, especially at EWC. I was a big fan of him. And Chronic, who you can't even talk about how consistent he's been as kind of the mold to this team. I don't have any doubt Gen G can make it through from the Swiss, but it's how much of a dent can teams like Power put in a team like this?
Well, and then there might be fans out there who tune into Rocket League at the World Championships. They're excited to say, First Killer's on Gen G now. And it's interesting. And I think it's worth remembering and noting again, like, First Killer, I think, has always struggled with teams because their mental can't sustain across the tournament. They've always kind of self-cannibalized as things have gone on. I think Gen G, a rock-solid team mentally. When you put Abjack and Chronic next to First Killer there, they're going to be able to bring up anything he's experienced before and make sure they stay consistent.
And it's how you modulate how do you deal with the mistakes from the other team, keep yourself composed, play your own game, but also modulate the aggression expectation of another team. Power is a team that can really just throw it all at you and can be sloppy at times because of it, but that's what makes them so amazing is they're so unexpected, and Gen G could be thrown off by game plans like that, and it's how Gen G could stick to their own game plan without changing too much, overthinking it.
Yeah, they don't have to change too much going into this matchup. Again, the last time they played London Major, Swiss round 5, it was a 3-0 sweep for Gen G, 10 goals to 2. They dominated that entire match, so they know that they are huge favorites versus Power, but they also know that Power has got those upset wins and that potential to do it. So we talk about Gen G, very slow usually in game ones on the first day of tournaments. They need to come out strong. Don't give Power any hope at all and come out strong. But like it really comes down to me for First Killer of like he plays so aggressive on this team, and sometimes there's not a lot of help on the offensive side. I think that won't be an issue versus Power. They can move up the field a lot more. But I think going forward, I would love to see First Killer play more of that midfield defender role that he is so good at.
And that's what it's changed about Gen G over time. It's not just all the eggs in the First Killer basket. There's a lot. They're playing a lot closer together, and Abjack was scoring a lot more at EWC because he'll find those rebounds and they'll give themselves another chance. And more windows of opportunity means higher chances to score. And Gen G could easily rack up the score if they could really be confident going on the offense.
You notice we're fixing out some technical thing right now, filling while we wait for the players to get ready to go. You can see Torsas there, no controller in front of him. Torsas, one of the legendary KBM players of this.
He's one of the legendary smilers of the scene too. Look at him. Oh wow, he's on the camera right now. He just smile. Oh, never mind. He got rid of it for a second.
And he is tied for the most lands in RLCS history, and he couldn't even play for the first 2 years or the first year because there was no OCE. So he missed out on 2 just by default. So Torsas been here forever and is continuing to play at the top of Rocket League.
And this, out of all the predictions, I feel like this match was one of the more contested ones because this is where the Gen G doubters are rising up. And a lot of people said, oh, game 5, because Power are like that dark horse that can, if you underestimate them, they could take a match off of a team as good as Gen G. Out of like, MENA, EU, and NA, Power are the ones that are underestimated and could easily take a series if you don't take them seriously.
We talk about MVPs, and I was pretty much in agreement with all of them, except for one. Banana Head got the MVP for OCE. I think Fever deserved it over Banana Head. Like, Banana Head's that flashy offensive guy that's going to put in those top goals, but Fever, so consistent on the offensive side for his team. He's the true leader of this squad, so if he's playing well and can facilitate on both sides of the field, I think they have a shot. But I think it was me and CJ both were like, I think it should have been Fever for MVP.
I can hear it. I mean, I'm not taking anything away from Banana Head.
No, of course. He did amazing.
Absolutely well earned.
He's biased what? To OCE? Like,
biased to his former teammate.
Oh.
That's fair. Sure.
I mean, I feel like what you said earlier about how aggressive this Power roster is, how fast and flashy. They're very much kind of a think first, or fly first, ask questions, think about it later sort of team here. And the problem with that is it does leave you very little room for error. If you're making the right choices, man, you're unbeatable. But it does if you make any mistake, there's not a backline there to protect you. So players like Fever really important for keeping Power in it. They need that consistency here. I mean, Bates, you have feelings about like the play style matchup there. I mean, with that fiery offense from Power going up against maybe a little bit more consistent rotation from Gen G. How would you characterize Gen G's offense?
Gen G's offense is just methodical. It's a Chrome-led offense. It's what Chrome has done for a very long time coaching. He's going to make sure that his players rotate consistently. They're going to follow each other up. They're just going to play clean Rocket League. Nobody needs to be a superstar. Everybody's going to fill into their role and just elevate when necessary. That's what makes it a bad matchup for Power.
Hashtag PWR for Power. Hashtag GGM1 for Gen G Mobile One Racing. Get your votes in the chat. Let us know who you think is going to win here. And we are moments away from getting into the game, so let's make some predictions. Lemon, who you got?
I got Gen G. I think it's going to be in a 3-1 direction. I think they can start off clean. I know they put a lot of work into this. And I think they take every team seriously. And Power, I don't think they're going to catch them too much off guard. And judging how Gen G handled Vitality's aggression, they can kind of deal with Power in the same way.
So I'm not normally a fanboy of many players, but First Killer, I'm a fanboy. I'm a fanboy of First Killer. I'm going Gen G. I think it could also be a 3-1 as well, though. I think Power can definitely fight here, but I got Gen G.
Abstract picked the wrong win in the Chalk versus First Touch match, so I don't want to pick him, but I have to pick him. Gen G's 2-0 against Power right now. They're going to become 3-0 in the series throughout the season and in the series right here.
Yeah, if you guys didn't know, there's a First Touch Chalk match coming up later on in the show. Not today, many days later. I also have Gen G on this one. They're the clear favorites here. Love to see Power getting upset. What a story that would start here, folks. We got Gen G on one side for the coin. We got Power on the other. As it goes into the air, comes back down. Coin is going to go Gen G on this one. So Coin staying with the favorites in general so far today. It's been a good day for the Coin.
Yeah, and they're not wrong. Obviously, this Coin's doing well. I think this is definitely a 75-25% type matchup here.
Wow, you're really close there.
So bad. He wanted to be 75-25.
I should have said 78. Should have said it.
On that one. Well, we will be getting into the match here. The players are locked in and ready to go. We were talking about Chrome's offense on one side. We got Gemma's on the other, folks. OCE taking on Gen G. And an exciting one as we head into the back half of the day. Continuing on through round one of the Swiss. Power trying to get the upset. See if they can do it against Gen G. Let's play some Rocket League.
The perfect season domestically for Team Power and one last crack to prove themselves on the world stage. One team can't get past round 5 of Swiss. The other always finish their run at top 8. Gen G taking on Power. Cole, it's going to be a little bit of a doozy, this one.
They finished their runs at top 8, but they did a little bit better than that recently at the Esports World Cup, did Gen G. So a sign that they are returning back to the powerhouse that they were before. But make no mistake, this one will not be simple. As you said yourself, CJ, Power winning everything in OCE and getting so close to making out the Swiss in our 2 majors. Do they have it in them? How important is it they play well in this series if they're going to?
Well, the other factor as well, I was speaking to Jimmer earlier this morning, and they're certainly aware of the fact they keep on running into Gen G and G2. Every single international event, they just cannot get away from them. And unfortunately for Team Power, their record against Gen G, well, I dare say is terrible. Apart from a Game 1 win back in Copenhagen where Banana Head scored 6 goals in Game 1, they then conceded 14 unanswered to lose 3-1. And outside of that, it hasn't been too crash hot. They lost them in a 3-0 in London as well, round 5. I mean, it's all up against them here.
I mean, Gen G are currently a combined 14-0 versus all of OCE. So they'll be pretty comfortable coming into this one. This is no CJ versus Furia situation. This is the team that are able to put these Oceanic teams to the sword. But so far in the first minute, had no goals to either side, and Power are just starting to edge their way into this first game, finding the ball, finding themselves in orange territory, getting some passes along. And I think getting control of the ball will be important for their mentality early days.
Game 1's so important for Power as well. We saw them drop their heads earlier on in the Esports World Cup. When they do drop Game 1, when they think they're perhaps able to win that, and things can go completely the wrong way from then on. So mentality, a massive factor, and almost the first goal. It's going to be a counter-attack down the other end, and no, Tors can't get back. Probably should have been 1-0 Power. Gen G straight down the other end.
It's harsh lines. You're so near to getting the opening goal. In the blink of an eye, you've conceded it. Well, I would say, I mean, Power and OC have come under some criticism recently for letting their heads drop in general, right? You know, they're laughing about that first goal going against them. It's a good sign if you ask me.
I mean,
that's less of a good sign.
Well,
that's a bad sign, I would say, if anything.
Yeah, I can tell that you were just staring into my eyes then.
I saw you look shocked because I was looking, like, oh no, what have I missed?
That's what I missed. Build on dropping the first goal. Well, they've conceded 2, and that's not what you want. Power known for their kickoffs as well. It's very interesting that they weren't able to get anything working there, but Gen G very well coached. Robert Gomez, Mr. Chrome, Mr. Rob. Well, he's a pretty good coach, and they're a well-drilled team, I'd say, Gen G. That's something that I guess they've always been known for.
Worth his weight in gold is Chrome. As Gen G take a 2-0 lead up against Power. They had a couple of saves to defend against, and since then it has been all Gen G, although the ball hasn't been in play for much of that due to the kickoff goal. Let's see what Power can offer. Here's Fever. Want to get that one to the center, but look at the pace of First Killer. And First Killer is a player that seems reborn in the last month or so.
Yeah, certainly he's starting to get his hours up. There was certainly a concern there that he wasn't playing the game of Rocket League for a while, but certainly as the World Champs build up, I feel like a lot of these teams that were locked in early to Worlds, they did taper off a little bit post-London, knowing there was a longer break. Obviously, we had EWC, but now we're starting to see them really hit full form, and I guess that's all that matters is the World Championships. You can perform at the majors, but Worlds is where it counts.
Power seem to have steadied the ship over the last minute or so. Here comes Fever onto the back foot. Wants to get the second touch, makes it out, in fact. Banana Head sends it high. So there's more general pressure here from Power, but too many scoring opportunities as Power players go for the ball against Chronic there in the center. Torsos into the middle, has no one there. A career Torsos has had, been in OCE forever, it seems. yet another world championship. The first killer shoots, and first killer gets it into the top corner.
Just can't give him space like that. You can see Banana Head no boost with the clear. Jack read it instantly. And there's the three-man pass play. Everyone's sitting so high for Gen G. That's the confidence you need in game number 1. And really running away with this one.
It's that unselfishness as well. I mean, when Gen G won the opening major of last season, it was those passing plays, the unexpected ones. You're expecting someone to just whack it on target, and that's never been Gen G's MO. And they had Nolly before, and now certainly when they have first killer. 3-0, feeling very comfortable right now, the North Americans. One of 4 North American teams. What the hell they'll feel, but there are 5 European teams here and only 4 here on NA soil. They're looking to take a few scalps, I'm sure. Starting here, wanting to make statements like we saw earlier on from Falcons. Just earlier on from 1 or 2 of these teams. They just want goals.
It's a real mental block, Power, against this lineup. As we said, they just keep on playing them every land. Nice double coming through. Jack, again, look how comfortable he was. He had 100 boost, floats in front of it. And right now, defense is the name of the game. We saw the counter-attack for that first goal for Gen G, and they are looking so comfortable. Team Power, known for their high pressure, for that offensive play style. We just never seem to be able to get it working against this side.
Yeah, they're taking snapshots, and it's not really going to happen when you've got 2 Gen G players in the goal line. I appreciate they're trying to waste some boost, trying to get some possession. Maybe it works out, but again, the pass not quite there. Same wavelength, and you understand why when Gen G are defending this well. They just look so composed, Gen G. They look so comfortable, and eventually they're going to come out of a perfect flip reset like that one.
Well, even there, they had so much offense power. You saw Banana Head go for the solo play. Torsos and Fever both had 100 boost, but they back right off. They're playing a 1-up, 2-back sort of style, and it's just not working against Gen G. I don't know if it's a confidence thing. Obviously, they're aware of the record. We spoke about it, 14-0 against OCE, and many of those against this side. As we said, that mental block feels like it's just not enabling them to play the way they want to.
There'll be one to take for the road for Power here in the last 15 seconds. What I would say is they've had plenty of the ball, but that just seems to be Gen G's plan. Let Power tucker themselves out, eventually snap, as we saw most literally in that first goal, the complete counter-attack. And what it will result in is a comfortable 3-0 win in Game 1 for Gen G Mobile 1. So far, the favourites taking this one as well.
Yeah, they just really, I mean, it was cruise control all the way there in Game 1. We saw the early shot coming through from Team Power, but after that, it was one-way traffic. Power trying to get things to work, and you'd see Fever getting involved. A few shots on the board, 7 in fact, and 7 for Gen G. So they actually tied it up in shots if you're looking for a positive, but it didn't look
Considering that was their first shot, and it led to this, not much of a positive.
I mean, outside of that, it just didn't look that threatening. We saw Jack so comfortable in net. Those kickoff goals, I mean, they hurt you any time, and particularly at a World Championship.
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, that was the moment this first game was lost. When you concede one, you concede a second. From there, you're chasing. And Gen G are such a good team. So impressive with game management. If you are rushing at things against them and snatching at shots, it's exactly what they want, and they will swallow you up over and over again. So, Power. Was that a good performance for Power?
No, it wasn't great. We didn't see, the banana head that we know and love either popping off. But can we get a round of applause? Can we get some W's in the chat if you're watching at home? Because that was Torsos' 200th game
I'm looking around.
at an RLCS land. Yes, 200. This man has been at every World Championship since Season 3, bar 1. He is a staple of not only OCE, but the RLCS. And a true credit to him.
Do I remember you saying that you never teamed with Torsos?
No, I didn't. No.
How did that know? Because you team with everyone in OCE.
We're like star-crossed lovers.
Yeah, apparently. And there's a different universe where you guys have played together for 6 years. You're still going. You guys are winning World Championships. But in this universe, it never happened.
Almost a double. Fever could have gone the perfect start. But as you said, we speak about it over a campfire and a nice hot cup of tea of what could have been. But... well, for him, he's done pretty well. 200 games on land. Nice little top 4 in Season 6 as well. And, I mean, he's not really looking like he's slowing down. We spoke to him previously in London, and he said, I'm going to keep going until someone knocks me off. And for now, I just had the perfect season.
When you've had a perfect season, it's tough to make a statement or it's tough to make a claim that his time is approaching. But maybe Power's time is approaching here. Maybe the better performance than they had in Game 1. Gen G, incredibly comfortable, looking to continue here on Forbidden Temple in that vein. And what I would say if you're a Gen G fan, don't be too worried if Power have a lot of the ball, because that is precisely what we saw in that first game until Gen G were ready to strike.
Yeah, miscommunication again. Fever going for the drop down. What you want to see if you're really looking to see if Power are in top form is how high they're sitting third man. How confident are they? And there again, we saw a free touch from Fever. and no follow-up coming through. So they really need to be following up like this. They need to be sitting high, putting the pressure on Gen G. Because in net, they're looking so comfortable. They have to start getting involved, getting more aggressive. Those demos are going to help, but he's got to get the touch toss.
Chronic almost had the pace over Fever there. He just did enough to get it back towards Banana Head. Again, the touch is a little bit loose. You want to see a tad more from him there in those situations. This is the player who has scored multiple goals that are just of a thrilling quality here at the last stage as well, and we're yet to see that happen so far in this game. We yet to see Power score a goal at all in this game. Genji might be about to get another one. Apparently Jack fakes it out towards first killer. There he is, and that's 1-0.
You can see Torsos in massive trouble in net. Jack with 100 boost gets the beat over the top of Fever, and you can just see Torsos. He's got to wait. He knows a fake's probably coming through. But first killer, too good with the dunk. Genji once again opening up the game, and as you said, Power yet to trouble the scorer.
Just waiting for that moment and scoring it. I mean, we were talking about Chrome, right? And you were saying that he is a fantastic coach, which of course he is. I wonder how much of this game plan comes from him, because it is working impeccably. Their attempts to just let Power run out of steam and then come down the other end and score are working to a T. And it's happening time after time after time. I'm wondering if Power can maybe change their approach, because something isn't working for them.
Hell, if you want to know about Chrome as a coach, he's a very counter-strat heavy coach, which is really the opposite of what we see commonly in the RLCS, at least amongst coaches throughout NA and EU. And that pretty much comes from his time back in league play. You had a whole week to prep for a side, so it was all about how do you counter the other team. There's the first goal for Fever, as we said. Power out of nowhere. Maybe we just need to start talking about how good Chrome is to see this structure crumble.
Yeah, as soon as apparently Jack missed that touch from Banana Head, I don't think his teammates were expecting it. They've been so solid in the 50-50 game up to this point that the trust was flawless. The links have been there all the way down the pitch for Gen G. As soon as one is broken, that's the level they're playing at. Power find a way through. We have parity. We have 1-1. And also, Power have survived the kickoff after the first goal goes in. So it's important stuff here for Power. Might get another one as well. Banana Head comes alive!
Okay, B-Head. Took him a game to get going. We can see the beautiful touch off the wall. It's the instant flip into the reset. Chronic with 100 boost. He doesn't even jump. He's not even ready in time. Team Power. Here we go.
This is what we want to see. This is what we want to see from these OCE teams. This is what we want to see from Banana Head in particular. And Gen G. Suddenly, all eyes turn towards you guys. Can you play from behind? In the first game, your opponents were chasing. They're getting pressure on straight from the off, forcing some good saves. But Power are making those saves. And here comes Torsos. It's the old fella of the team. He fakes up one into the center. Beaver's coming in. Apparently, Jack gets the block. Banana Head for a quick-fire third. Goes for it. Almost in.
Yeah, the boost control, though. Torsos stealing that 100 means the offense can keep going. Fever with the control again. Gets the dunk. Banana Head has to back off. She'll be able to win this touch, though. Does. Fever hanging around with the pass. Back to Banana Head. Another fake coming through. Torsos with 100 now. Tries to take it upstairs. Gen G in a little bit of trouble defensively.
Yeah, they're getting demoed out the game as well. It's making it difficult for them to spread around the pitch the way that they were. First killer loses it to Torsos, who gets it top corner.
The boys are back in town. Third goal on the board for Team Power. You can see the bumps coming through. First killer just pushed off the ball there by Banana Head. Torsos the only one to recognise what was happening, and he strikes top left.
Well, who saw this coming 2 minutes ago when Gen G got the opening goal in Game 2? It seemed that Power were going to have the same old problems, but now Gen G, they want to get their second early goal. They want to make Power sweat, and Chronic manages it.
This happens so often, though. Just when they get the gap, they're 3-1 up in so many series on land, and then it's just an instant mistake. It's a simple mistake there. Thieves just missing that backboard touch. You try to control it. Doesn't get anything at all, and easiest of goals just takes the pressure off Gen G slightly.
I'm curious how long it's going to take Gen G to really attack this one. 1 minute and 30 seconds left. They'll back themselves to just get a goal through natural play without forcing things. Will Power allow that to happen? Maybe not, maybe. It just goes straight in from the pinch.
Well, they find an easy one. I'm not sure how this even got to work. You can see Torsos, Chronic, perhaps didn't want that, and it's the perfect bounce off the wall. Well, that is what they needed. They almost gave, they had a 2-goal lead. They gave them a freebie. They get that extension back. What do they do? Minute 25. This is where Jimmer is a coach. He wants to see them lock in. No big mistakes.
Well, someone called to fake the kickoff there from Power, and it's worked out to perfection. They get back down the other end for Gen G, and I do like that from them as well. They have got that 2-goal lead back, and then they mix up the kickoffs. Ball falls back down to the blue end. Banana tries to get it over First Killer. First Killer squeezes it past him. Tosses up against a couple of them. just levers it towards apparently Jack. That one's open. CJ's looking pretty excited for a second, but Gen G were tracking back in time.
I don't know how Fever just didn't get enough power on that. It was wide open. It was a great save from Torsos with the 0 boost. B-Head again. He's got another reset. He makes it, goes low. B-Head gets the 5th. Team Power have fully woken up and they're loving it too.
The man with the best name in Rocket League Esports of Banana Head proves that he has the mechanics to fight it out with the best. Power with a 3-goal lead, a complete and total turnaround. First killer might make it a tad nervous again. Here comes Chronic, and Chronic puts it wide. Gen G are shaken.
40 seconds now, it's just Big T on the ball again. He's going backboard, tries to get the reset. Might get it to work. 30 seconds now. Gen G, if they're going to get anything to work game 2, they've got to go right now, but Team Power looking very confident, and what a turnaround. You got to look at Banana Head being the catalyst for this lineup in game 2, but they're looking to tie this one up, and they're going to do it.
Yeah, it would seem that way. Maybe apparently Jack can just give them a pinch, but Banana Head, who else is there as well? 2 assists in this game and 3 goals. Supreme performance. Apparently Jack, he gets it onto the backboard. Banana Head's there again. I mean, I asked you if Power were, performing up to their own levels in that last game. You said no. Where does this stand on the par of Power?
This is them. This is them right here, and it starts with Banana Head, as we said. He was the OC MVP for a reason. Not sure why Gibbs is calling me out, trying to say that it was Fever. I'm not sure what he's saying there. It was obviously Banana Head, an absolute superstar. He's announced himself here, game 2. But can they keep it up? We've seen this before. We've seen Power put in an effort like this. Banana Head has scored 6 goals in one game against this lineup, and they still lost that series 3-1. So it's not all doom and gloom for Gen G. Power have to keep this form up.
And it was all from this one moment. This one slight miss from apparently Jack. Banana Head forces it through. Suddenly Power are in, and then they turn it on.
I mean, Banana Head, just the reset king, and absolutely love it as Jim has pointed out. What is going on?
I mean, that's how you know he knows his players, because I can guarantee you there are some players that would hate that. I think I'd hate that if I was a pro and I've done that. I got my coach, over my shoulder, pointing at this guy, like, go away. I'm trying to play. I'm trying to make hundreds of thousands of dollars here.
He's just like a proud father, like not sure what the game is, what he's playing, but just proud of whatever he's doing, and it looked pretty as well. I love the fake as well, the double reset, going low on Appjack. So nice, so clean from B-Head. 500 points as well, looking clean on the scoreboard. 5 goals to Team Power. That is the perfect response. But as I said, it's all well and good to show up for one game. They've got to do it for the entire series. They haven't been able to do it in the past against Gen G. If they can get the lead here in game 3, well, Bob could be our uncle.
Power players are 9 and 40 combined versus NA on LAN. So that makes it 10 and 41 in games after that one. So they're fighting the odds every single one. And to beat Gen G, to even come close to defeating these gargantuan North Americans, they're going to have to play at that level for at least 2 more games in this best of 5. The question now is, are they capable of doing that? And we're about to find out.
I mean, we talk about confidence as well in Rocket League in general, but particularly in OCE, for OCE players that come here on the world stage, so isolated, such a remote region, not able to queue any other server. That confidence is massive for them. We saw what it happened with Jorius when he joined the Chiefs, what it did to to Hunter and Kaka. They were different players with that confidence, and that's the difference that perhaps a big game win can have on a side like Team Power. If they can build off that, if they can use that momentum that Banana Head's creating that the boys are able to use, they might be able to take this one.
But Gen G, it seems to me, are trying to make the claim a bit more themselves here in game number 3. They're trying to dominate the play, set the pace, and that may well be their wily old coach telling them to do so. You said he was a reactive coach. They certainly seem to have reacted early in game 3.
Yeah, as he said, he's going to be looking for those counter strats. It's great. Fever, and there's a huge whip coming through Banana Head. Couldn't get there in time. The bump still, and the low 50. First killer, 0 boost. Gen G keeping it out, but it's still dangerous. You can see Fever, he's looking for fakes. They're showing a lot of confidence. But Gen G able to get it out.
Gen G will be relatively happy that they've managed to escape the first minute and a half unscathed here after Power, despite having less of the ball, have had the best chance right then after that miss. First killer has to say alert yet again. In comes Banana Head, just catches the ball and lets it drop below him. But Gen G are coming forward as a 3. This is where they're dangerous. Chronic takes a touch into the middle. Apparently Jack gets some bumps on the way. Banana Head, after being bumped, manages to get a touch on that ball at least. There's end-to-end stuff right now, CJ.
Yeah, you can see the difference is Fever pushing downfield, just getting some bumps and creating a bit of chaos to ensure that Power can get into defense, get the counterattacks working, and that has been the difference. The confidence in the rotations. They're not just going back post. They're not able to sit back in there, but that's a fantastic pass block down. First killer, can he land on it? No, he can't. There's still going to be a free shot coming through, but there you see Chronic just backing off, not willing to take the shot.
Well, he probably saw Banana Head's player banner in front of him and knew he had the block, and wait, again, out of nothing.
Well, here we go again. You can see Chronic, he wanted that corner boost, but it was his worst enemy in the end because Fever just ran him like a book. Team Power strike first in game 3.
I mean, even getting the block there was good enough. Somehow getting that one on target. I didn't see that coming. Gen G didn't see that coming. I wonder if the Power players saw this performance coming because they are playing above themselves. And they have to continue. Apparently, Jack towards the left. First killer's up as well, the pre-jump. Wants to get the flip reset from the ceiling. Could be an instant response. Torsos gets in the way, and then Fever helps him out. Power are defending. And everything is going their way!
What on earth is that? Fever's just put his arms in the air, and he's not sure either, but it's a little bit of luck. Chronic accidentally skimmy dims it straight into his own net. Well, 2 minutes left. They're enjoying themselves, the Power boys. Here we go.
Oh man, fate has turned on Gen G. It seems that everything right now that could go wrong for the team in orange is just starting to go wrong. Apparently Jack, though, gets the pop and gets the goal.
There we go. You can see Gen G trying to lock back in. And it's Abjack with a little bit of individual brilliance. You can see all he has to do is get it around Torse. Open net coming through. The bumps as well, Chronic. So influential on that sidewall. This is what happens a lot. You get excited, you think, hang on a minute, Team Power, and then Gen G get that one back instantly. But what we saw last game was Power get that lead again, get that 2-goal lead back. So see what happens right here.
Here's Chronic. It's touched towards the left. Banana Head is there towards First Killer. Fever up against First Killer. This one's a little bit dangerous again until apparently Jack, who was lingering like a shark, is just bumped out the water. Fever goes for the early flip and then the dunk. Quite enough on it now, though, but Power will be happy that they've managed to get the initiative back after conceding that goal.
Yeah, it's lovely.
His flip reset.
I love the bumps coming through as well. You can just see the difference in their rotations. They're happy to sit forward. You saw Fever. He didn't rotate out. He went straight to front post and looked for a bump. That's the difference. That's the Power that we see domestically back in OCE. That's the reason they're 6-0 in qualifiers back at home. But to do it on the world stage is a different story. For now, they are able to get it done, and Torse might have a one-on-one if he goes quick. Jack's going to be back in time. He's looking for the flick. The dominance is beautiful. Jack, though, so poised, able to get around one. And now Power have to back off. Have they open committed? Is it going to be open? It is! It was going to be off the post. And I believe Torsos is just guaranteed it to be in. It probably was in.
That was going in.
Could he have got around it, though? Did he jump too early?
That camera angle didn't help us know whether that one was going to hit the post. Hopefully after this game we can see. Or maybe Torsos doesn't want to see.
I'm putting it down as an own goal.
Chat seemed to agree looking at their reactions.
I'm putting it down as an own goal. I'm going to say it, but you know he had to go, but well, 2-2 again. Gen G right back into this one, as we said. Game 3 so crucial. Only BO5s, all of Swiss, and they just found their way back in. The pressure's off them again. Banana Head trying to cook. He doesn't get the touch. Torsos, though, straight on it. It's a nice backboard. First kill, he can't read it. Fake out Fever with the shot on net. Oh, save comes through.
Apparently Jack had to use every inch of his Fennec right there just to get something on it. And then Chronic barges his way forwards. Gen G trying to take this one in the next few seconds. They will know that Power's confidence might have just diminished yet again. But in comes Torsos in front of Chronic. Gets the second touch as well. Banana Head was waiting, but apparently Jack got the touch.
Look how quick they're up to go, though. Fever straight up again. Third man. There's no third man right now for Power. They want to go. They want to get this goal in regulation. Banana Head in the corner. Tries to go the low 50. Finds it. They're in time, though. Torsos keeping it in 10 seconds. Banana Head. He's got a shot on his fist. It's wide. Again. Team Power. 5 seconds left. They've come up with something brilliant.
Oh man, they had to make us sweat. First there was the open net miss. No, there wasn't. It was a pass. Then there was the wide shot. No, it wasn't. It was in off the post. Power had the lead. There's only 5 left for Gen G.
Every shot Gen G got it. It's a double fake, and they've read it. Fever has read it. First killer keeping it up, though. Chronic's going to be able to sit there, but Team Power take the lead in the series.
My heart cannot deal with this. There's too much going on. This is unbelievable. We always talk about chaos when we talk about OCE. We talk about how they want to make a series feel awkward, feel strange, balls pinging around everywhere, odd fakes, kickoffs that no one touches, right? This is an OCE feeling series, and Power know how to navigate these choppy waters.
Every shot in that last 20 seconds, Gen.G thought was going in. And that's the reason why they were able to get the goal. You could see a little bit of luck. You could say it was a Chronic own goal into a Torsos own goal. Jimmer was loving it. He's giving us the point over there as well. It's fantastic being so close to the players here at the World Championships here in Fort Worth. But see, Torsos, I'm going to call it an own goal, but that late goal, you can see it. There was so many wide shots. Banana Head with a follow-up, but this worked. First killer dove across and whiffed the ball because the shot was wide. Fever nearly missed himself, but it was enough. Jimmer loves it. The boys are loving it. And they're one game away from creating, I'd say, an enormous upset. I know that they've been around 5 the Swiss, but they've never got close to Gen.G. They got swept by them in London. They get a chance to return the favour, 3-1.
Oh, I mean, I got it wrong earlier. It was series, not games, that Power players are 9-40 versus North America on land. So it's still 9-40, but it might be 10-40. They might get a 25% win ratio if they can claim one more game in the next 2. Gen.G, all eyes to you. They will want this to be a much cleaner game of Rocket League. And a good early kickoff from them might make it thus.
Now, what a change-up as well from the first game. And it's just purely confidence. I spoke about it going into game 2. You can see it in their faces here right next to us as well at Dickey's Arena. And they're looking so confident. Look at the fake coming through from Torsos. It's just got to be in. And Abjack, well, I think he might have switched teams right there. Torsos creating so much havoc. He had 13 boosts. First killer didn't want it. He's missed. And Abjack's put it in his own net.
Torsos will love that completely as well. After he was the one who scored the own goal in the last game. He gets them back, gives them a taste of their own medicine. And they fake the kickoff yet again. Power, you can never rely on them to just hit the ball from it. But Gen.G do come away with the ball. They have to respond soon, you feel.
You talk about it being an OCE series, Cole. We've had 3 own goals. We've had 3 own goals. I feel like I'm home right now. Now, can they get another one?
This is what OCE land would be like, I guarantee. I cannot wait until it one day happens.
It's chaos, and Fever's trying to rifle one top corner. That one wide, saved across by Chronic. You can see Jack, he's got no boost. You can see the rotations. It's messy from Power. It's not clean, but it's completely throwing Gen.G off their game.
Banana Head up against, I didn't see who that was, but it was somebody for Gen.G, and Banana Head shows all the pace to get past them, and then has the composure to wait after the flick reset. Torsos in, on the side of that, as you said, the beautiful Dominus. Love seeing that.
FK last, great bomb!
Torsos has him! It's not quite in from Fever, in comes Banana Head, saved again! Huge blocks from Gen.G, keeping them afloat.
Absolute magic from Abjack. I have no idea how he's kept that out, but there's still a little bit of strife here. Chronic with 0 boost, over to FK with 0. It's the Fever, he's got the beat, he's going the double, off the ceiling with the reset, saved again! No. How on earth is this ball still out? Banana Head wants to get in. They're trying to force it in their net, but Gen.G maintain the 1-0 deficit.
Unbelievable blocks, and now down the other end. Apparently Jack goes for the edgeable block. Torsos gets it to the side, first killer in the air. Gen.G trying to respond as soon as possible. Have they stemmed the tide with these saves?
This is where Power have to keep their heads. They should have scored about 18,000 times there in the last minute. But they have to stay composed. They've still got the lead. They don't need to rush. Right now, Gen.G looking good, though. It's a great pass down, Jax. Circling like a great white shark. Power certainly know all about those back home. It's Torsos. Let's get the touch. Great help defense there again for Banana Head, and it's Unleashed Fever, who's got to be able to go to the ceiling. He's got to be able to go to double FK. Great save.
That'd been a Fever signature shot. We were so close to one. On Utopia as well, with CJ casting. Name a more iconic duo than that. Torsos towards the in defense for Gen.G. Banana Head's in.
And there's the big mistake. So much hard work defensively, all undone there. You can see Jack, he wasn't expecting FK to leave it. Jack had the 100 boost, FK had 0. He wanted Jack to take over, and Jack said, no, please don't. 2-0.
2 minutes and 40 seconds left, and it will feel like an age for Power right now. Gen.G trying to step back up. Chronic has a clean touch. He goes to the sky, but Torsos is there for him. The pace that Torsos has shown, there's still so much life in him. In comes Fever. It's an OCE procession.
3-0, and they are not even celebrating right now. They are, we talk about cruise control.
Serious now.
Jim is nodding, he's smiling over there. The boys are locked in. They got 2 minutes 25 to take down Gen.G 3-1. All over to that team right now. What do they have? What does Chrome have in store? They got to get 3 goals on the board.
If you're a fan of Power, you are not calling this one a dub just yet. You will have seen this team, you will have seen OCE teams lose from situations like this. Heartbreaking losses are almost in their DNA as Chronic fakes the flip reset. Apparently Jack to the corner, but Fever in there. And Power are doing that so well, nipping in when Gen.G are making their passes. Banana Head from the side gets to the ceiling. Torsos has to make that touch and does. There's always a player there diving across, getting these touches and nailing the clearances.
It's still messy, Cole, but as long as they're on the same page, that's all that matters. And right now, Gen.G cannot read them defensively. FK goes to the double. Torsos there in time. They've been able to kill 45 seconds here. Keep doing that, and they're, well, on a one-way ticket to the 1-0 stage of the Swiss. First killer dives. He's been beaten. Banana Head's going to get 100 off the offensive corner. He's trying to get a dunk as well. Appjack does well. And they still need to find 3 with 90 seconds.
Fever is just batting this ball straight back to Gen.G territory. It's all that Power need to do at this point. First kill is left floating. Tosses a Banana Head. Who's going to claim the ball? It's going to be Banana Head. There's a demo in front of the crossbar, and then the post. They're still not doing it. Oh, no! He doesn't score either. Power can't put it to bed. Now apparently Jack has 100 boosts to play with, but doesn't manage to get past Fever, and another attack comes to nothing.
What on earth are they doing? They're lucky they're 3 goals up. That was a diabolical in offense there for Team Power. 1 minute left. They don't need to score, fortunately, because that was terrible. Gen.G, 55 seconds now. Have to get something to work, but nothing at the moment is breaking through offensively.
Here's Torsos, first killer, into the middle, first killer, just chain dashing his way around the ball. Fever's watching him the whole way, and Fever beats the ball away. Chronic has to go again.
This is it right now, they have to go. Jack, he's got a reset, he uses it. It's blocked out, Fever's there in time. Chronic dives across, he's not there. Jack's all he can do is get a 50. He's able to catch, he gets the pop over the top. Chronic's looking for the haymaker across FK, but there's the save, and that might just be it.
He used all their boost yet again. The demos are raining in like fireworks. Torsos finishes them off. Power, they're going to go 1-0 in the Swiss, and look at what it means to them.
Blow up your predictions, blow up your tier lists. OCE's back in town.
The tier lists are over, and NA won't be tierless after this one. Their second seed has been felled by OCE #1. Power making Gen.G play their game. They're still going for more. Oh man, what a performance this has been.
And Big T, the veteran, in his 203rd RLCS game on land, might just be one of his best yet. It's Power 3-1, 4-0 in game number 4, and a phenomenal start to the World Champs for the OCE #1 seed.
We're watching Gen.G now. It's gonna be a lot of introversion from them. They'll have to look things through, but for Power, the handshakes are coming out, celebrations all around. That's a performance that's been bubbling away in the background for a while.
Talk about how important mindset is, mentality. After game 1, sometimes if they drop their heads, what a difference that was though, compared to at the Esports World Cup. They dropped game 1, we're thinking, oh no, are they even going to score? Is it going to be another one of those series where Johnny Boy and Stumpy are just begging for an OCE goal? But what a difference, what a switch up. You could see it in game 2. Jimmer, so confident. And once they got rolling, Gen.G couldn't stop it.
They just kept on going as well. I mean, Banana Head got the highlight plays, but Torsos for me was impeccable in that one. Some of the dive-ins he was doing and timing it well, outpacing opponents. It's like he's a 17-year-old up-and-comer still.
Yeah, Big T still got it, as he said. No one can knock him off back home, so why would he even think about retirement? He's one of the oldest here, but he's absolutely loving it, and what a performance. Finally, they get their first win ever against Gen.G. They play them every single event they possibly can. They play them multiple times at every event, and finally they get the chocolates.
As you see here in the Mobile 1 high-performance replay, the record books being smashed apart. Torsos involved all over the place. Banana Head, MVP performance from him in my opinion. Power, deserving winners.
OCE's back in town, and how about the 200 gamer down here with LeafX for an interview?
That's right, 203 games now on land. You're a legend, you're a grandpa of the esport. You've been around. Congratulations first off on the win and just how many games you've played.
I mean, thanks. I mean, I like, to be fair, we were taking it kind of chill. Like, you know, Gen.G beat us like 4 times in a row, but we've proven nobody beats us 5 times in a row.
The record has been set here. Don't even try it anymore. Now, I got to say, I had you on my fantasy team, and I told you to do well, and you seem to have taken it seriously. Sort of.
I mean, I tried. If you don't see Game 3, I give B-Head a free net, and he just misses. And then Fever almost misses as well.
I know, and then you don't get any points
I know,
for
just
it.
No points, no recognition. Like, who's giving B-Head the free balls? Like,
it's
to
definitely
be fair,
rigged.
though, I usually rag on B-Head, but he had a great little series for himself. So.
I want to talk about that because your teammates were popping off just as much. You guys were a cohesive unit. It seemed like Game 2 felt like the switch. What changed across that? Because that's when B-Head started to pop off.
I feel like we always come into series pretty like nervous. So
Yes.
yeah. And you see how like touches are not too good. But I don't know, we were kind of just like, oh well, we just got like smashed Game 1. I guess we'll just chill out, play some Rocket League. I guess it worked. Everyone looked pretty comfortable after that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that seems to be the trend. I'm pretty sure Vitality was saying the same thing, that they just had to chill out and pretend it was scrims, and then all of a sudden it went well. Is this a mentality you guys can bring forward? I mean, like, it's gonna be hard not to get in your own heads going forward. How do you make sure this happens again?
Well, it is hard because I think that happened to us at London when we beat Oxygen. And then after that, we were like, oh, maybe we can actually win.
Right.
And then we like kind of messed it up. But I think if we just keep that mentality, it's hard.
Oh, really hard?
I mean, it is hard. Keeping underdog mentality is kind of like, you kind of just have to. I don't know. Well, if you're a nervous little boys, especially from like our region, because we're not as mechanically like good or consistent.
Well, that's starting to change. I mean, the amount of flip resets I saw at least coming out of the squad.
I was hitting something. I'm like 50. It's crazy.
Are you guys trying to at least keep up mechanically?
Oh,
or?
I mean, I hope so. I feel like the boys keep up mechanically. I feel like we all do. We can't win a series if we're not keeping up mechanically, like somewhat. So, I mean, I hope so.
That's fair enough. Hey, I just got to say, you guys seem stoked right now. What's the team energy? I mean, we heard some of the comms. We saw Jimmy getting involved as well. Before I let you go, let us know internally what was going on in comms, energy-wise and positivity-wise.
I mean, I feel like Jimmy gets like, I feel like we're usually a lot more hype. We're obviously very positive, but we're trying to maybe be a bit more composed this time. When we started winning, it was like, oh yeah, nice. Not like, Gemma! And then we just like lose the lead like again. So, I mean, hopefully we try to keep that up.
Hey, it's been looking good. I see the smile on your face. Go let it over there. Congratulations on the win. You heard it here. You don't do it 5 times. See if you guys can keep it up going forward. Power with the victory. Absolutely phenomenal. And we'll see some more victories from different teams as we go forward and Rocket League on day 1 of the World Championships continue.
Come on, guys, get me.
Nice move.
So cute. At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
Get back to work.
We now return to our interview with the insurance whistleblower.
I just think everyone should know there's an insurance company out there exposing other companies' rates so you can compare them and save.
Sounds like trouble.
It's great, actually. It's called Auto Quote Explorer from Progressive. Here, look. See, we show you our direct rates and their rates, even if we're not the lowest.
So, whistleblower usually means you're exposing something bad.
I thought it meant calling attention to something helpful. You know, like, toot toot, check it out, this thing's the best. No?
Frozen over like I am.
Well, that was quite exciting, wasn't it? We've just seen Power take down the #2 North American team, but we are here with the last few games of day #1 of the RLCS 2024 World Championship. It's going to be OG Esports taking on the #1 South American super team in Furia.
I am so excited for these two teams, mainly because there's two completely different storylines going on. For one of these teams, Furia in particular, it has just been a whirlwind of dreams. It has been an incredible year, an incredible season. And then on the flip side of the field, OG Esports have had probably the roughest, most confusing up and down journey to get to the World Championship as ever.
Yeah. I mean, but bear in mind, they've made all of them. Like they've made all the lands this season. You can't say that about all the teams that we have seen in Copenhagen, in London. They've at least been that consistent 4th team, realistically, in North America, as essentially, as we say every time, sorry boys, a team of leftovers. They are, but they've still managed to get all their cohesion, managed to work through together, know that, you know what, realistically, we have got the ability to still be competing, and they are competing at this level. On the other side of things, we look towards Furia, where they have got the best players in South America, all combined. And they are chanting and cheering. To our right, they've just done a team huddle, and they're making sure that all of them are very confident, and they are very pleased that they are going to be here in Dallas.
Oh, yes. This setup, by the way, guys, is insane. I've never been in one where you can actually see them and see the emotion in real time like this. And it's like you said, Furia, extremely excited. They got the chance going on. They got the hype. And then OG, very calm, very demure, very mindful.
Very mindful.
They're all sitting in their chairs, hard staring at the screen. They're just ready to go, lock in. And again, it's two different versions of emotions. OG, I like talking about their emotional vibe a little bit. They're very intense. They can have the ability to let that drive them to a win. And on the flip side, same can be said for Furia. We can get a couple L dances out of here, but we could also end up with a screaming match by the end.
Yeah, I think when you look at what we've seen Furia do when they're playing against Vitality, they were very, very animated. As you said, there was L dancing. There was a lot of rivalry there. I don't think we are going to see Com taking a seat against a team that are extremely loud. They are so close to each other. They can hear each other, they can see each other. And I think it's going to be incredibly electric and full of fire. Jaffinho, the man in the middle, kiss the ring for good luck, making sure that everything is going to be on their side. And when you look at the MVPs across each region, Yan sitting there for Furia, earning it for South America.
Oh, yes. This is a player that I think, I mean, you can't not love him and be excited to watch him play. It has just been, again, just this crazy, crazy journey for the entire team. Individually, they are all so good, but as a cohesion, as a team, they're just lightning. But of course, flip side, you got to give them their flowers as well. Like you said, it's this team that's kind of had this crazy journey throughout the entire time, and they always just barely squeeze in, but they haven't quite gotten past where they want to be, which is this day one is the beginning of the same journey they've been on every single time. They continue to, get out of the Swiss very early on, not trying to jinx anybody, but for them, it's a long process. I had the opportunity to get to talk to Noli and Com yesterday. They're very excited, but they're very one game at a time right now.
Yeah, I think we always see that as well when we look towards OG, where they go for that one game at a time, making sure they don't get too ahead of themselves. And that's the journey that's got them to both lands, to get them to the World Championship. Over on Furia, though, they are that full excitement. They are a dog chasing a car mentality of, I'm going to get it. With nothing else on the line, we are going to get this win. And going off our chat vote, make sure you chuck that down there. Hashtag OG, hashtag FUR. Brought to you, of course, by Progressive.
Yeah, this is an exciting one. I am very curious to see where you guys go on this one. I was pretty back and forth on it for a while. I feel like I'm still back and forth on it until the last second. Even though I've submitted my predictions, it's still back and forth. But for you guys, not quite as back and forth. 64% in favor of Furia right now, which slight landslide, but not a bad place to be.
Not too bad, not too bad. I mean, yeah, 2/3 of the population going towards Furia on this one. I think I would give them that same kind of credence. The Panthers taking down OG, a team that have managed to, as we said, make it to all of the lands versus a team that has made it to the top 4 in London. Game 1 kicking off, and I'm going to be very excited to see if we manage to get potentially a Game 5 here.
Oh yeah, this is one of those matches that for sure could go the distance. It's a favored matchup for the day. Everybody's been so excited for this one to go down. I think after our last series, you got to keep the hype going. You got to keep it going.
Match 1, of course, brought to you by Progressive. Kickoff are going to be starting Furia versus OG. In our first round matchups, we've seen that massive upset with Power over Genji earlier. Either team winning here. I think OG would be an upset over Furia. Not nearly as big, however. And it's going to be on Furia to make sure that they set their mark early in this matchup.
Yeah, right now, I think it is definitely on OG to try and get into this one very early on as well. Furia, they come out swinging 110% every single time. There is no room to really warm up to them. So first 30 seconds in, a little back and forth on this one. OG had to play a little defensively in the early stages there, but a good note, them being able to hold them off early on. You don't want to concede in those first minute or so because Furia really, really good at building off that.
First 30 seconds, and so far neither team drawing blood from the other, but JNAB's up, trying to take it towards the backboard. Said Drufo now taking it quite low, Com to the ceiling, a reset, but far too far away from the ball. I think Drufo with a relatively easy clear away. That's a very awkward attempt from Nolly. Does manage to salvage it, but you can't be doing that too often.
No, you definitely can't. Little awkward there. Does still manage to get it like you said. And quick transition now, which is what I want to see from OG Esports. If you are going to find yourselves in these awkward positions, you got to be able to get out as quickly as you started. As this one gets cleared up field by Lost. JNAB's going to try and slow things down. Was low boost a little bit there for OG, but everybody had a little bit of room to breathe, collect themselves. Full tanks all the way around this corner. Com trying to push it forward. It bounces back off mid, and here comes Furia.
First 90 seconds, and there has been a decent amount of pressure coming out from OG. I think that's going to be the biggest question mark for them. Can they deal with that pressure? That does come from Furia. Many, many teams have fallen to it. They have won over half of the events that have taken place in South America, and a fake. Com is not fooled by it on that first chance.
I like this from them. OG coming in with confidence, but Yan takes the shot. This one's sent off, and Jafina gonna keep that pressure going in the corner. Bounce up, Yan already there. You see the follow-up from Lost as well. Tries to take it, tries to force the dunk on in, and OG just scraping by the skin of their teeth off this one. And there it is, that transition I talked about. They gotta come in quickly, and they do, but low boost for Nolly off the sidewall. Follow-up denied into the corner here. But OG just barely, they're playing catch up, but it is working.
It was low boost and Nolly on that play, but it was also low boost for both Com and JNABs as well. That one going right over the bar. JNABs trying to sneak it back central, does get picked up by Yan with a lot more boost than OG had previously. In the midfield, we see Nolly try and chase up behind him, coming out of that blind spot with 60 boost. Com challenging versus Lost. Pitch to the left-hand side. JNABs with a very weak pitch actually manages to make it into a self-set.
I do like what I'm seeing from OG right now. People trying to stay fairly close to whoever's in front. I think they're recognizing that you're going to have to work together off this one, but it's not enough. Furia with the opening goal here in game one. It's Yan. Carries it all the way down, reset off the sidewall, and those follow-ups from Furia, I have a feeling, are going to be a tough challenge to go against.
And you know what? OG actually had the read of that play too. Nolly was in the right position, but he was just to the side, too small of an amount. Com in the exact same position, just to the side. They were in, theoretically, the right places. Lost finds himself in a great place there to take the back ball, but does get bumped away. But OG, with good theory, but not quite the execution on that first concession.
It's almost, they're a little similar in it too, in terms of following each other up on a couple of these plays. The difference, I think, Furia is just a lot cleaner with it right now. There's another example of it. The follow-up, though, doesn't go through. Great save there from Nolly. But Furia, they're keeping the pressure going. Yan up next, taking his time. JNAP's with the challenge there, but lost touch again. I talk about this so many times. They are so close to each other that even when OG try to go up for a challenge and push him out, you're already having to prep yourself to fight a second Furia player.
I mean, that can also go to their disadvantage. If you beat one, there's every chance that you end up beating two players with just one tackle, leading into a 2v1 situation on the opposite side against Furia. You have to play that game on a tightrope. Furia clearly have done it very well, but they've not been able to win an event on that for a very long time. And the Org, of course, won Game as 8 a couple of years ago. They've not been able to win an event under this current roster when we look internationally. But Furia wanted to make sure that Worlds may well be the biggest stage. They want to take home the biggest trophy while they're at it.
Less than a minute to go. JNAP's off the sidewalk here. Nolly tried to follow it, completely sent off the play. And here comes Furia from the ceiling to himself. Another denial, this time by OG Esports. And 40 seconds left into this game one. Furia still leading. OG just trying to find a last-second play to tie things up here. And completely sent off for each effort.
It's wonderful pressure across the board from OG too. They're spreading Furia kind of thin, but they're not really going through to try and pierce that film that they've got across the front of the net. Drufo with a nice musty on target. Com can track back and get that clear away. Touch from the sidewall from JNAPS doesn't come in, and Drafinio pixels away from the second for Furia.
Oh man, Com, very low boost. I'm shocked nobody from Furia wanted to challenge it, but even up by one is a decently safe place with 5 seconds left on the clock here. Yan just playing time. Nolly trying to take the ball back from them. This one bounces up. Nolly pops it in the sky. He's got low boost. The most they can do is one last shot. It's a hit to the ground. Furia is going to take game one.
A very, very well played attempted bump, but composure on that back line from Furia. Managed to keep it to that one goal, one game, and one step closer to round number 2 going through in the upper side of our Swiss.
Oh man, I mean, honestly, for an opener, I think that went as well as it could have for both teams. Furia looked very confident, cohesive in what they wanted to bring to the table, and OG Esports, of course, very aware that they had to play a defensive game. I mean, you take a look back at some of these Mobile One high-performance replays, and you can see it. It's just pure confidence from Furia.
Yeah. And we look back as well at that defense I was pointing out. They were just one card too far to the side or a little bit below the ball. A little bit annoying for them, a little bit awkward. But OG, a great start for them. Furia, just that little bit better. They did manage to get that goal. But I think 5 games, surely.
Oh, there's definitely a world. That was very, very close. It was only, what? It was like a 1-goal differential. So there's definitely a world where this goes game 5. We all get to see the crazy series we want. But for now, you just head into game number 2 with the best mindset you can. OG, gonna look to respond here in the series, try and even things out.
Yeah. Going to be moving over onto Forbidden Temple, a beautiful map. Neither of their jerseys have any pink in them, which is a shame. They always have the Gentlemates jersey that had pink in it. You remember that big pink one that they had in Copenhagen, I think it was? No other org. Go for pink nowadays. If you're an org listening and you're thinking, I don't know what colour to make our jerseys, go pink. There's a gap in the market for pink jerseys. You've got to do it. OG and Furia haven't done it, but game 1 has been won by Furia. OG wanted to try and wrestle just one back to make sure they don't need to chase a little old reverse sweep on their first day.
About 13 seconds into this one right now. Looking very reminiscent of game 1. Just Furia taking open shots here. A couple demos off the beginning stages, which is a little bit different here, but it is being returned. Here comes Lost. 20 boost to his name on this one. Drafinio in the corner here. No second touch. It's left, but JNAP's there to collect. Send it off back mid. And I do like this one from OG. It's a little calmer, but the cheat-ups, I see the vision.
Yeah. Oh, the Viz. The Viz is always there for OG. It always comes down to the execution, as ever. First 50 seconds, though, with a couple of chances. Fury wants to try and turn that tide. A pass from Nolly to JNaps. Cut down by the KBMing Drafinio. And what a pinch! From the ceiling, backboard down, Com is there to strike.
I love this. Not only is it an insane pinch and collect down low from Com, but just the spotting of each other. This is what OG was trying to do in game one. They were a little bit off the mark, but for them to be able to connect now like this, that is a great level of confidence headed into this game too. They're going to try it again off the backboard, redirected forward, lost to try and follow. And Com trying to take this one away. It's a little bit of a floater here. Challenge comes forward from Yan towards backboard. Great coverage from Nolly. And OG Esports take it again.
I mean, as you say, the vision from Nolly is to get that central, and also from Furia, you literally cannot defend those. You can't defend that pass because you can't assume he's going to get that every time, and if you do, you're then going to be out of position for the higher percentage play. A cross pass right in front of the goal mouth is not going to lead to anything as Yan now tries to wrestle control back of the ball. The 1-2 down again, but cut out by Drafinio, and a huge overcommit. Where did the third man think he was going?
I don't know. It was a hard cheat up here, but you don't even see
Really?
third man. You barely saw the nose of their car go back, but Furia, quick and easy spot. Even on no boost, you just pop that one forward into an open net. Tied game at 3:21.
I mean, you see that happen in ranked so often, where like you see your opposition, they dive forward, you're like, oh, all I need to do is touch the ball. Literally that, because they're facing the wrong way. Furia dealt with it very routinely, and a fundamental error from OG costs them the lead.
Same game being played. JNaps tried to send that one up, and Furia again just manages to take it away almost every time. Nolly pops it to the sky. Yan there, quick to take away. You see the lurks as well from those last two players on Furia every time, but low boost could be a difference maker here. Lost trying to still push this one forward. Up next, Drafinio, past one. Nolly slow and kind of mid-clear, not gonna lie, off this one, which means Furia gets to continue going off this one. It's a little bit better here, but immediately sent back.
Halfway through the game, both these teams drawn utterly level. Tom able to get from the backboard, central again, 2 committing. And this Furia push, the vice is going to tighten on the defense of OG. It does manage to squeak its way through. Down with 100 boost, will take his time into the ceiling. It's just JNaps at the back, bumped away by Drafinio. That is mean and rude and just not very polite, young man.
I will be honest, this is just Furia giving OG a taste of their own medicine, excuse me. You saw the bumps coming out from OG, but the same thing immediately happened to Furia. The difference, Furia executed and was successful with it. Now they go up by 1.
I'd love to know the call on that if Drafinio is so confident, because the ball immediately started moving down pitch as soon as he was going for those bumps. A shot just on target. Lost him clear it away, and Con gets rid of one keeper, but the second is there, who then works himself into the opposite corner of the pitch entirely. Furia, a bit more cohesion to their game, and another save though from OG. I don't know who has which players on their fantasy team from the casters. We've not seen the graphic yet, but if you've got, you know, one of the players from OG, you are farming saves right now. Brackets, I have Nolly on my team. Nolly, keep doing well. Keep getting these saves. Keep getting them. I had Fever as well, and Fever smashed Gen G, so I'm doing well in my fantasy.
I will be so honest, I have no hope for my fantasy team right now. We're doing our best. We're just trucking through right now. But 1:28 on the clock. Same can be said for OG. They are just trying their darnest to catch up to Furia right now, but it is a tale as old as time. They take the shot. Furia catches it in the air or at the mid, and then it's just immediately sent back. And I feel for them at this point, but you're gonna have to try something new. I've seen a few times where Com will go up, forward, a little bit further, try and get a demo, open up a path for his teammates, but Furia has predicted every single challenge that OG has tried to throw their way.
I mean, bear in mind though, the one goal that they did score was from the most unpredictable pass you can imagine, so it clearly worked. You have to try and capture lightning in a bottle for them. Lost and Drafinio both committing on that. Yan with 100 boost goes from 1 to 2. JNaps shoots top bins, but the in and out from Yan keeps the South Americans safe.
Oh my gosh, the predictions on that to time it perfectly, it's just straight props to him at that point. 35 on the clock here. Yan takes his 50, successful off that one. JNaps tries to meet him in the air. He's trying to force this one down, but 30 seconds left to go. Furia just continue to lead.
Right now, we're just seeing OG sitting quite stationary. Furia taking full advantage of it. OG attempting to try and return that favor straight back towards them. Janus committing in close again. Nolly is backwards, has to take his time, but time is not what OG have.
No, there's 9 seconds left. It's one last chance to try and not be forced onto match point
No
loss.
one's there.
I mean, you try your hardest to take it away, but like I said, Furia, every single time, they are a magnet to that ball, and whoever has the ball, they're going right up in your face to take it away.
And we saw Yan get bumped away from that chance towards the end, but nobody from OG actually committed to try and continue on that play. Again, the vision is there, the execution is not. And OG, they need to make sure that they learn. They need to make sure that at Worlds it is different to their previous majors. So far, they've gone 1 and 3 in Swiss, both in London and also in Copenhagen. Worlds, it has to be different.
Oh yes, this has to be a whole other story. I mean, you take a look back at the replays, it's pretty much just a Furia highlight reel, aside from the crazy pinch that Calm collected and put in. And this is what we talked about. That's the lightning they need. That's the hope and the spark and the level of creativity that you're going to have and find to be able to go and actually compete against Furia.
Creativity is a great word for it too, because you need to make sure that when you're OG, you aren't just looking at the game at face value. You see what Jofinho does. He has 0 boost on that play and still disrupts and gets the winning goal for Furia ultimately. You don't necessarily need to make sure that you're getting all these touches on the ball. All we need to do is make sure that OG can't get theirs.
Exactly, and that's pretty much what they've been doing. That's been the name of the game since the beginning of the series. Furia understand when to strike and when to play it safe. That's the big difference right now, is OG, they're trying to find those moments, but they're not being handed to them. And then, like we talked about, creating them just feels so much more difficult than it should be right now.
Something different from OG. We hope he's going to show its way through. We predicted it could be a Game 5. Maybe we'll see a load of people saying, guys, it was never going to be a Game 5. Come on, it's Furia. And I'm looking right at you, Jorby. I know you'll be thinking, you didn't believe in them.
To be fair, Jorby put a hot take out on Twitter that Furia's not going past like top 8 or something, so I don't know how much of a Furia believer he is anymore.
Oh, so so Jorby's been hacked.
Yes.
All right. All right, yeah, Jorby's
Somebody
been hacked.
check on
That makes
him.
sense. Oh, what a screamer. Opposite side of the pitch from a nice redirect from Yan. Safe from Com is going to be keeping OG safe, but an interception from Yan again gives Furia the lead.
Every single time. If that ball is not in your hands, it is falling straight into the nose of a Furia car. Right on target, right past last man. 4:16 on the clock. Furia takes their lead, and they sit right where they have in the last 2 games. Comfortable and excited to keep going, but the follow-through after the bump. OG, finally, it's a quick response.
And we see the kickoff in the replay as well. They try to go for a fake kickoff, but the chip over the top. Com goes top corner and then goes for the man. Lays it down on a silver platter for JNaps. Drawn level again. All of these games so far that OG have lost have been just by a single goal. And getting one here, going up above the bar once more. Yan actually recovers brilliantly after getting bumped out of the way from JNaps off the kickoff.
This one sealing and down. Low boost, but Furia still working together to put themselves in that blue half. And Com pops this one up, back into the hands of Jofinho. You see the lurks coming all the way around. Com was up next on that challenge there. Noli's just pretty much been lurking, trying to give himself some sort of a chance off this one, but Fury go over. The bump comes through. No shot coming to fruition off this one, but for now, it's same story. Furia, one shot after the other, and now the bump's coming into play. It's a whole new level of frustration.
Becomes a lot more awkward as well when you're trying to think, where am I on the pitch? Am I going to get bumped out of the way by a no-boost Jofinho? Who's behind me? Nolly now trying to make sure he instills that same fear in Furia. Lost up high, challenging with one, and JNaps out of the blind spot, but with 0 boost. Nothing can continue. A redirect above the bar. Will Drufo jump? He doesn't. Leaves Com to it. JNaps down the other side. Pirouettes round it. Little floor bounce. Instead now, a little bit of ping pong. As we reach halfway through the game. 3 minutes remaining. I still think Furia to the good, but OG certainly trying something new.
I agree. Right now, Furia, they have all the control in the world. Even with it being an even playing ground with 1-1, they still look like it's theirs. They're being very patient and methodical with the plays that they're putting outfield, but OG, this could be a risky one. It's right across the goal line. Nobody takes it. Instead, Com goes all the way past one last person to get through, but you're not getting past Yan.
That was real spooky from JNaps. Takes ball control away from his teammate, moving positively up the pitch and sends it straight back down into his own half. Lost getting one bounce off the back, and then Com recovers beautifully from his own backboard. Say what you like about OG, their defense versus a jumping and bouncing Furia has been pretty sublime. JNS and Com trying to get a team pinch there, instead it just falls down into a tackle.
Oh man, I know the saying is, you know, defense wins games, but right now Furia have completely discredited that. They have shown that you can play all the defense in the world, but it just takes one goal to get past, and they're trying to find that extra one. As this one goes down, JNaps keeps it out here. Here comes Yan, sending it straight on back. The lurks from Lost and Yan trying to find each other. He spots Lost, a small touch on it. The beat out from Jafinho over to Lost goes in, and Furia find their lead.
My word. The read on this from Lost as he comes through. I don't know how the neurons fire fast enough for your brain to react to the jump in such a miraculous way. Lost managing to sneak one through right under the crossbar, and again, one goal separating OG from a loss.
Yep, this is just pure passion at this point. Furia coming in, doing what has been basically a routine sort of performance here, but you got 90 seconds left on the clock. OG trailing by one still. Jafinho off the backboard, no follow-up in sight. Instead, it's a small touch from Nolly that kind of kept OG in the game here, but immediately it's the same situation. They don't know how to keep Furia off of this ball.
It's a good win though from Com, trying to push it positively up the pitch. Send high, Yan managing to whip his way around the side of Nolly and make contact. Zero boost for JNaps, man central, but Jafinho's going to get there before the ball reaches his blue teammate. 100 boost in the corner, but look who is already pre-jumping. It's going to be Lost, making sure he gets up nice and high for it straight away. Yan intercepting again, no ball, making a pass to halfway line before it reaches a Furia player.
48 seconds before Furia can claim a sweep on OG for their first series of Worlds. Not a bad way to go, but for now, OG, still there's a chance in it. Still on defense though, this one taken away by Com, low boost, Lost. His touch keeps us off over to the side here, and Nolly up next. 30 seconds on the clock, low boost, and nothing but hope and a dream at this point. Off the back, side wall, JNaps with a shot sent off by Lost, and 20 seconds to go.
The aggression now building in the final minute. Where was this a little while ago? Com now, central, JNaps is there, but with a reset to nobody, it falls down low again. Nolly up high, central, JNaps, Com, Nolly, back in the middle, it's Yan to block.
You're trying to sneak it in. 3 seconds left on the clock here. If you can pop this one up, there's another chance for it, but it's in favor of Furia as this one goes to the corner. It pops up back into the air. Lost takes it.
Down.
He kills it, and Furia sweep OG Esports.
We thought it might have been 5. Maybe we were thinking a little bit too positively for the North Americans after that Gen G series. Instead, OG, they lose 1-goal games for all 3. This is the kind of one where you look at the score back just at a glance and you think, all right, you know what, it was a sweep. Okay, Furia smashed them. They really didn't. Disappointingly in that game, Nolly only achieving 76 points himself.
I'm not making any jokes about that. I feel like that would be so mean right now. But like you said, you look at it from a glance, this does not tell the story of what we just saw. Yeah. OG Esports put up, in my opinion, honestly, a defensive masterclass. To be able to keep it at a 1-goal deficit for each game, that is a really big deal for the amount of shots, and very, and I go back to the word methodical, because everything Furia did was so intentional. But right now, it's just celebrations and smiles for the end of Furia. They're chilling. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better way to open up Worlds.
Yeah, for sure. Gen G, though. So not Gen G. Gosh, sorry. OG. There's so many G's in this game. OG. They have now suffered their first loss. As I said before, they have gone 1-3 in both majors so far in the Swiss stage. That is 1 of their 3 already ticked off. I think everybody, most people want to see them achieve more than a 1-3. At least make it to round 5, boys. Power have done that a few times.
It's definitely not impossible for them to make a new story for themselves.
This makes it harder.
But you look back at the Mobile 1 high-performance replay, it's not even a high-performance replay, it's the Furia montage.
Yeah, Furia had a cracking load of goals there. We won't just see the goals either. The saves that we saw come through from Yan in particular. Very impressive showing from Furia. 1-goal games, they get the victory. 3-0 over OG. And in the center of the sphere, we have Leaf talking to Drafinio.
That's right. Once again, Drufinho, I feel like we're becoming best friends at this point. You're up here a lot.
Yeah, we are, bro.
I love it. Now, you guys just had a nice 3-0 sweep. You got through that one quick. The casters are saying maybe a game 5. In your head, did you expect that to be maybe a longer series?
No, I think no. They are a pretty good team, you know. But I think we prepared a lot for this match and this tournament, so we were pretty confident that we could win 3-0 against them.
Well, I want to ask about that because obviously looking all the way back to Copenhagen, there was a quarterfinals dropout. But then looking forward to London, it was a semifinals dropout. So you guys are on a good track for at least a grand finals. But a win would take 2 steps forward. Have you guys been prepping those 2 steps forward, and do you feel like you're there?
Yeah, I think for this tournament, we have a staff behind us,
That's awesome.
like a big staff to help us to achieve the big tournament, you know.
Right.
So I think we are prepared to do it.
Well, tell me about the staff behind the scenes, because we talk about that sometimes, but not enough. How much support you guys get to be able to do your jobs right?
I think it's a lot, you know. Our coach, our manager, everything on the staff, psychologists, everything just help us to focus only on the game and do our best on the pitch.
Is there one specific thing from the psychologist that's helped you maybe focus better, or that you've learned, or been able to look at life in a new way? Is there anything particular?
Yeah, I think when we prepare for a series, we normally do our respiration, you know, like we do a lot of that. So it helps us to be like light in the series, to cheer a lot and be happy, everything.
Right.
So it helps us a lot.
Breathing helps you think better.
Yeah.
Everyone should try it at home. Breathing is good for you.
Yeah.
Anyways, on your team, you have Jan. I want you to tell me about him quick. He's the 2-time SAM MVP right now. Is he a player that takes a lot of charge, or how is the responsibility in terms of leadership distributed on the team?
I think normally I'm the leader on the team. Normally it's me and Mateus.
Right.
That is the coach. Normally we are the leaders, and we just say, lost in the end, do your thing, and that's it, you know?
That's a guy you can say that to. One last thing before I let you go. How you liking the setup here where everybody's... I know you guys like the yell across. Do you like the setup?
Yeah, I think it's different, but it's super cool, you know, see everyone.
Right.
Like we were preparing for the series, and we were seeing Power and Genji playing like here, so it's amazing.
It's super fun. Anyways, you got the first dub out of the way. You guys are looking good, and hopefully you can make that championship run. We have a few more matches to get on through. We aren't quite done yet. Oxygen versus BDS is going to be our next matchup. We're not slowing down. Day 1 carries on strong.
Hey, Flo. Cool leg warmers.
Thanks. They're just for the bus ride to work. They're not part of the official uniform.
No tunes today?
No. My apartment was robbed last night. Took my cable-ready TV, VCR, portable cassette player.
Yep, all the latest tech.
If only Progressive had renter's insurance, like their home insurance.
Then we could bundle our cars and get the same 24/7 protection. I think we just invented that. This is the best day ever.
Well, I still got robbed.
It's still a pretty good day.
This is the opportunity.
There's more to Rocket League esports than Europe and North America, as London showcased with 4 different regions in the semis, and, for the first time in RLCS history, a distinct lack of a European team in the final. With 8 teams from our remaining regions looking more competitive than ever, let's see how they all made it. Sam's runaway lead as Furia go into Worlds a massive 52 points ahead of second seed Team Secret. Online, they won 3 of the 6 events across the season, but it's at the LANs where they really flourished.
And she lost, trying to set it up! Oh, no!
Furia frolicked to Fort Worth following a semi-finals finish at the last Fager. And even better, they returned to the arena where 2 years ago, still led by Jan, they reached a World's Top 4 for the first time in Sam's history.
Now they're up against it!
Hey, someone should really make an esports documentary about that one. Anyway, second seed Secret pipped Complexity here by just 3 points. By all accounts, they weren't at their best in London, but they needed 2 wins to make Worlds, and that is exactly what they got.
In comes KV1. It's a good shot. It might be in for Marta.
Their target this time round will be to survive the Swiss, thus joining Furia in their South American successes. Unfortunately, MENA number 2 seed Anything are unable to attend Fort Worth, with Oxygen from Europe taking their spot. So their only entrant is the region's darling Falcons, who made online regionals look easy, winning them all. So no drama there. At Major 1 in Copenhagen, they were a goal away from making the semis, but they dwarfed even that in London.
Can they get the chance? TRK takes the away! To the grand finals!
Though they fell short to a peaking G2 in the grand finals, Falcons will feel they can reach a 3rd RLCS LAN grand final with TRK and finally take the dub. Torsos Banana Head and all-round OCE MVP, Fever, began London 3 with a bang.
Torsos in that corner. Pass across, there's the shot, and the response immediately!
Sadly, Power done a power and went out in Series 5 of the Swiss. Again!
Do you hear the sirens? Because the fun police have arrived.
Quick reminder though, these mad lads won every single Oceanic Open qualifier this season, and they've got the goods to take down teams like Oxygen on LAN, and consistently defeat APAC and SSA teams. Come on lads, this has got to be the one. Just one more Swiss win. For old time's sake. Alongside them, we welcome back the Pioneers, who hopefully will avoid a quick trip to Fort Worth and get more than the one series win they managed in Copenhagen. Across the season, they merited their place here, so let's hope we see Fiber and the gang show up as uncompromisingly supreme Australians in the US of A. Last up, and hoping to spring a few surprises, the two regions sending just one team each, Asia Pacific and Sub-Saharan Africa. APAC was embroiled in season-long battle between Elevate and Gaming Gladiators, where in the end a single series determined who'd make London and, by extension, Worlds. Incredibly, despite the pressure, Gladiators pulled through with a decisive 4-0 victory against the shell-shocked Elevate. Once in London, the mission was to win at least one series, something they achieved in style.
What touch? And he's not going to get the follow-up. The most open, the net spin, and the counter-attack kills him.
With OCE's number 2 team now a realistic target, these guys better be aware when APAC's best roll back into town. After their addition to majors this season, Sub-Saharan African teams have now had plenty of time to sink their teeth into offline competition, and as a region, they'll be hoping their champions-elect can put that progress to use on the biggest stage of all. Limitless had to watch from the sidelines as Mobula repped SSA in London, but the homegrown heroes still finished the season 27 points ahead of the rest of the pack. Next stop, Fort Worth, where they'll do all in their power to claim that elusive first win against an international team.
Two more matches left on the day as finally an upset. Gibbs said we would always have one, and today it was Power over Gen G. At this point, you're starting to wonder how much of an upset it actually is. You know, I mean, the Gen G on day one. So what do they do, man?
That was just domination. Obviously, Furia, they get the the job done versus OG. The offensive OG just hasn't been found in any of these majors or world championships yet. But Power, not only did they beat Gen G, you expect an upset, maybe close game 5, very low scoring, back and forth. No, they just destroyed them 5-2, 3-2, 4-0 in their final game. Power showing that they want that top 8.
That was I don't know. We were talking about the aggressive offense from Power up here on the desk, and we're like, as long as they don't make mistakes, it's hard to deal with. And very few mistakes from that team on that game series. They put them away, Stacks.
Yeah, it was impressive watching a team that didn't feel intimidated. I mean, you look at an OCE team, they're playing against North America, you think, okay, they're punching up, they're punching over their weight class. No, first of all, they gave Gen G all they could ask for, and Gen G just didn't look like a team that had prepared very well for this event. And that's kind of a knock on most NA teams that aren't G2. It's like, what is your preparation for an event like this? And it just seems like, I don't know, maybe the hours just aren't up for some of those teams because they come out to these events and they look flat early on.
Well, they have a little bit of time here to get the gears rolling for them. They'll guaranteed at least 2 more days of competition. We'll see if Gen G shows up in a different form tomorrow. Here is the schedule for the day. We're through 6 of our 8 matches, only 2 left to play. Karmine Corps versus Space Station coming up a little bit later on, but for now, start talking about an EU versus EU battle and talking about Oxygen in particular here, Bates. Nobody expected them to be here, especially Oxygen, up until about a few weeks ago.
Yep, nobody expected them to be here because they weren't supposed to be here. They got blessed. They got absolutely favored because they went 2-3. They had the chance to make it themselves without any extra additional happenings occurring, and they couldn't get the job done in London. And now they're here going up against the BDS squad that's coming off of a LAN victory. It's gonna be tough for them.
Well, let's introduce people to these squads here. We got Oxygen on one side, BDS on the other, the major reigning most recent event champions, LAN champions. That's the best way to put that one here. But let's talk about this Oxygen roster, because again, for people that only watch the World Championship, you just see some faces on here and you go, wait, that's Joyo and he's not on Moist. What's he doing over here? Tell us. Let's talk about these players here, Stacks.
Yeah, you've got, Joyo kind of joined the team late in all of this process. They're a team that can't beat BDS throughout the regular season, but you look at who he's got to work with here. I think at one point he said, it's really nice to have world-class teammates around him, and he certainly has that with Archie and Big Oscar.
And let's not talk about the London split. Obviously, Oxygen was the 4th best team in Europe. K-Corp did not make it there, so Oxygen was playing well. They go into that Swiss. Everyone expected them to make a top 8 run, but they did fall short in that final round. But again, they get that golden ticket. They're here now. They weren't expected to be here 2 weeks ago. They got the call like, can you guys make it? And they're like, absolutely. We will show up and we will perform. So they're here playing for it all. They're the ultimate challengers in this entire tournament because they weren't expected to be here.
And I'll tell you this, too. In comparison to London, they're playing with absolutely no pressure. London, they had to perform in order to make the World Championship. And now, I don't think a lot of people are picking them to win this World Championship. So now they're playing house money. They're going to be having fun. And I expect the young man with the green hair, now the green hair, represent a different organization to ball out, Stacks.
Well, of course, and you can't plan for a team not making it to LAN for whatever reason, but every game matters, and that's why Oxygen's here.
On the other side, though, a team with legacy and story in this building. BDS won their World Championship in Dickies Arena in 2022. They're back to try and get it again. This is the first step on that journey.
And BDS EWC champions, the most recent event. It was just 2.5 weeks ago, so they're going to ride that momentum into this event. Monkey Moon, been here before. He's a world champion. He knows what it means to take it down. Last year, fell just short. Made it to the grand finals in the Spring Major and the World Championship, fallen to Vitality. But Drali, he's a rookie on the squad, and you're like, all right, it's going to take a little time to get those LAN nerves out of the way. Well, no more LAN nerves. You're a LAN champion at this point, so they're ready for it.
Yeah, and it looks like almost a carbon copy of the last time that they won the World Championship. You remember, BDS looked like an absolute dumpster fire in London 2 years ago, and then they come back to Fort Worth and they win the whole thing. Yeah. And it was hard to look any worse than they did against Gentlemates. Granted, it is Gentlemates on the floor of London just a few months ago. But here they are, and they're coming off another LAN victory at the Esports World Cup, and now they look like as good a team as any to pick to win this whole thing.
And it was hard to look worse because that was the worst playoff history loss in the history of RLCS. BDS got absolutely destroyed, and it wasn't because the other team was playing so well. They were, but BDS just were just giving up everything.
They were.
So BDS looked terrible, but they did bounce back and got the win, and that's why we got to play the games, as we always say. But Oxygen, again, this is honeymoon phase 2. They get to just rejoin as a roster. It's like, oh, we have something to play for all of a sudden? Let's go out and have some fun.
I mean, thinking about this roster here, you got Drolly over there, who's still in his rookie season here, yes?
Yep.
And this is, you were talking about this earlier, Bates. The World Championship is a different level of emotion for these players. Like you can talk about the World Cups, you can talk about winning a major in London or in Copenhagen, you can talk about winning Dream Hacks or whatever, but they're all the same. They're all the same tournament. You're sitting behind a computer playing against the same sort of people, the same competitors in just different air-conditioned rooms, but this is the World Championship. Yes, Drolly has won a LAN. Winning a world championship, or even just competing at a world championship, is a different situation.
It is a different situation, but he should be comfortable right here. I mean, he's playing with Monkey Moon, arguably the greatest player in the open era of Rocket League. He expects to be at least making the top 8 of World Championship. Earlier, he expects to be in the grand final because he's had 2 opportunities to do it, and he's done it both times.
And this is the only regional matchup we'll have in this first round, so you have to bring up the head-to-heads, right? They've played each other a lot, obviously, online. Well, BDS, this season, 4-0 versus Oxygen. Last season, they were 2-0 versus Oxygen. In the history of these two organizations, Oxygen has never beaten BDS in the RLCS. They have beat them in the grid back in the day or the field, but not in a mainline RLCS tournament. Oxygen has never beat them. BDS is 9-0 versus them. So BDS, the head-to-head is all theirs, but again, it's a different beast. We're at the World Championship. It's a different environment. Let's see how they battle.
We'll see how they get into it. Monkey Moon here. We were talking about how many world champions there are in the building here. Monkey Moon won his world championship alongside Seiko here 2 years ago.
So he's got to do a muscle check.
Nobody can see his muscle, though. He doesn't understand. The computer was just blocking it. I will say that this match was interesting, though. And I'll tell you why. Because we just watched the Gen G Power matchup, and I think Power, when they're on, they kind of play a little bit like Oxygen. Oxygen, they're on, they just want to play aggressive, kind of just all over the place offense, and when that works, that works. But then BDS is kind of along the same lines of Gen G. Methodical, consistent RL gameplay. And you saw Gen G get absolutely clapped earlier.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen to BDS.
When it falls apart, it falls apart. And it fell apart for BDS in London when they had the worst loss ever. So we know Monkey Moon. When he's losing, he's going to lean back in that chair, big sigh. He's not doing any muscle poses. But when he's winning, he's just sitting there, and he is confident as ever. So BDS is going to ride that game one. We always say game one's very important, and it is. But for BDS, momentum's huge.
Yeah, and people tend to forget just how incredible the story of Monkey Moon really is. Because remember, I think it was this calendar year, he was in an accident where he had an injury to his hand, and you wouldn't know it by watching him play now. He's fully healed. He's overcome all of that, and BDS didn't really miss a step.
Injury report.
Right? Well, no, BDS didn't miss a step through all that. I mean, he has been a grinder. He has battled throughout this whole season, and I think that says a lot about the support system that the BDS organization has for their team as well.
He is the through line of the BDS legacy in Rocket League. That when this team showed up in the open era back in RLCSX and dominated that tournament like we had never seen a team dominate before. Of the players that were on that team, he's the only one still remaining here with BDS as they're trying to find another world championship.
So we had an injury report. I'm going to bring a hair report up, obviously, because we've talked about this before. When you shave your head after you win something big, it's not good. Over Zero, Fairy Peak, Zen even.
How do you
But when Joyo is dyeing his hair, I think the vibes are there. I think the vibes are there for Oxygen, the green dye, for the team.
Okay.
When he's got the dyed hair, he plays phenomenal Rocket League. So
when was the last time he didn't have dyed hair?
I think the last time we saw him, his hair was not dyed. I'm pretty sure. I'm almost certain. Or at least it wasn't green. It wasn't green.
But he has played a couple tournaments without having his hair dyed.
And he didn't go that far in those tournaments. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Players are still getting ready to go here, and I'm excited for this match for one reason in particular. That it is a domestic match. While yes, BDS has beaten Oxygen every single time they've played.
Yeah.
These two teams have played each other probably more times than any of the other matchups we've seen today.
And there was one off-season event, League Play Online, and all the French teams said no. We don't want to participate in these. We're just going to scrim. We're going to do our thing. Oxygen was like, no, we want the reps anyway. we're not going to the World Championship. At that point, they didn't think they would be here, and they dominated that league play. They took down all the rest of Europe. Does that matter? I don't know, because scrim results, I assume BDS is obviously competing very hard in those, but Oxygen at least had some games that mattered throughout that offseason.
Chat, let us know who you think is going to win. Hashtag OXG for Oxygen, hashtag BDS for Team BDS, and we've been making picks up here on the desk. We'll continue to do so through the last 2 matches of the day. Stacks, obviously BDS is the favorite on paper. Is there anything in your brain or in your heart that's saying Oxygen's got a way to win this one?
Not particularly, no. I think that because BDS has been so dominant against them throughout this whole season, I mean, yes, I know it's hard to beat a team 5 times in a row. I think that's what Torsas was saying earlier. Yeah. But no, I think that if you had to tell me to make a prediction, which I think that's what you're trying to do.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm going to take BDS because I think these 2 coaches are actually very, very good. I know Snasky's great. Got to back my triple trouble boy Casio though.
Yeah, okay.
So I bring up the online league play. I'm reaching, obviously. We had a little bit of delay. I'm reaching for Oxygen here. I'm like, yeah, they did great there. Of course, there's the off-season event, or not off-season, but during this time off, and BDS goes out on land and wins it. BDS is that team. BDS is going to win this series as well.
BDS is that team. BDS is going to win this series as well. Stack said no, not particularly. That's exactly what Oxygen's going to do. I think Oxygen's a good squad. I think BDS is a great squad. I'm going to go with BDS right here. Give it to me in 5, though. It's going to be a great interregional
I also have BDS on this one for my prediction. The coin's been going with favorites all day. Can it find another one? It does. Comes up BDS for the coin here.
Coin nose ball.
That is a clean sweep. 6 predictions. Or 5 predictions. My brain added the coin here. The coin has its own graphic down there. Love that one. But chat feels pretty close to this one. Oxygen fans showing up here, hoping to find a way through. We'll see if they can do it, folks. Let's get into one more match on the day. We got 2 left for you guys. I hope you're ready for it. It's going to be a good time. Oxygen, they've been in this situation before. It's never quite gone their way. This is their time. Oxygen versus BDS for the World Championship.
We've got world champions, we've got World Cup champions, and against a surprise green guest. I'm really excited for this match, Daz.
This is going to be a good one. Team BDS versus Oxygen. Oxygen gifted a chance here to play at the World Championship. How are they going to go up against Team BDS, who just got finished taking down a Team Falcons at EWC? Game 1 brought to you by Progressive. Let's get started.
This is already early offense for Team BDS, but Archie setting this up, dumps it deep, but Monkey Moon has the beat. Team BDS don't look too prepared. He's going to get the catch to slow down that midfield, so we'll see what Joyo can do with a full tank off the ceiling, got the dash, and gets away from a few members from the other side.
A lot of people are going to be taking a look at Archie here specifically. He had a tough time getting started in the last LAN in London. Keep in mind there was a lot of pressure on him individually, but he is going to be the one that people have eyes on. Can he be able to just get things going individually, especially in the scoring department? Last time it took him all the way to round 4 of Swiss to get a first goal. Can he get one against BDS as Oski's trying to lead the charge? And Archie, call it when you see it. He picks up the first one for Oxygen.
He's the wild card, but finally the ace up the sleeve. And what a beautiful setup from Oski. Backboard protected. Convergence from BDS to stop the push. But Oxygen unite for the first goal in Game 1. And yes, Oxygen got, I guess, invited to be here, but they are underestimated. Can they earn one of those maybe last spots to go to playoffs? It all depends how much Team BDS are going to look in this first match. Yes, they're the favorites, but it is day 1.
And well, BDS still have a chance to get going. Exotic air dribble bump, and Oski in a tough spot. Drawley the shot, and it does go in. BDS with a quick equalizer.
Yes, a great response. First, it's the dribble towards the net. Drawley grabs the side boost, has Archie in his shadow. Doesn't matter. Oski just had no boost, and that was a shot very close range and very quick that he could not react to in time. That's the aggression you got to worry about. You got to stop BDS before they get to that goal line. Now Drawley with a full tank. Oski going to contest it off the ceiling, but who's going to follow up with that? It can't be Oski. Archie knows he's beat. Gonna see what Monkey Moon does, running out of boost, trying to go from coast to coast. Now Archie is going to have to give it to Joyo.
Now, one thing that I'm liking here individually is you look at a player like Drawley, who again, this is his first World Championship as he tries to get one low. And then you look on the other side from Archie, who again is just trying to get involved. Both of them doing excellent in terms of offensive ability here. It's going to be a great series if people who at least had a little bit more pressure on them compared to everybody else on the field are already starting to do a great job. job here on top of the ball. Both, again, tied up game between Oxygen and Team BDS as we approach that 3-minute mark, and it still could go either way. Both teams trading possession left and right as Archie could have had a chance. It's a great 50 forward. Exotic will pass it to Monkey Moon, and you see Drawley going up. Can he get that follow-up touch? No, Joyo will clear it to the side.
Yeah, just not able to get that second touch. Good heads-up play from Joyo, but the press is still on for BDS, and Oski in a dangerous spot, pops it up, buys time. Oxygen assess. BDS in the midfield. No, they got boost. Back pass to Monkey Moon as he advances down the lane, and Oski not only gets the boost, but gets a pitch off the wall, but it goes right to Exotic. You gotta be careful where you force that ball if you're Oxygen. They're sitting and waiting. And Drawley, well, he will be pushed away.
Yeah, I like what I saw out of him, though. Still just trying to use the mechanics. He got the flip reset into the 50. This time he's going to be all the way back. Look at that. First touch. He's going to be able to get the follow-up here and tries to send it to the sidewall, but good read on Oski to be able to cut that one away in time. Both teams just trying to take their time with the ball. I say that as Archie just booms that one all the way downfield. Oxygen in a good spot field positionally, and they are trying to keep Team BDS in that back half while they set up some more offensive attacks.
Yeah, we'll see how Oski and Joyo put on some aggression as Exotic is able to break through. Team BDS advance, and they got the boost to work this. Monkey Moon was on the side of the midfield, should have been able to close this and maybe keep the punch going. But this is Oxygen knocking on that door. Still a lead 2v1. As now Oski searches for bumps in the net. Archie has time on the ball. Monkey Moon advances, and that's a good clear for BDS.
Still, though, BDS not able to take too much control of the possession. And I do like that, what I'm seeing here out of Oski. Just staying in control of the play on and off the ball. He's done a great job of just being able to be a little bit of an enforcer when need be. Low 50 from him, and then another 50 taken out too. And you see Archie just so quick to get to that. Oxygen still keeping BDS stuck in their own half.
And Charlie's like bullying people in the corner, trying to disallow some of these boosts, and great defense from BDS as Exotic tries to get this out. Joyo will stall the midfield. Monkey Moon layers that. Over 1 minute left. Oxygen's defense will be summoned as Drawley tries to get this to Exotic. A lot of traffic for Exotic to deal with. Has the backflip to get this away from Oski. Now Oxygen lost possession, and can they get some boost going? They can. But how do they take the ball back?
I mean, it's been tough too, especially when you see Oski go with these low boost challenges. He's been still in this orange half, low boost, keeping the ball in play, and either trying to deny boost or just get a bump, something to throw BDS off. Now we finally see BDS with some offensive possession, but how long is it going to last? They have not been able to hold on to the ball, and they can't pass to each other because Oxygen have cut it out every single time.
At least BDS are 15 towards each other, so they're not making this easy for Oxygen. Depending on how this challenge from Joyo goes, the ball goes above, but right to Oski, forcing Drawley to make a save. And they can't even put the push on the midfield. There's always a 50 from Archie coming in. He's able to steal the boost. Oxygen have all the resources in the world. Hand up, Drawley there first. The ball could remain up. Here's Exotic. Oski was on it first. Archie with a shot close. We go to OT game 1.
And Archie has been putting on clinical shots here, just really trying to thin out the defense of Team BDS. Dimmer on the play here, and we may see something there. Pass to Joyo. Joyo just can't wrap around it, but almost got a follow-up touch. Good 50 from Drawley. BDS needed that, as Archie's shot not going to be good enough. And ball will get sent back to the midfield. BDS, though, the counterattacks have not been consistent possession. They've been able to get strong clearances, get the ball out, but they cannot maintain offensive pressure. That really makes Oxygen's defense feel like they're trapped or stuck. Oxygen have done a great job passing to each other and moving the ball around the field.
Yeah, Exotic pushed up too far when Monkey Moon had a good setup off the corner, so Team BDS gotta have that trust, gotta have offensive options.
The demo.
And Oxygen, well, they're low on boost, but they got the demos, so they're able to at least get out of their own end. They need to make space, and Team BDS don't look too threatened here in this overtime. Drawley's able to dribble this towards the backboard, trying to play the 50 against Archie. Monkey Moon goes for a shot. Oski reads it well. Exotic there, and that's an open net.
It's in.
Team BDS overcommitted. That's OT for Oxygen.
And well done from Oxygen from that low boost 50 from Oski, and Archie clear follow-up to send it all the way down the field. What resilience. Oxygen Esports, great start here to the series, taking game 1 in OT.
Just really safe plays out of Oxygen, not taking as many risks as I felt like BDS did. I think BDS are used to outscoring so many of their opponents by a lot, and now kind of facing a challenge against Oxygen, an unexpected one. And you look at the scores, like Drawley's doing everything on defense, and Team BDS have been trying and haven't been able to score. So now they send all 3 on OT, and that one moment where you thought that BDS were dominating OT, the one moment they slipped up is the knife that Oxygen found in their back.
Absolutely. As we take a look at the Mobile One high performance replay, again, this play here, what a read there from Archie to send it all the way downfield. And again, a great start here for Oxygen Esports. Just very well done. As we see a player like Archie start off hot so early. This can mean big things for Oxygen for the rest of the series. Team BDS playing defense in the back for so long could come back to hurt them. They really got to figure that out and get out and start playing more offense.
I'm okay with like a heavy defense team as long as it leads to a counterattack. If they want to play reactive, but you can't just sit there forever, as you said.
Yeah, and it also felt like they were overheating a little bit too when they were on the offense, which ended up leading to that goal. So yeah, you're absolutely right.
But, we were here yesterday and I saw Oxygen scrimming late. They know there's a lot of expectations on them as a team that, quote, didn't earn it, but they were invited here, and that's, you got to respect it. They've been to a major. Yes, they didn't show up, but this is the World Championship where everyone is nervous. Oxygen were scrimming late. Joyo dyed his hair green. He knows he has to represent that banner. He got rid of that bandana that he's so well known for, and this is now Oxygen Joyo.
Yeah, you can definitely tell. And I mean, again, Gibbs had said it on the desk. It feels like it brings the vibes almost. Yeah. I definitely do agree with that too. Oxygen do really seem like, from what I've seen just from them walking around, just so much more happier and uplifted. It does feel like a completely different tone compared to how they were in London, where again, it was a must perform to get to this stage. Now they're here. They know they're playing with house money and they're just trying to do the best they can. And I mean, like we said, great start, so much offense out of them in game one. Now the question is, can they keep it up?
It's a bit of an overheat, I think, from both sides. It's just in that game one of this is where we set the tone.
Right.
Where I felt like BDS were trying to really be aggressive and just absolutely send it cars to the wall. But then as soon as that 50 is lost, as soon as they get beat by Oxygen, then you put a lot of pressure on that third man from BDS, where again, Drawley made consistent saves. That's why he had the highest score, I believe. But I don't think they could rely on that. I'd like to see a cleaner offense out of BDS, one that they're obviously known for, but it comes from trust and it comes from just being comfortable on day one.
Forbidden Temple is the stage. Here we go. Game number 2. Do we see Team BDS start to change the direction of this series? Or will Oxygen just keep on heating up?
Yeah, Exotic, having no boost, got overwhelmed already, but he's got the assist of a second man. Now Monkey Moon assists the 50. Joyo breaks through, taking it high, as Exotic will slow it down. Joyo could play this ball closer, but at least he can rely on Oski, and this just bounces in through everybody.
Those challenges from Oski have been so good over the course of the series. He's third man in this play and just so quick to cut the ball away from Drawley. And then, of course, the defense not expecting it. They can't get a read on the play. First goal to Oxygen.
Especially when there's a double commit, 2 people are looking high, and also there's communication. A bounce like that is a little iffy, especially that close. First goal again for Oxygen. Now their defense will be tested. And look, Exotic and Monkey Moon just full send it. That's how they got scored on, just the third man being so extended too. Team BDS are sending house in order to score on Oxygen, and they still get nothing.
Yeah, they're trying to pressure them. You can tell, again, just sending everybody forward, seeing if they can get Oxygen in their back foot. But Oxygen, they don't know that Oxygen are just doing so well playing on low boost. And even, again, I keep saying Oski's name because he's been the one who stands out the most, at least in that first game. It's going to be really hard to stop them and try to boost off them and make them feel uncomfortable if they're already playing on low boost anyways. Team BDS, still, if they're going to send the house, they need to make sure to hit their mark on the shots.
All right, BDS are playing defense, good backboard, and now are trying to carve their way through that midfield. It's Monkey Moon to Drawley against Oski, just trying to bully their way through. BDS aren't really getting the space they're hoping to fight for. Now Monkey Moon gets the follow-up touch, as now you feed this ball to Oxygen. You play reactive, and BDS just stalling out the ball, but again, not always winning those 50s. It does come out to Drawley and Monkey Moon, who can now take a shot, and only one in net, and it goes through.
There you go. We talk about hitting the mark. Monkey Moon, his shooting has always been impeccable. You give him a free shot like that, it's always going to be a tough save. Bar down and off the hood of Oski's car. Once again, Oxygen starts first. Team BDS come right back with an equalizer.
Oh, this is a ball for Monkey Moon against one in net. Puts it off to the side. Now Oxygen As a midfield for BDS, early pressure. That's a situation they're used to being in. As Monkey Moon tries to bump in the net, the gaps, the weakness exposed, and BDS up again.
Archie, you could see it. He didn't really expect that bounce off the post, and he got caught with his pants down. Drawley said that he will take that opportunity every day of the week. Quick 50 before Archie can recover, and just like that, BDS in the lead.
Now a free ball for Oski and forces Drawley to make the save. Now Monkey Moon missing. That means Oxygen, the manpower. Where is that presence on the ball? Just kind of these last second 50s. Now Oski takes the ball high, uses all the boost and tries to bump Drawley out of the way. Archie too far forward. Third man Joyo is summoned. Oski can't even go for the side boost, and now giving up space, precious space, to Team BDS. And this is where they can be aggressive, and they look more confident doing so. They're not just always sending two people after the ball at all times.
Now BDS feel like they're the ones who can set the tone here. Just forcing Oxygen back, a little bit of a double commit there. Now Oski and Joyo both low boost halfway here through game number 2. And we're seeing them now kind of stuck on their own half as BDS keep knocking, keep looking for a way in. You see Joyo here with a chance to get past Monkey Moon. Monkey Moon kind of tracking the ball, but Joyo still gets it past one. Archie didn't have the boost to get up in time, and Oski low boost challenge here. So now it could be a free ball for BDS. 1-2 in your net! What a play for Team BDS!
That is a fast one. 81 miles per hour, but it's the synergy on display. Look how this 50s forces right to Exotic and Oxygen. Always have someone in the net, but the play comes at you so fast, you just can't react. And BDS, I think they've really found their tempo.
Yeah, they are starting to really heat things up here and push Oxygen back into their own half and keep them there. Even when they think they're getting set to get out, you see a play like that. I mean, strong 50. Exotic in the perfect position, and he makes the most out of it. A great shot out of him. As Exotic always been a strong performer here in these LAN environments, and we just continue to see him elevate.
Okay, less than 2 minutes. A decent enough lead. Joyo, low 50 boost. Archie's got a full tank. He's got to do something with this. It's a light tip, but to who? Archie's now trying to use all his boost to follow it up. Oxygen just fumbling and now have no resources to keep up this momentum. A chance for Drawley to creep through. Archie's been that third man who's forced to make these saves. But if it's a one-on-one, Archie will make that save. But if Team BDS get the ball rolling, it is hard to stop that avalanche.
Oh, great first touch from Joyo, but not too much he could do there. BDS quick to stop him before it turns into a counterattack. You can see, again, Oxen trying to pass out, but Team BDS just privy to it. They're there to cut it off every step of the way. And Archie, that ball gets way away from him. There'll be a clean touch there from Exotic. Final minute here, Oxygen have to go. You see Archie downfield, taking boosts, looking for bumps on Monkey Moon. They're trying to see if they can get some disruption here. Will it be enough to come up with a goal? Exotic says no way as he carries it all the way down to midfield again.
Yeah, BDS had people on all sides and still lost possession, and this gets turned around on them, and now Oxygen are within one.
You see Drawley here, he's trying to turn back and he just can't reach the ball in time, thinks it's going in, the bounce out goes straight to Joyo, and it's an open net. 45 seconds to go here. There is still a chance for Oxygen to turn this one around. BDS cannot let this slip out of their fingers.
This is the first slip-up we've seen from Team BDS. Can Oxygen really put salt in the wound? It's up to Archie if he could find that bounce off the corner. And now all of Oxygen are compact in that corner, so that means they just can't lose the ball. Oxygen can't afford to give up another goal. Now Exotic with a full tank. Archie still loses this, even with time on the ball. Drawley to Exotic, it's open!
Team BDS up by 2. I mean, it's a great initial 50 to set it up. And that one just really gets away from Joyo. He's trying to see if he can get that follow-up touch and just not able to. He's last back. BDS take advantage of the open look. And just like that, they've regained their 2-goal lead as they are smooth sailing to try to tie this series here.
20 seconds for Oxygen to make the move. Well, BDS will tie the series. This knocks down to Joyo. Drawley just really playing passive, playing like he respects the other team and just waiting to see what they do. Oxygen collide in the air. Joyo and Oski have boosts to work with, but Oski can't stop the midfield. Here comes Drawley. Put the nail in the coffin. The ball is still up. Joyo has Oski at the front. Exotic gets ready to receive, and it's still up. And RJ at 0 seconds sneaks it through, but it is 0 seconds. It looked cool though. It looked cool though.
Great goal to cut the lead to 1.
But if there was 1 second, you know? If there was just 1 more second.
If there
do
was,
it faster.
There wasn't, though.
Okay.
There wasn't, okay?
You're a hater.
That's it. GG. BDS still end up taking that one. We're tied up here in the series, but it is still a good goal there for Oxygen to score there towards the end. Maybe might give them a little bit of momentum going into game number 3. I mean, you could just tell Team BDS, their approach in this game was just so much better compared to game number 1. They cleared things up. They definitely got out of their half more, really started to apply the pressure offensively. BDS only hit 2 saves that game compared to, I believe, almost 8 in game number 1. Just a completely different team, and every mistake Oxygen made, BDS was able to capitalize.
Oxygen are trying to find these lapses within Team BDS, but now BDS are accelerating. And I don't mean just speed, I mean momentum. Like, the passes are clean. One of the goals was like 90 miles an hour. And Team BDS are finding those passes. And they're low. They would be easy to save, but if Oxygen can't keep up, Team BDS are gonna run them over. And Oxygen can't spot these mistakes, if there really is any at all. And that's why I was like, okay, they're starting to find that footing at that last goal. But then they didn't get that 1 second they needed to maybe make something work off kickoff.
And then plus BDS just look a lot more comfortable anyways.
Yeah.
It just feels like, you know, they're much more privy to taking challenges. They're able to read the field a little bit more. They're not playing the game from their own half, and they do figure out, okay, now we know what it takes to get past Oxygen. Let's just stay on the ball and maybe just play the low 50 monkey move. You didn't have to do them like that.
It's off the kickoff like that. Charlie just dodges that. Attempted.
Oh, he got Joyo jumping.
2-1-2, and once you jump, you're committed. So, did they catch him nervous or what?
I think again, it's just that's just a great play individually there for Monkey Moon. It's a good start here for Team BDS. Now again, they're keeping up that momentum, especially from the last game. You know, you have, even with that late goal, but Team BDS still in the front offensively. Now it really is kind of up to Oxygen here, because now it just feels like BDS is just very, very comfortable. Monkey Moon going downfield, already got 1 demo, looking for 2. Draw, he just has to roll it in the net, and he does. BDS back-to-back goals.
BDS painting the town right on that one. It's a 3-on-1.
Look at Monkey Moon, he's chasing Archie. Archie's all the way on top of the net, can't drop down in time.
There's all 3 of BDS running at the net. That is terrifying.
That is a scary sight.
When I said they were going to get bulldozed, I didn't mean literally.
That was literally. I think they took it literally.
Now Archie's demoed it. When it rains, it pours.
Another one for BDS. Another one for Monkey Moon here. Well, he assisted that first one, but look at this again. Oski in a tough spot. And this one is getting out of hand very, very early. It's almost a demolition derby here in game 3.
You just need to get steady off kickoffs and not get demoed. Not get literally run over, as we said, and a moment of stabilization, a moment to breathe for Oxygen. As Joyo dodges Exotic, now is a full tank to dribble. Oski a little bit behind, and now the ball forced down by Monkey Moon. As Oski not going to let BDS have any time on the ball, but Oski is missing action.
Oski's not getting time on the ball.
No longer.
As soon as he hits the ground, demo taken out of the play. And I think BDS, I mean, they're going to continue to stay in that line. You see Exotic right now even moving upfield. He got a demo on Joyo. So Drolly on the play, Archie low boost, and you can just see, again, just some of the little mind games kind of going on as well. Does Joyo go for the ball? Should he not? Is it going to be another low 50? And then you got to watch out for shots like that. Full control of the game by Team BDS right now.
Oxygen are missing some of these challenges too, which is great awareness from Team BDS. It's Oxygen just drive up the ceiling. That puts you out of the play for a few seconds. And that's where you could have these 3-on-1 scenarios for Team BDS. 3-0 with barely any time gone by. As Archie is careful where he brings that ball, and Team BDS are now stealing boost. Oxygen running on fumes. Stabilization maybe gone for Oxygen. They have some space to work with. Oski can't even get the corner, so he may have to leave the play. We'll see if Joyo can slow this down, and he can.
There's still a low boost situation here, and Archie, there's just not too much he could do in that position, even with a full tank. Oxygen are not able to challenge BDS in the air right now, so they just have to wait for the shot and then get the goal line save, which Archie does again. But this is not the pace of play that you're looking for. If you are Oxygen, you need a little bit more here to get back into this one. We're in that halfway point. Demo on the play again, and that'll send, oh, that's 1, that's 2, 2 to Lou, and in your net. 4 goals from BDS, my goodness. Every time it looks like Oxygen gets some space, BDS just bulldoze them out and just score the open.
It's turning into a hemorrhage for sure.
This is bad.
BDS winning the 50s, now going for demos. Usually BDS are a team that like to slow the play down and force fast teams to play at their level. And now they're realizing Oxygen are a bit panicky, a bit scared, and that BDS truly are starting to believe, if not already, that they are the better team. So now they can pick up the pace of play, and now Oxygen look panicky trying to keep up with that, which forces missed challenges and Archie to be alone in the net. And now a bit of press coming out of Oxygen, but what else?
Yeah, I mean, what it really kind of comes down to, again, it is a bit of the demos, and then it comes down to also BDS consistently controlling the ball in the air when they get the opportunity to. Oxygen have been solo boost, and they get demo constantly, so they're constantly repositioned, and they can never get a strong footing, so it's just a lot of reactionary time, taking their time, trying to see what BDS are doing, because they can't get consistent challenges like they did in Game 1. Those have been eliminated from the lack of boost and just lack of really just players sometimes, because they have to play with 2 or 3 players, and it just means that they have so many little opportunities to make things work on offense. Their offense has been non-existent. It's been all BDS, as Monkey Moon almost got that one, but just off.
I think Oxygen are starting to be more aware, though, of that physicality. I'm seeing Oski kind of get surrounded by Exotic, who looks like a shark out there, just swimming around his prey. And Oxygen now have multiple things to keep track of now that Team BDS are adding yet another factor to how lethal their offense has been, at least in this Game 3. Less than 90 seconds. And Oxygen are meeting 50-50, but not necessarily generating any threat. If anything, Oski's going to chase them.
No way!
And that opens it up for Monkey Moon.
Monkey Moon had no boost on this entire play. Look, he tries to get the corner. He's still at 0. He got a 12 here. But again, it was Exotic with the threat of the demo. It leaves up just enough of a lane for Monkey Moon. He knows he doesn't want to play it low. He has to go for a flick somewhere to the right, and he lands it perfectly. It's just the individual threat, because Monkey Moon made the initial challenger go for the ball so early on because he thought Monkey Moon had boost, even though he didn't. And now you see another bump play, Drolly again. They're trying to add more and more to the scoreline here. BDS are just in Oxygen's heads right now for free.
And Joyo can't solo this and was running out of speed, running out of boost, but now here's the adaptation. Team BDS are now aware of how Oxygen are trying to dodge those demos, going for squishy saves, and Team BDS know how to slot that the perfect moment. That's how that 5th goal went in, 40 seconds. Joyo's not gonna let that be free, but it's forced to Monkey Moon, back pass to Trolley, but there's some contest from Archie. Oxygen send all 3, but it's still not enough to beat this BDS defense.
Pass out again, maybe a chance here for Oxygen to get something on the board. Nope, Joyo, just no chance. He gets the ball in the hood, immediately bumped away, and he has to give up on that possession. Even when they go downfield to try to steal boost, it's still one less player in the play here. Final 10 seconds here. And what a turnaround from Team BDS. It was a slow start for them into the series, but now they have the series on match point with a very dominant, convincing 5-0 Game 3 win.
Just right off of kickoff, the first one, BDS are just putting them 6 feet under. You're already shaking up the foundation beneath Oxygen. We're probably already nervous coming in here with expectations all over the place, and Oxygen just couldn't even find a footing. First, they're demoed off kickoff, they lose a challenge off kickoff, the first couple of kickoff goals went in, and
3 shots.
That's not a lot.
3 shots. They limited Oxygen to 3 shots that entire game.
Oh my God.
Only play here. Final 10 seconds here. And what a turnaround from Team BDS. It was a slow start for them into the series, but now they have the series on match point with a very dominant, convincing 5-0 Game 3 win.
Just right off of kickoff, the first one, BDS are just putting them 6 feet under. You're already shaking up the foundation beneath Oxygen. We're probably already nervous coming in here with expectations all over the place, and Oxygen just couldn't even find a footing. First, they're demoed off kickoff, they lose a challenge off kickoff, the first couple of kickoff goals went in, and
3 shots.
That's not a lot.
3 shots. They limited Oxygen to 3 shots that entire game.
Oh my God.
Only 1 demo from Oxygen, and on the side of BDS, they had 7. As we take a look at the Mobile One high performance replay. I mean, this is just really the demolition derby that is Team BDS here. As, my goodness, what a performance. And especially, I mean, you got to give credit to Drolly here. He shot 3 for 3 that game, and he's a rookie here on the World Championship stage. Of course, yes, he did win the prior LAN coming into the World Championship, so he does have that experience. But man, first series of Worlds to be doing what he is doing, definitely something to note.
There's just 3 threats on BDS. I see them as a really well-rounded team where you could feed the ball to anyone, and they'll most likely execute. Oxygen, I think, came into this looking like a well-rounded team with maybe a wild card, but how can Oxygen unite in that same way? Zosky, a little softer of a touch, but at least he follows through. Joyo with a tank. Does get a good launch off, but now from the top rope, Exotic slams us down and feeds it to Monkey Moon. He's got a lot of space and time on the ball, not a lot of boost, and almost a pass to Drawley. And look, Exotic is in the picture too. Team BDS are not scared of Oxygen whatsoever.
Closeout game here for Team BDS as Oxygen are going to fight with their backs against the wall here in game number 4. So far, they're doing a great job of at least dodging Team BDS when they're starting to get physical, as Oski has just brought this downfield with just a lot of traffic blocking his way. And good 50 there from Archie. Joyo, oh wow, great touch. He got the flip on that play and then still used it to bounce off the wall. This is exactly what you want to see from Oxygen right out of the gate. Just keeping that ball in front of BDS and not really giving them too many opportunities to move around the field.
And how can you set up Joyo for success? He can't even carry this ball for more than 2 seconds before he's getting challenged nonstop. And then I'd love to, ooh, that's a chance, oh, right at the goal line, BDS makes the save. I'd love to see Joyo and Ox connect the same way that that Exotic and Monkey Moon are. But this goes all the way down!
What a pitch from Large Oscar! Are you kidding me? What? Oh my God!
What?
Okay.
I don't even think he was expecting that. He's like, I'm just trying to save it, man.
Great save, great pitch up the field. And Oxygen are here to play. Here we go.
That's a type of banger goal that Oxygen needed. And just a little tip for Joyo. Oxygen. Now, this is where you got a lot of confidence from that. You forget about the last game shot, forced to double commit. Archie needs a good touch here, gets the backboard attention from Monkey Moon, but this is a long launch, and with that demo on Monkey Moon, BDS hope to respond, but they lose possession for a second.
Oh, Archie, not the best possession there. Gave it right to Monkey Moon. It's going to be a clear downfield. Now Oxygen have to play a little bit of defense. You're starting to see the speed kind of catch up here on BDS, even though it was a great goal to start us off. Again, Oxygen cannot let their foot off the gas. That was a good beat there, though, from Archie over Monkey Moon, but the shot just wasn't on target. Now you have Drawley with a strong clearance downfield, and Monkey Moon just up so early to try to see if he could get a double on the play. This ball's going left and right up the field. No defense has been able to get set yet. As again, Oxygen holding on to the 1-goal lead.
And I think BDS can keep being this aggressive. Yeah, you've given up, what, like 2 or maybe 3 open nets in the whole series, but they've been able to rack up so many goals from sending the whole house at him, as Monkey Moon is hoping for the waterfall down to Exotic, and then Exotic 50s against Joyo, but by his side is Archie. But if Oxygen keep booming the ball, he can always fight for possession. The 50 game has been more favoring towards BDS. Now towards Archie. I'm seeing Oxygen go for more of these passes to try and hold on to possession, but then they clear and can't keep up.
And then you just see again, sometimes they get the ball so far away from, they're taking players out the play and losing boosts, going for these pre-jumps. Have to be very careful because again, all it takes is just one person in that second, third man spot to be out of the play and Team BDS can pounce.
BDS still need to equalize. Some physicality in the net. Monkey Moon with the flick above. Big Oscar dropping it down and right. It still slips through. And Charlie makes an appearance.
Oh man, look at this from Monkey Moon though. Great pop there. You saw Oski forced high, but no one was on the back wall. So Monkey gets an extra touch, hands it out to Drawley, says, here, take your best shot, and gets it right past the defense. Cannot give BDS that space, especially a player like Monkey Moon.
That lead slips by. We went to OT in the first game, but I don't think BDS can bully them any longer. Joyo has no boost, and he seems to be the one that leads that charge for Oxygen. But who can really unite with him on the front? It's Oski, and that being that midfielder that slows it down, but you can't! BDS are too much!
Look at this, though. Exotic waiting downfield. He knows the pass is coming, and man, what a shot. Archie, he's expecting it to go off the nose. Exotic just twists his car at the last second to get it off the hood, which completely changes the direction of the shot, making BDS have the lead here. Can they hold on? It's been a late surge here, a minute 20 to go. Oxygen, they've got to get things together, but is there enough time?
I'd like to see Oxygen be able to lock down BDS in their own half, but BDS always seems to find a way to sneak through, and he can't just let the ball land like that. That is dangerous for Oxygen. They cannot afford anything else. There's only a minute left. Joyo with someone below, tries to take the ball high. BDS 50s it up as Archie can't get the setup off the corner. It's too close to BDS's defense. But
Joyo's up.
Got the feed. Redirect save by Monkey Moon. But Archie's first up, but he lets it get away from him. But Monkey Moon doesn't have clear control, but he's got the support of his team. It's Oxygen at 44 left.
Yeah, now you see Oski here with a big carry. That's a good win, but the follow-up's not there. Archie trying to get it off Joyo. He doesn't even have boost for this. Now Exotic, he'll be able to get it cleared away. Great pinch, though, straight to Joyo, forcing Monkey Moon to clear it away. 30 seconds to go here. Oxygen not able to hold on to the field position. They're going to have to start back from their own half. Time ticking down. Pass out straight to midfield. Joyo will pick it up. This is Archie, a little bit of a team bump, but Joyo actually turns it into a demo. Light touch for Archie, who also gets demolished. Team BDS, though, doing a great job. Huge 50 win as we hit that final 10 seconds.
This Oxygen are trying to make BDS so comfortable with these demos, but it's not working out. BDS will match blow for blow, punch for punch, and have knocked out Oxygen cold. But at least Oxygen showed signs of life. The ball is still up, though. Archie's got full boost.
They got space.
He's trying to get it up. Archie just hands it to Monkey Moon. Joyo can't keep it going. BDS 3-1.
3-1 victory from BDS to start the Swiss stage here at the RLCS World Championship. It was a bit of a slowish start, very sluggish out of them. A lot of defense being played, but my goodness, they turned it around, took control of the series, forced Oxygen on the back end, and then when it came down to it, I mean, they handled business and closed out the series. Definitely big performance there. Monkey Moon, even Drawley, he had his shining moments, and Exotic played absolutely phenomenal too. Again, just as a full, well-rounded team, like you said, BDS, I mean, they showed up.
Everyone from BDS showed up. Drawley, very consistent defense, offense, everything. They could feed the ball to whoever. That's what's so dangerous about BDS. They have so many offensive options, and you can't make them uncomfortable with demos, outnumbering them, whatever. Their 50 game is so strong, but can BDS really rival some of the top 4 teams that we have here? Can BDS still be considered top 4? Yes, they won EWC, but everyone is showing up to Worlds.
Right, everyone is showing up. Is this a good win by their standards?
Yeah.
That's a big question. Then, of course, on the other side for Oxygen, how do they bounce back after this? Of course, we saw moments of brilliance from them. It does feel like, you know, they kind of understand their flow against the top teams, and they know what they can do offensively. It's just, again, a little bit of struggles finishing, unless you're talking about that one.
Yeah.
That pinch was insane.
That was fun. I think Oxygen just need more options off ball. What can they do off ball? Stealing boost, that was Team BDS. Oxygen ran on fumes. They were trying to match demos, not as much as BDS, but yeah, Oxygen didn't have a lot of options.
Well, that's enough of Oxygen. Let's talk to BDS. Leaf is standing by.
That's right. We got one of the rookies of the year right now, Drawley. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
You were just talking to me just before the camera came to us that it was one of the hardest matchups you guys probably could have got. Talk to me about why you were thinking that.
Because Oxygen is a very good team. At first, we were supposed to play C2 Mina,
right?
But we ended up playing them because they couldn't play. And I think they easily could have qualified for Worlds if they had the same team split one. So it's just a very good team.
But then you said it was a relief that you beat them. Yeah, that's a load off your chest, right?
Yeah. I mean, beating a team like them in the first, you're not supposed to play a team that good in the first series, you know. So beating them, like, it's really rewarding because it gets you ready and fired up for the rest of the tournament.
That's true. Well, let's walk through the series a little bit too, because they came in swinging and they took that game 1. Were you guys worried at all? You're like, uh-oh, they might finally have our number?
No, because those 2 goals were easily avoidable. I think we kind of got unlucky, and Exotic also had a headset problem, apparently.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So once that fixed, is that what the difference was going forward? Because you guys exploded in those games afterwards.
I mean, I think the result would have been the same either way. But yeah, I think would have been the same.
That's fair. Now, after coming off your win just previous to this in EWC, does that ever go to the back of your head and think, oh, we have to now deliver the same performance at the next tournament we're playing at? Because I know for me, that would kind of bother me at the back of my head. Or does it motivate you?
No, it doesn't bother us. I mean, on the contrary, we're actually like motivated. We know we can win this because we already won that, you know? That's how it works.
That's very true. Not how my brain works, but I'm glad yours does. You're the competitor. Just overall, now that you have Oxygen out of the way, before I let you go, are there any other teams that maybe you have on your radar that you're hoping to maybe avoid or get out of the way early?
No, I don't want to avoid anybody, but I'd like to play G2 because it would be
it
would be a nice game. And we already lost to them. I want my revenge.
Would you be happier with like if in a best of 7 be a 4-0, or would you like it to go all the way to the end?
4-0.
You want a 4-0?
I like a clean sweep.
That's fair enough. Get it out of the way and get the win. Hey, you got your first one out of the way, so breathe a sigh of relief and then go play your next ones.
Yeah.
Congratulations. And again, one more to go here on day number 1. It's the return of Carmine Corp, and they're playing against Space Station Gaming, so you do absolutely not want to miss this one.
Come on, Jack.
Nice play.
So cute. At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
Get back to work.
This is the
Another series down, another team crowned a winner, going through into that 1-0 round, but sending a loser through to the 0-1. We are now here, finally, at our final series of the day. Carmine Corp taking on Space Station Gaming. And my word, Herc, hasn't it been a while since we've seen KC on LAN?
Oh, it has been a long while. What, since Copenhagen?
Mhm.
They missed out on London. It was heartbreaking for the Blue Wall all the way around the world. But they are back at the place where it matters most. And you know what? Who better than to give a legendary speech on one knee before you start?
It's going to have to do a lot because Carmine Corp, they had a very interesting season. They won the first 3 regional events in Europe. They were the favorites going into Copenhagen, and then ultimately they didn't take home the trophy, but they still performed very well. As soon as then it gets into the major 2 qualifiers, they fall apart. They don't make it through SUT in open qualifiers. They fail to qualify for an event. It's complete turmoil in the Carmine Corp camp. However, Herc, I'm of the belief that that was a sheer anomaly of their actual performance and does not prove the rule. That is not what their baseline is. Instead, that was the anomaly. We can wipe that off. I think we come back and see a stronger Carmine Corp here today.
Okay, I agree. However,
Might be hopium for
I
you.
was the sus streamer, and it felt very legitimate. But however, I do think SUT to Carmine Corp is almost like power to Genji. But that's enough about them. We gotta talk about the guys in green over here. The New Jerseys, the Texas vibes.
Like
it's
is it
all
like
there.
duck hunting?
Yes, it's orange and everything. This is the most peak Texas hunter vibes you could possibly get. I love it so much. I cannot wait for that. I can see the jerseys in person and they look great.
They're a choice. I'm going to say it.
Tell me you're not from Texas without telling me.
I think you can tell from my accent. But no, they're a choice. I'm going to leave it there. Space Station Gaming, I love that they've come out with something a little bit different for the World Championship, and they have been a much more consistent team than Carmine Corp ultimately. I think SSG, they didn't make the Copenhagen Major, so they have not played KC this entire season because they only went to London, and of course KC did not go to London. So they've not had a chance to face off against this team yet, but they have been much more consistent. They have made it through to these events. They've only really lost to G2 or Gen G, and then they had that one loss versus OG when they got to the Major. So not too bad, realistically, I would say. Space Station Gaming, I've put them down in a prediction contest as the winners of this series, though.
Really?
I think they are a stronger team.
Okay, so I went the other way. I felt like KC comes out on top. We're going to see what you guys think. Go ahead and vote in chat now. This one all thanks to our lovely sponsor, Progressive. And well, while you guys are trying to figure yourselves out, we're going to try and figure ourselves out. I want KC on this one. I do believe in the SSG consistency. I agree with you on that they've gotten better and better as time goes by. However, KC have had what probably is all the time in the world to them to get it together.
Much longer than they ever would have wanted. Like, they had the entirety of the Major. It's been a decent time since that Major as well. Good couple of months. So they've had a lot of time to be able to think. And thinking is what KC will have down at Ferra. Is going to be theory crafting. And they would have thought of this moment every single day leading up to it from the moment that they didn't qualify for London. This was the next event. They did not go to the Esports World Cup. They're here now, and you see what it means to Vatira as well. They are taking deep breaths because suddenly they are back on LAN, and it is very, very real.
Bro whipped out the towel. We've got the meditation going on. And I did... yesterday, I got to do a special piece of content that you guys will be seeing later on this week with KC and OG. And I talked to KC again about how much being back means to them.
Yeah.
And oh my gosh, did Vatira and Atao just sound like poets when they talked about being back here and how much this meant to them. And I mean, it means just as much to the Blue Wall. They're still out there rooting for them. 63% to 37% for SSG.
But now, we've talked about the numbers, we've talked about their past, but here is where they write their future. Carmine Corp take on SSG. I have SSG. Herc, she has got Carmine Corp. A little old switch around for the EU and the NA sides of things. But here in Texas, only one side is going to be victorious. And the Blue Wall have got a lot to prove.
Yes, they do. Last series of day one here at the Rocket League World Championship, presented by Progressive. And honestly, couldn't think of a better way to close the day out. Let's get into it.
It's going to be very interesting to see what words Ferrer said to his team, see what we're going to actually see out of them. How much will they change? How much will they know was just down to an iffy couple of weeks? Was it something personal we don't know about? Lots of questions. Space Station Gaming wanting to put forward a lot of exclamation marks to battle them.
Yeah, there's a lot. Honestly, there's a lot of questions on either end of the field because, again, Space Station, they've just been very consistent at being number 4.
Yeah.
And you want to see them have a better moment, but they just haven't quite been able to get over that hump. And then on the flip side, Karmine Corp, they just were incredible, and then they couldn't find it again. So both ends of the field gonna feel a lot of pressure in the early stages of this game. One, LJ, my player to watch for this game for right reasons, trying to kick things off.
I mean, LJ has been, I think in every series we've seen SSG play on LAN, he has been their man. He has been astonishing. One of the best players in North America at the moment, like easily top 5, usually top 3, but the team performance hasn't necessarily been there at every single look. So LJ, I think we're going to want to make sure that we see him pop off, make sure that he is, again, that target man as ever. Karmine Corp, a lot more rounded, a lot of quality in every single player on that side. I think a lot more evenly spread amongst them.
I agree. Here comes Vatira. Want to try and take this one away. Rise and him just playing the slow game, pinballing back to each other. This one breaks past second man. Rise tried to go off the backboard. Great clear there from LJ. Demo in the back end of things from Chicago, which is what you want to see. If you're a Karmine Corp fan, you want to see the demos coming through, especially when Space Station tries to get a little cheeky with the cheat ups and weave their way in through. Seeing that aggression, that is a great sign.
It's a minute 45, and there has been a lot of Karmine Corp pressure thus far. Rise trying to stand down towards that left wing. Round 1, round 2, goes for the bump on the man, and Vati was there. Boxer, though, evades that push. It's going to make sure that this game stays 0-0 so far. We've seen a lot of chips come through so far for KC as well. Each one actually working its way past the SSG. The close cut-ins have been thwarting the Americans.
I like this one. Around the corner was Hoxer, but Vatira and even just the rest of Karmine Corp are trying to play this very, very close. SSG a little bit further away, so it opens up some space for KC. Vatira takes this one low. Great challenge there from Hoxer as well, but low boost means he's not going to be able to take this back from Rise. Rise to the backboard here. Great slowdown from Chicago and Space Station. Really, they got to play a patient game here. You can't be too over-aggressive with Karmine Corp. You got to be prepared to run back at any given moment.
I mean, this really is, I think, the epitome of both teams feeling each other out. They have never played in their current lineups. Copenhagen with one, London with the other. World Championships is where they're going to be colliding. Atto now central to Vati, ceiling down. Rise was on target for the top corner, but instead Hoxer is going to make sure that he shuts them down early. 2 minutes as we tick through the game. LJ challenged by Vatira again. Rise shot on an open net, but with not enough power. Chicago can quite easily clean it up.
Yeah, great slow down there. Again, Space Station playing a very good defensive game. A little bit of a miss there. Missed opportunity at least, but LJ trying to keep it going. Low boost for KC right now, and Chicago to collect. Powerful flick over one means SSG have the opportunity to break on inside, and they will. Demo could float this one down too, but a Tau back to the backboard just in time. 90 seconds to go, completely scoreless.
LJ on that right-hand side, challenged again by Rise. Now Chicago beating out Atto, tips it over the side of Vatira, makes it a lot more awkward for him to try and push his way through. Rise up high, can Vatira get there first? He gets there second, but the block is just as good no matter where he's going to be touching it. But the pressure, my word, Space Station Gaming are putting on the press against a team that have not been in this position for a very long time. Chicago with a flick. Vati saving. Hoxer, more pressure, more touches. And Hoxer, the opening goal versus Europe's resurgent blue wall.
It started off with Chicago trying to drive it forward. He does, but Hoxer waiting in the wings, right time, right place to challenge, does so successfully. SSG, they take the lead at 1. Back into kickoff they go. Rise, he's going to try and get this response coming as quickly as possible. Down, bounce up. Vatira, he's on the lurk. It was almost dangerous territory from a Hoxer touch right there, but somehow SSG still alive in this.
Fake.
He spots Vatira, and he's through.
KC's first goal on LAN since we saw them in Copenhagen. It has been a long time, but welcome back, boys.
When Karmine Corp get into it, you're just speechless. They're so clean with it every time. And to see them back into the rhythm of things, that's what you want. Great response, very condensed, short period of time for them to get back into things. 37 left on the clock, though. Who's going to try and steal this lead?
A steal it will be, because these two teams have been utterly even right up to this point. Hoxer from his back wants to work it past Vatira, but a strong challenge. That is what he's been known for. So frequently, those strong challenges, going for a low 50, maintaining that control. We've seen Gentlemates do it fantastically in Europe as well. I feel like it's all come from Vatira. Rise now, he's going to pick up on the pinch. And with 15 seconds left, Rise may well have stolen that lead.
My goodness, the pinch out, but Rise right to him, almost like a magnet, and completely low boost for all of SSG all the way around. Nobody was getting back into that in time. And like I said, stolen lead. Karmine Corp take it with 14 to go.
I mean, we talk about a late kickoff. We look at Rise and Vatira versus Space Station Gaming on LAN. Towards the end of the series, we've not had any of those dramas so far with SSG. But you know what, I won't count them out. That's going to be dropping low. Karmine Corp, game number 1. Ferrer and the boys may well feel right back at home here playing in person.
They honestly looked like themselves, more so in the second half of the game. I feel like it was a little bit of a warm-up to get back into the swing of things. I do got to give props to SSG. They came out swinging. That was definitely the energy that they needed to have. However, once Karmine Corp start to respond, you gotta find a way to slow them down. Letting them have any drive in this is the worst situation to be placed in.
I mean, that first Hawks goal is great. Seeing Chicago get involved, getting the bump away, getting Rise out of the net, and then that fake coming through. We see that so frequently with the top European teams in particular.
Oh, yeah. No, well, KC, I remember at the very beginning of the season when they started pulling those off, and I remember jumping out of my chair.
Pipe down! Come on! Shouting pipe down to the opposition. Realizing that, look, they can hear us. They're just over there, guys. You can hear what we're saying. Managing to shout towards the opposition. Is that going to be a big factor, do you think?
Oh, yeah. These, they're very emotional people.
And
and having Rise screaming in your face when he's like 10 feet away from you, I would be stressing out a little bit too. So I want to hear some noise from SSG. They're very quiet right now, very calm a little bit. I think they're just trying to reset the mental.
Yeah.
It is a rough one to lose because they did lose the momentum that they had and the control in the last about minute or so. So it is a rough way, but clean slate, game number 2, officially underway.
And we'd like to hear that kind of talk back on LAN as well. A lot of teams do it, don't get me wrong, but I feel like it just feels right seeing Rise stand up, shouting, pipe down, making sure that his opponents know that he is there, that he can put them off in any way possible. The game number 2, rather, kicking off, Karmine Corp wanting to continue this winning streak.
10 seconds into this one. It's a whole new ball game for SSG with a Karmine Corp that is very much warmed up now. A Tau low on boost, but really big clear out into that orange half there. Chicago just going to send it on back. Vatira to collect, and Karmine Corp just lurking all the way around. The cheat-ups coming through. Everybody trying to make the rush. It could work, but the goal line save keeps Karmine Corp back.
And what a pass back, though. Vatira now receiving it towards the backboard. Chicago can clear it away, but this is a swarming Karmine Corp team.
Hoxer is just taking his time. He's kind of my player to watch too, in all honesty, for different reasons than LJ. Feel like he's that third man that if Hoxer's actually extremely involved, this could be a whole new story, but same could be said on the other end of things.
Got this the first minute gone, and Karmine Corp, they are managing to whip up a lot of chances. It's a chance, though, for SSG to show off their defensive play. We saw that such on display over at the Esports World Cup. Up above the crossbar, LJ sends it. Chicago's there, goes down, but instead blocked out from the defending player, rising through to the backboard. Again, Rise now with a miss, and Atto has to take over.
This one pitches back, Vatira to follow, and I do like this from Chicago. He's been playing very, very deep third, and that is a great way to be aware against how many shots Karmine Corp are inevitably going to be putting up, and there's another one, but this one not defended. It's in their net.
More loud shouting as well. Atto intelligently going into the corner and then bumping LJ. A play entirely concocted in the mind of the Belgian, executed by the Frenchman, and Karmine Corp with a lead.
1 goal lead for Karmine Corp. Last time, a little bit of a different story. Space Station were the first on board. The question now is, How quickly does it take for Space Station to get back into it, or does Karmine Corp just continue to build? We find out here. Rise, Vatira, going for the demos, going for the bumps. No shot to come from it, though.
A lovely double demo, though, completely opens up SSG. Did a great job, that final defender, the Lone Wolf, clearing out the final attack that came through. Hox now trying to clear it. And you mentioned Hox earlier on. He was another standout player on SSG at EWC. I was blown away with his performance. I think the best performance that we've seen out of him, to be completely honest.
I completely agree. I think Hoxer, as time has gone on, has definitely stepped up in a number of ways here. But unfortunately for them, right now, it just isn't enough. A Tau working together to get on through. 2-0 on the board. KC are back like they never left.
Karmine Corp very much stepping into gear, stepping into the old trousers that they left at their playing stations, knowing, all right, boys, this is exactly where we belong. 2-0 is not an insurmountable scoreline to try and work your way through, but it's going to be a real task. Hoxer wanting to begin ticking that task off the list as soon as he possibly can. Dead on halfway through the game now. Opportunity for SSG to, after showing their defensive play and not really thriving with it in game number 2, they want to move a lot more onto the offensive side of the game.
You can see Chicago just going for every single demo that he can find, just trying to buy time for SSG to get control of that ball, fall back into that blue half, but they just continue to get sent back home into the orange. Rise up next, takes the low challenge there, but Hoxer to collect. Great little disruptive touch from Rise, too. I like how he does that. He doesn't mind if it doesn't fall back into his own hands. He knows it's enough time for one of his teammates to follow up behind him and take this away.
Minute 50, Karmine Corp still with his 2-goal lead. SSG maybe looking a little bit shaken, not realizing, gosh, okay, you haven't been at LAN since you competed in Denmark, and yet here you are. We've barely seen you compete in the European regionals. You were knocked out so early.
It's a new game, right? When you come back to Worlds after being away for so long, whether it's been so long since you competed in a World Championship or just on LAN in general, having months in between that in-person competitive feel, just it shakes things up. And if there's a time to try and do that, it's now. But KC want to stick to the old game. They're still up 2-0, just over a minute left.
I think Chicago takes home the weirdest save of the day award, I would say. Just flying in front of the net and saving it with the tip of his car. Chip over the top. Patira can't make that one work on that occasion, but Chicago makes it awkward for his teammates to try and work their way through. Rise with the pancake attempt. Going central, 1-2. Chicago now back towards the middle. This final 45, Space Station Gaming, they start with exclamation marks, and they have bent and curled into question marks about whether they are going to be able to bring it back against this team that we've not seen for a long old while.
Oh man, KC just has been on the tail of everybody. LJ sets up Hoxer though. At 30 seconds, SSG are back in the game.
And you know what? A lot more composure on their cameras. No shouting, no trying to throw off KC, no trying to get in their heads, playing their own game, being very introspective. That introspection has to turn to an explosion, though, with one more goal for them to wrestle back in game number 2.
A little bit of a safer kickoff there for Karmine Corp. They stay back in preparation for Space Station coming their way there. And they take it back. Chicago's going to send this one upfield. A Tau to stop it in its tracks. And here comes Chicago and LJ, both of them unable to make any connection. It's just Rise all over the field, wasting every precious second that SSG need to make one last play. LJ not over Vatira. 2 seconds left on the clock. This one, if it hits the ground, Karmine Corp, good play at match point, but the double is wide, and that's on the ground. KC to match point.
That was terrifyingly close. If you're KC, you're breathing a sigh of relief. If you're SSG, you are horrified that has just about gone amiss. Rise getting 100 points in that game, despite winning it 2-1. He was doing, I mean, he had one shot, one demo, so not really getting too many points from on-board plays, but his off-ball plays clearly doing everything for the team.
Oh, yes. He was everywhere all at once. I felt like a lot of the moves he was doing, were very impactful. I talked about the little touches he would make. He was very secure in knowing that his teammates would be right behind him, ready to continue the play and pushing things and keeping that flow
going. But on the flip side of things, Space Station just got back into the swing of things a little bit too late. I liked what I saw. A lot of team plays, a lot of trying to find each other off the backboard there. They did find each other, just unfortunately, they ran out of time.
They're going to have 5 more minutes to make sure that they stay in round number 1. Of course, they want to be going through into round number 2 in that 1-0 spot, but right now it looks like it has got a hint of blue shining over it. Karmine Corp on their way to win a series 3-0 over Space Station Gaming, but 5 more minutes is going to decide the tempo of the rest of the series.
Listen, NA, famous for coming back from being down all the time. There is a chance. However, that chance is going to happen later on. We do have a pause here.
That's our first pause.
First pause.
For us, anyway.
Well, for us.
There was one a bit earlier on. That's fine, though. Just making sure that over on the Karmine Corp side, looks like Pharaoh potentially might have lost audio. We're just making sure that everybody is all nice and happy, that his team can still hear him. So, of course, the coaches, I think we talk about the players a lot, but the coaches, they have got a huge wealth of knowledge that help out their players in every single aspect. Pharaoh, of course, we reference him as one of the greatest minds that Rocket League has ever seen. Had that perfect split with Vitality in spring last year, won the World Championship with them, and then became an absolute French turncoat and went over to their biggest rivals, KC.
I mean, Ferret, honestly, he just lives for the drama. He loves doing the most out-of-pocket, random things ever, and I live for it every single time. But like you said, having these coaches, I feel like this year has been the first time there has been a real emphasis on how much effort they put into these teams, how much of an impact that they have. We've seen it with KC. We've seen it all the way around the world. My favorite one to talk about, obviously, G2 Safio. That is just, it's a new level that has been, the bar has definitely been raised this past year.
I mean, you look at how it all started as well with players a few seasons ago, I believe back in season 8, it was introduced. You know, we were seeing that there's we saw the coaches, they started to get involved on stage. I remember Gregan at the time, the coach for Vitality, I remember him being like, guys, we're out on stage this year. How cool is that? We get to actually go up there and we get to hang out. I know, season, 7 actually, when they ended up winning it, they managed to go on the stage and it was so exciting to see them evolve through to this point. We've seen the impact that all these coaches have. And to give everybody an update of what is going on in this game, just making sure that everyone is back in the lobby. And it looks like we're going to be restarting from 4 minutes and from 5 minutes. Sorry, I read the clock incorrectly. That is on me, and I got shouted at by the producer. Sorry, producer. 5 minutes, rather, we're going to be restarting from in this game number 3, essentially straight from kickoff again.
Yeah, so in this situation, there's actually a lot that can go down. I want to, in theory, think that this could work in SSG's favor. You can take this up as an opportunity to, restrat your beginning stages of the game, because let's all be honest, the beginning stages were a little shaky. They did find their way on through. However, it always could be better.
Yeah, well, we can learn from that 21 seconds. That 21 seconds never happened.
It ddidn't happen.
Doesn't matter, guys. All right, but let's just reset. We're all good. The Karmine Corp, as we've been saying, they are trying to get through into that 3-0. If they can get through as well in 3-0, it then puts them into the most preferential seeding possible. Of course, we're going to be seeing a lot of our good teams. And of course, OG, they ended up losing to Furia. They went down 0-3. It then puts them potentially in the firing line of KC. If they do go through in that 3-0, it then puts them into the opposite sides of the seeding. Of course, I'm not clever enough to really fully understand it, so I'm just sort of theory crafting, and I bet D-Rex is shouting at me right now.
He is
saying,
probably
mate, what on earth are you talking about? Come on,
It's okay.
let me do this bit.
We'll get the correct version eventually, and we'll say it tomorrow.
Yeah.
But for now, everybody, it's just a waiting game. When are you getting back into it? How quickly can you? And well, the answer is now.
It cools off KC a little bit as well, being very hot through those first 2 games. We then see them have to actually take their foot off the brake a little, or off the accelerator a little bit. Will Atto care? He does go for a big push immediately, so maybe not.
No, for KC, they're like, all right, it was actually just a breather a little bit, but we're not letting up at all. LJ off the backboard, tries to go for the double, doesn't find the angle. Great stop there from KC, but SSG coming in with a new level of power in the first parts of this game.
Bit of an iffy miss there, though, for LJ. Rise then for going the ball, going for the man instead, tries to 2-foot him out the sky. First 30 seconds, LJ trying to go for a fake instead Atto throws his face straight at it. Chicago tips it on. Hoxha very awkward here. Wants to go for the bump on that final man does Rise. Playing again, very off ball. And did we not see that when they were incredibly dominant in Europe in the first major qualifiers this year? It was Rise going for immense off-ball pressure.
Oh man, well now he's trying to get in on the action there, trying to get the pass over to him, didn't find it. A towel though, for other reasons, will find his way through.
Everybody had their eyes on Rise here. Hoxha, he can't do too much. LJ taps it on. Hoxha then suddenly looks, sees that Atto's there, has to chuck it in reverse, can't quite get back there fast enough. Bottom corner found. Atto securing the lead for Karmine Corp in this third incredibly important game.
Back off kickoff, Karmine Corp immediately in that SSG half. Rise doesn't get the beat on LJ. LJ is clear though, does fall to the hands of Atira, and that's a rough one because once it falls to the hands of a KC player, they are going to keep it very, very close. SSG around the corner here, trying to break on in, but every touch seems to go to a mini no man's land.
They're trying to clear it away as well across your own goal face. Will not be as successful every time, KC. Hoxha was nearly there to sink it, did make contact. Unfortunately for him, the ball was a little bit too quick to actually get it towards the net. Vati going straight to the back ball. Who's going to be there next? Atto wants to be, but instead it's going to shy away. Hoxha ceiling, reset down, high of target. But again, we mentioned it in the other series, the vision is there for SSG. The execution so far lacking a bit.
Yes, just a tiny
like
bit.
A smidge.
A tiny bit.
Smidge.
I will say this does fall into on the hands of Karmine Corp. The fact that they've given SSG the ample opportunity to use that backboard so many times now, at some point it is going to fail them if they do not start to cover that. But SSG, not too worried, gonna still take the chances they have, but Karmine Corp taking the shots and the opportunities of theirs. Here comes Rise.
And that chip coming through with Rise, I'm pretty sure, putting an L on his forehead and then looking over towards SSG, shouting, hollering and jeering at his North American opposition. Karmine Corp, they begin their romp into round two.
There were so many times where it felt like Rise was just very quiet, and saying Rise is quiet is a overstatement by a lot of things, but in Rise's world, to not be involved on every single play, that feels quiet. And now to see him heavily on all of these offensive attacks, finding so many shots. He's got 3 shots of his own, 1 goal already through. Karmine Corp, like we said, it's just, they're back. They're back in the swing of things. They remember the feeling of winning all the time, and there's just no slowing it down.
They run their tempo in this game, and they are forcing SSG to play by their songbook. LJ is going to have to make sure that he can whip it back. Gets a beautiful touch round 1, round 2. Rise now central. Atto, demo on Hoxha. But when's the last time SSG made it out of their half? Who cares? Because Chicago's pinching it from his.
What on earth? So LJ tried to just keep it out, just get a touch on it, but right place, right time from Chicago. It's a crazy clear up field. They catch Karmine Corp off guard. They're back in this. It becomes winnable. Only a 1-goal lead with 2 minutes to go.
Bit of scary news here, though, for SSG. Despite managing to score that goal, they have lost both previous games 2-1. So far, going by the exact same script we saw on Manfield and Forbidden Temple, they're going to be hoping that this third map is going to be just a little bit different. The 1-2, the final save from Rise, gets it through. Top corner, not found. Chicago denting the crossbar.
Just a little bit too much power on that shot. You do have to be mindful and know when to slow things down a little bit if you are SSG. But flip side, Karmine Corp, they're not slowing down by any means. They're still keeping the pressure going. LJ and Hoxha push this one up. But Tira, just all the power in the world to send it back. And Chicago Flick completely stopped.
If anybody wants to claim for whiplash on that one with the camera, then absolutely you can, because I know that I'm going to be. Good Lord, the pace on the ball through that play. 80 seconds, 70 seconds, easy math, reset. Atto, backboard. No chance for him, however, to get it through that final defender in Chicago. And the tempo from Karmine Corp is starting to not be quite as dominant as we have seen before. Space Station Gaming wrestling back just a bit of control. However, they only have 50 seconds to make sure that the game stays at this kind of level and in fact goes more into their favor.
Exactly. LJ up. Oh, and SSG doing what we saw in the last game, making the last final push in the most pressurized moments of a game. The last 30 seconds are here. Here comes a Tao to the backboard. This one off, and LJ's touch sends us upfield. You already see Hawkster there waiting and ready to go, but Karmine Corp just stopping every bit of hope.
Picking up any boost they can on their way through as well, wanting to make sure that no other goals find their way down. LJ going long to Hoxer, instead intercepted by Atto. Hoxer now again into the corner. Rise sends it on its way. Vatira, a chance midfield for Atto to play more nonsense ball. Keep it away from any orange player. LJ, control, space, time. Does he have the composure?
This one's still up. A Tao takes it away. LJ, a little bit of boost to work with, but this clear could be deadly. It's caught by Chicago in the corner, still in play. Hawkser trying to keep their dreams alive as this one pitches up. It's still going. Rise and a Tao, they spot each other. They want the ball dead, but LJ says no. He's still going past Vatira towards the backboard. This one's floating in the corner in front of the net, but it's down. Karmine Corp survive.
Oh my word! How many chances? How many times did they keep that ball off the floor in 0 seconds? 30 seconds. That was off the floor. They had a chance. It had to be a snapshot. And unfortunately for them, they couldn't quite secure it. Karmine Corp, on their first outing at LAN since Copenhagen, they take home the win. And the blue wall reigns supreme over the Space Station Gaming side.
My heart, and I think I can say this for everyone in the room, is racing after watching that last attempt. But at the end of the day, the blue wall continues to put down another brick, another win, and just keep on going. And I mean, it's just the beginning of the week. This isn't a horrible place to be. That wasn't a bad loss from SSG by any means.
2-1, 2-1, 2-1.
2-1, 2-1, 2-1. However, the moments where they needed to make those pushes, unfortunately, they just kept coming in way too late.
And you know what? I had SSG at the start of this series. I thought that their composure could do it. On this chance, on this particular outing, Karmine Corp, they were the ones who came out a little bit stronger. Ferra still talking to his team, making sure that they don't just go through a sheer excitement, that they're not now going to suddenly lose all their game plan because they won one series. Wow. Need to win 2 more. And then you need to go through our brand new hybrid playoff bracket. It is a long journey for them yet. There is a lot more of them. A lot more games and more goals and more success awaiting.
Oh yes, this is only day 1. This is just the beginning. However, it is the end of day 1, and there are. Oh, I know it was crazy. This is just this whole thing was insane. And I mean, take a look back at the Mobile One High Performance Replay for the last time today. You will see this incredible cohesion. KC worked together like a unit. Rise involved on everything, and nothing. No one else we wanted to talk to than him.
Back on the stage, it is again Rise from KC. I gotta say, man, we missed you, and I'm sure you missed this as well.
I did indeed, mate. It was we've had a long hiatus, but we're back now.
It was all planned, though, right? Just so you can come back more powerful.
I don't know about that. Okay. We had a very bad regional 2, but we brought it back. We made it in the end, and that's what matters.
Yeah, talk to me about this, because like obviously that can be a devastating thing for any kind of competitor. For you and the team, what were the emotions going through that, and as a squad, and maybe even personally?
Well, it was difficult. You know, we have high expectations. Right. The org, the fans have high expectations of us, and obviously we didn't reach those expectations in the second split, and we were just as disgusted as they were. I'm sure, disappointed, everything. And so, yeah, you know, I think a lot of teams would have struggled to rebound.
It's easy to just fall apart.
Exactly. I think a lot of teams would have, but the group that we've got is great. You know, we're very open. We're very good communication-wise. Like we convey our feelings, how we feel it, etc. And so we didn't let it get to us. You know, what's in the past. We move forward. We look towards the final goal, which is where we are now.
Yeah, exactly. Can you just tell me maybe if there were things, obviously not specifics, but things that you guys were working on as a squad to make sure that that wouldn't happen again? There wouldn't be an early fallout in, say, this Swiss here?
I don't know about things in specific. It's more just the kind of, you know, we keep the confidence no matter what happens. You know, we keep the positivity. We keep playing our game. We don't really get into like over-analyzing what the other team are doing, what maybe like they're trying to do to counter us. We just play our game. We play how we want to, and yeah.
And now looking at the landscape since then, because it has actually been a while, so to get to this point here, looking at the landscape of teams that have the potential to take the title here, do you feel like it's changed drastically, increased maybe to a certain degree? Because I feel like it has.
No, it definitely has increased. You know, you've got Falcons, you've got G2, who, you know, NA a couple of seasons ago, no one had.
I thought it was over.
Yeah, exactly.
We thought it was over.
But you've got G2, Falcons, Furia even. You've got a lot of teams from outside of Europe and NA who can compete for the top. Like, obviously, I wasn't there, but in London, Falcons got the grand final. Yeah, it's. I think there's a lot of teams that could win the World Championship, probably about 7, 8 teams that could win it. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
For me, I like the easy route, so I would say it as a negative thing. But for you as a competitor, do you like that it's such a healthy top end to the scene right now, or is it just annoying that you have to go through all that now?
No, I think it's good because I think at the end of the weekend we can say who the best team in the world is.
Right.
Yeah.
That's true. One final thing, because it's been a while here. Out to the blue wall, to the fans. Let them know that you guys are back.
Well, you can see we're back. 3-0. Good start to the week. I was going to say weekend, but it's week. Yeah, big thank you to all the fans. We see all your messages, all your support. It really means the world to us, and it keeps us motivated, keeps us going. So, yeah, hopefully we can bring the trophy home.
One down, many more to go. Congratulations on the first, but that is the end for today. So we're going to send it back over to the desk. Hey, you're right there.
Love seeing Rise back at the competition here. Well done, an earned victory there for Carmine Corp, and they make a statement here with their first match over Space Station Gaming. One of the most hyped matches we had of the day, Lemon. Goes 3-0 for K-Corp.
That's disappointing as an NA fan, obviously. I thought SSG were going to show up, and that was a series I thought was going to go the distance, just because there's a lot of hype up around SSG and sort of a question mark on where their peak was. And a bigger question mark on K-Corp, but they showed up today, and that was exciting.
And we didn't get to preview it too much, but Space Station, they are built around LJ. And LJ had 0 goals in that series. So you can't expect Space Station to win without LJ doing a 10 out of 10 performance. So K-Corp showing up when it matters most. Again, I think a lot of us have them anywhere from 4th to 8th, but they are a true contender for the World
They're
Cup.
definitely one of the big wild card teams here where everyone's a little bit, there's a wide variety of opinions about how Space Station's going to do, and we'll let their play speak for themselves here. But I mean, which 3-0 felt more dominant to you here? Well, I guess the Oxygen wasn't a 3-0, it was a 3-1, wasn't it?
It felt like a 3-0.
But then
it was
very quickly, BDS just took control of that match. Bates, how'd you feel about seeing BDS play earlier?
I mean, BDS, it looked absolutely great. I think Oxygen kind of hit him in the mouth a little bit early. BDS had to kind of swing back, hit him with a counter punch, and then Oski tried to just hit him with the showstopper from the inside of the goal, just pinch all the way across. But BDS, they showed the poise, the championship, just levels that they have to the World Championship, and they're playing well.
And not even the poise. Drawley, he's a rookie. It's his first World Championship. He was involved in 2.25 goals per game. Oxygen only put up 1.5. So by himself, Drawley was doing a lot of work. And again, we know he's got a land win under his belt now. That experience is helping immensely when it comes to the World Championship.
And I think the World Champ is going to expose which teams are the most well-rounded. You know, not overly depending on your Zens, your first killers, your LJs, but really who can be a supportive cast or really just an all-around team. That's the big key word, because you need options. You can't just always feed the ball to a Zen or first killer. People are figuring that out. If you immediately shut down those players, you could kill a whole team. You need a team around it, and that's what I love so much about BDS.
That's a good point. We'll see which team is able to be the most cohesive unit through this World Championship. And here are the results we saw in round 1 of the Swiss, now concluded for the day. Obviously, the big match here of the day, Bates, was Power taking down Gen G. But in general, G2's kind of sitting alone as the one North American team having a good day today.
They're not kind of, they are. They are. They're the only one from North America to end up getting a W. That's okay, though. That's why this is a marathon. It's not a sprint. A lot of teams can go back home, rest up, check some film. We're going to eventually see who they play tomorrow, so they're going to be able to prep for that. But the big one, like you said, Wave, Power versus Gen G, I think that is really the only upset of the whole entire day.
And also, we got to talk about Europe. They didn't make the grand finals in London the first time ever in ROC's history. 2 of them had to play one another, but everyone else 3-0 for Europe. So Europe is looking very, very good.
Gen G just looked off their game. It was so crazy. Game 1, me and Bates kind of leaning back in the green room, like, oh, great matchup for Gen G. And all of a sudden, we yapped a bit too soon.
Bad matchup for Gen G. Bad matchup for Gen G. You see Torstov clacking the keys really, really fast, going for resets off the ceiling like Zen, and all of a sudden he starts smiling at you, and there's not much you can do at that point.
Folks, we're ready to show you guys the round 2 matchups here. Let's see who's going to be playing each other tomorrow. 8 more matches coming at you. You won't want to miss them. We will see G2 take on Power. Power going to try and go 1-2 against the top teams from North America. The Gentlemates, we will see play Europe versus Europe there as they take on Vitality. Falcons will play up against BDS. Man, I love Swiss here. Army Corp going up against Furia.
That's some good matches right there, yo. I'm not gonna lie, Power. I mean, they play good against Gen G. If you could beat Gen G, you might be able to beat G2. Gentlemates, Vitality, Gentlemates going against the reigning world champs. Against Falcons, BDS, rematch EWC.
Finals, yep, exactly. Falcons want to get that revenge and kick off Furia. We're going to talk about energy on both sides there. It's going to be great. Then the 0-1 matches, OG versus Space Station.
Not the region taken out.
Team Secret versus Pioneers, SAM2 versus OC2 is always a fun watch, so we'll see how this all plays out. Oxygen Gladiators, that should be a win for Oxygen, and Gen G, they do pull Limitless. So, again, that should be a win for Gen G, but after today, you never know.
Which this is kind of their thing, man. They lose round 1. They find some easier opponents in round 2, build some momentum going into round 3. I don't know. Maybe they got a strategy over there at Gen G. There's some smart players, some smart cookies. So we'll see how those matches go, folks. We'll be playing all 8 of those matches exactly the same you saw as today. That'll be going down tomorrow. But yeah, World Championship, 11th one here, Gibbs. We've done this 10 times already.
Yeah.
And now we're getting to do it again. I mean, day 1 in the books.
Yeah, we had the one upset. There's going to be plenty more. Swiss is always crazy. When we get down to round 5, it's going to be interesting. And even round 4 now, because if you go 3-1, we'll have tiebreaker matches after that, so it's going to be a wild ride.
There's also some more familiar matches for some of these teams, like OG, SSG have faced. When you face teams within your own region, you know a bit more what to expect. You've been in an official match because it's different than scrimming against, but being in a really serious match. I think I'm hoping to see a peek out of SSG OG now that they know each other a bit better.
Yeah, no, I do. Well, obviously we like it. Land Plague and the regions match up against each other. It is fun. You know you're going to get a good match when you get the regions. People have played each other many, many times. So how are we going to play the matches? Let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow, show you which matches we're going to start with, which matches get to end things with. Limitless and Gen G. We're going to start with the 0-1 matches in general here. So we'll see Gen G start the day there. Oxygen will take on the Gladiators following that. Then we'll see Secret versus the Pioneers, and OG Esports versus Space Station will be right there in the middle of the day. G2, they started the day off. They said they wanted a later match of the day. Congratulations with winning. You do get that here. They'll play in the middle of the day against Power. We'll be closing things out, though, with the reigning world champs Vitality going up against Gentlemates.
Interesting. I feel like match of the day, though, for me is Game 6 there. Falcons, BDS. Rematch of EWC Finals. See if the Falcons are the real deal. See if BDS can look even better than today. That should be a fun one.
So remember when I talked about teams and playing like a team? I'm looking forward to the Vitality Gentlemates match because Gentlemates are like that well-rounded team we talked about. But Vitality didn't look really cohesive at EWC. That 4-0 loss that they took was one of the worst ones I've seen, like performance-wise out of them. They just look so disjointed.
Yeah.
And how do they bounce back from EWC? There's a lot of expectations on Vitality, a lot of fans that are behind them, can get against them if times get tough, you know, so.
And not to take anything away from Alpha and Rado, but you talked about, playing together as a team consistently, a whole group there. There's one player on that team that we talk about all the time, and it's Zen. We saw him in London trying to single-handedly carry his team into the finals, and it wasn't quite enough. So can the rest of Vitality rally around him, especially when going up against an opponent they know so well? So, folks, if you want to come to the event, there's still a few tickets left. Make sure you get them if you can. rl.gg/RLCS Texas. You can be here in the building with the rest of us. It'll be a good time. But that's day 1 in the books. Thank you guys so much for watching. We'll see you right here bright and early tomorrow for day 2 of the RLCS World Championship 2024.
Hey, Flo. Cool leg warmers.
Thanks. They're just for the bus ride to work. They're not part of the official uniform.
No tunes today?
No. My apartment was robbed last night. Took my cable-ready TV, VCR, portable cassette player.
Yep, all the latest tech.
If only Progressive had renter's insurance, like their home insurance.
Then we could bundle our cars and get the same 24/7 protection. I think we just invented that. This is the best day ever.
Well, I still got robbed.
It's still a pretty good day.
This is the
on, guys. Get me.
Nice play. All right, go. There we go.
So cute. At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
Get back to work.
you.